Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Governing Board meeting of the South Florida Water Management District to order. Today is May 13th, 2021, and the first item on the agenda always is the Pledge of Allegiance. And Mr. Steinley, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all in person. Ms. Meads is joining us via Zoom, I believe, and Colonel Roman is excused. Ms. Meads, are you on?
Yes, Chairman, I'm here.
Good to hear your voice. Good morning. This meeting is going to be live streamed today, and board members, I'll ask that you make sure your microphone is on and you speak into the mic so the public can hear you. Most of you have joined via Zoom since last year, know what we're doing. But for those of you who are doing this for the first time, welcome, and here are some things you should know. Members of the public who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. Members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and we will help you out. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to mute and unmute, and we'll remind you of this during the comment period. As a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each item during those comment periods. As you can see, some of us are wearing purple. You can really see, Vice Chair Wagner is wearing purple. We're doing so in support of Water Reuse Week, which is recognized May 16th through the 22nd this year. Reclaimed water is typically delivered through purple-colored pipes, thus our enthusiasm to wear purple today. When reclaimed water is used, it eases the demand on traditional, often limited sources of water. Supporting Water Reuse Week is item 26 on today's discussion, and we'll be talking about it then. Now it's best time part of the meeting. We get to hear from Mr. Bartlett with employee recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, we got a few of them this week. The first person I would like to recognize is the May Employee of the Month, and that is for Lacry Ursu. That's right, Lacry Ursu, who I know her as Lacry. Here's her picture. She has worked for the district for 12 years as a geographer in our, IT department, and we know at the Water Management District how important IT geographers are for us. Every single board meeting, you see maps. Every single visit you make with a stakeholder, you see maps, because that's what we do. We look at the geography that we have, we look at our systems, and we communicate with these kind of pictures, and she is one of the best at making these geographers. And right now she is like point for support of our Everglades restoration program, SERP restoration strategies, all those things. So she's constantly working with that team to make sure we're communicating accurately, we're communicating very well. And she is very good at taking data and information, working with staff saying that want to communicate a particular idea or a particular concept and making it happen through geographic information systems. In fact, another accolade that we use every single tropical season at the district is in our Emergency Operations Center. There is a large screen, it's a touch screen with an interactive map on it, where you can find out all the damage we've sustained, all the calls we're getting on a map-based system. You can zoom in, zoom out. She built that system for us, and it's incredibly helpful. Before we were at COVID last year, we would all stand around that dashboard, zoom in, zoom out, and figure out what needed to happen. It's an incredibly great tool. But she has knowledge of the district. She has knowledge of what we're trying to accomplish in Everglades restoration. She brings that to every meeting and creates the maps that we really need to tell our story. And that's what she is. She's a storyteller through those visuals. On a personal note, she likes walking, jump roping, and taking her family out to explore nature. And she has a turtle, and it's a very popular turtle amongst the district because it knows its name. You can call it, and it knows its name, and it also knows it can predict weather. It's sensitive to weather, so whenever a system is approaching, people are calling Lacry and saying, is it going to land on us? What's going to happen? Because the turtle knows. So she's an incredibly effective employee. She's very well deserving of Employee of the Month because she's our MAP communicator. Congratulations, Lackery, for May Employee of the Month. All right. The May Team of the Month will be of no surprise to you. It is the 8.5 square mile area curtain wall project. And that goes to Ruben Arteaga, Luis Colon, Lucine Dadrian, Ramon Garza, Jose Guardario, Jack Ismalon, Neme Jayakumar, Brenda Mills, Vijay Mishra, Sashi Nair, Akin Owosana, Armando Ramirez, John Schaefer, Kevin Snell, Terry Schwartz, David Welter, Walter Wilcox. As I've said many times, probably hundreds of times, when you guys approved your first budget, you said, let's go tackle this problem. And you sent the team out to go get all the data, spin up the modeling, get this project ready so that at the end of last year, we could engage in actually starting to build this seepage wall. This team came together, put all the information together to get the permits, to get the authorizations, to get the approvals necessary for digging through aquifers and putting a wall in it, which is not an easy thing to just do right out of the gate. You know, there's a lot of rules in place that you got to navigate, and you have to have the information, you have to be able to present it, talk to the regulated authorities, and get this project underway. Talk to your procurement shop, get it procured appropriately, and then get it issued. And in March, you approved that contract. They're mobilizing right now for that curtain wall project. And if it weren't for the efforts of this team, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. And everybody out there loves this project. And this team got it done. So clearly, they are May Team of the Month. Congratulations, 8.5 square mile area team. All right. Now I have a 30-year service award for Sally Kennedy, who's right now our Operations Control Center supervisor. Now, Sally received her Bachelor's of Science in Management Science and Operations Research from Pittsburgh State University, and then she went to Krakow, Poland, and went to Jagiellonian University to get her master's degree. But in 1991, she made the best decision in her life. She joined the Water Management District in 1991 and went into ecosystem restoration. Now, think of this. She's in ecosystem restoration in 1991. So what did she work on? She worked on the Yellow Book, the famous Yellow Book. And she was there worked on the Central Everglades project of the Yellow Book. When it was authorized by Congress, she worked with the Corps, congressional staff, and everyone to make sure we got SERP authorized in 2000, and she was a part of that team. And then she also was a project manager for the Kissimmee River Restoration Project for the district. So our part in Kissimmee River Restoration, she was the project manager for real estate, all the different things that we had to do for Kissimmee River Restoration, an incredible effort that is finishing this year. So Sally did some great things. Then she went into our operations lead as a project manager for the Office of Operations, and so she's been in the Operations Center for the last 10 years. And if you can think of, so the Operations Center was rebuilt over the last 10 years. It really got into the SCADA system and using remote technology to make sure that our operations were sophisticated, probably the most sophisticated on the planet. And that's Sally as supervisor over that Operations Center. Pretty impressive, and wow, we're in a better place as a district because of Sally. Now, one fun fact about Sally is that she was at Lake Placid for the 1980 Olympics, and she was a part of the security team for the hockey team. This is the Miracle on Ice hockey team. She has a photo of her with Jim Craig, if you remember the goalie. Very famous. I remember it well. It was a very exciting time for the United States, and she was right there. So that's pretty cool. Thank you, Sally, for your 30 years of service at the Water Management District. All right, we have another 30-year service award for Mark Wilsnack. He's a section leader in the hydraulics section. So Mark obtained his bachelor's degree in agricultural engineering from the University of Maryland and his master's degree from NC State University. He came to us from the Maryland Water Resources Administration, where he did challenging things like statistical analyses, hydraulic design, groundwater modeling, and reservoir storage allocation to areas. But so as right now, he's the section lead of our hydraulics design section. And so if you think of hydraulics in the Water Management District and all of our control structures and all of our canals, this man is busy. When Mr. Bergeron was all over our backs on getting the structure, the S333 North structure, built ahead of schedule, Mark and his team designed it in-house to get it done ahead of schedule, and it's operational right now. And they're constantly working on design and hydraulics of different structures around the Water Management District. So prior to his current position, he was a principal engineer for the district for almost 10 years in SCADA and hydro data management. And then he was a lead senior supervising engineer for 11 years at in the Department of Hydraulic and Environmental Systems Modeling. So let's talk about his accolades and accomplishments. And this I have to read because it's technical stuff. The development and application of hydrologic, hydraulic, and seepage models to perform operational analyses for all of our water control structures. He is responsible for the development of flow rating analyses and hydrologic design guidelines, the testing and adaptation of the analytic element method to seepage modeling, the development of a three-dimensional computational fluid dynamics model for a number of structures at the SCA 3-4. He's a registered professional engineer in Florida, Maryland, and South Carolina. And he's an outdoor enthusiast. He enjoys running, swimming, and spending time with his family, of course. And as you can tell, he's known for his attention to detail and his can-do attitude because he's gotten a lot done for us over the last 30 years. Thank you, Mark, for your service to the Water Management District. Now, this is arguably the toughest job we have here. This is a 30-year service award for Dana Winston Pate. She is in the HR department of the Water Management District. And she came to us in 1991 as an administrative assistant and worked her way into human resources and is now a key HR professional in our human resources department. And she's been there for the last 15 years. And she deals with recruitment, employee relations, and any HR issues for a large part of the Water Management District. She is known for her attention to detail and her calm demeanor, which was most critical over the last year as all of our employees were navigating a pandemic, and calling up Dana and saying, I've got this circumstance, what do I do? You know, a family member, I traveled, all these different questions. They were constant, and Dana was handling them throughout the whole last year extremely professionally, and we really navigated it well thanks to people like Dana Winston Pate. We're so glad to have her in our HR department, and thank you, Dana, for your 30 years of service. Mr. Chair, that's all I got for you today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Drew. And I'd like to say, congratulations to Lackery and the 8.5 Square Mile team, and thank you to Sally, Mark, and Dana. That's 90 years of institutional knowledge. That's just amazing to me. 91 seems like a long time ago to me. We'll move on the agenda now. Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. A minor edit was made to item 12. The acreage amount in the recommended action for item 19B was corrected, and item 21B was removed from the agenda.
Thanks. We're going to go to abstentions by board members, and I'll poll the board now. I'll start with Mr. Bergeron. Do you have any abstentions? No. Thank you. Mr. Steinle? None. Ms. Zolovich?
No.
I have none. Vice Chair Wagner?
None.
Mr. Martinez?
None.
Ms. Meads?
None, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. At the end of our last board meeting, Mr. Steinle had an Audit and Finance Committee meeting, which I'd love to hear from. Chair Steinle.
Thanks. Yeah. After the April 8th board meeting, we had our Audit and Finance. Ms. Weinberg, our treasurer, gave us an investment update. This was through the end of February. So the strategy during fiscal year 2020 was to maintain higher cash balance as markets were impacted by the pandemic. And And essentially due to question marks around the speed of ad valorem collection, as well as interest rate movements, keep the cash or the operating balance higher than target. So that reached 50% of the portfolio. We typically target 10 to 15%, as we know, and that operating account slash cash account is about $391 million at the end of February. So the recommendation, given ad valorem coming in at a normal pace, given where rates have sort of bottomed and started increasing, to manage that back down to normal, around 15%. That obviously would increase yield on the portfolio, albeit at a pretty modest amount. So the yield prior to these moves on the portfolio in aggregate was about 0.72. And because of that large cash account, because of called bonds, because of higher average mortgage paydowns, the yield on the investment portion only was about 1.8. So as we put that cash to work, that'll support that higher yield. The current, obviously, the expectation is that the current low rate environment will maintain for another couple of years. We're anticipating about a little bit over $1 million in fiscal year earnings that was through the end of February. And broadly, the expectation is that long-term yields will continue to move higher. Bond prices will fall, obviously, as economic activity picks up. So that'll support a higher yield in the future, we hope. We then moved on to the Inspector General's audit report. Mr. Burns gave us 2 audits. The first was an audit of grant monitoring, where the purpose was to assess the effectiveness of the district's grant monitoring process and ensure that grantees adhere to the provisions of the grant agreements. And the results were that the process appears to be in place and working effectively. The monitoring process. Disbursements for grants were sufficiently supported by documentation in compliance with grant agreements, and reimbursements are reviewed by project managers and procurement staff to ensure disbursements are only made for allowable costs. So there were no audit recommendations, and the committee approved that audit. And the second audit was an audit of outsourced functions. The objective there was to compare the contractual cost of outsourcing services to the cost of having in-source or in-house staff to determine the best alternative. We looked at the security, janitorial services, lock tenders, mowing and grading, and vegetation management. And what the results found was that the outsourcing of security, mowing, lock tender, janitorial, cost-effective, saved the district over $4 million on an annual basis. The estimated cost to perform field station vegetation management is comparable, so sort of a wash between in-house and contractors. And then vegetation management, a significant savings of about $3 million by using contractors. The alternative would have been to have about 270 full-time employees. One recommendation was made that additional field staff training or field staffs might benefit from emergency operations and cross-training to assist where there's need. Executive team reviewed and considered that, but determined there's no additional staff to allocate for this service, and the committee approved that audit as well, and that concluded that meeting. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Steinle? Thank you for looking into that. You have no recommendations, or there's no business, or no action item for us right now?
No further business.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. We'll move on now to approval of some minutes. We've got a bunch of them. We've got the April 7th workshop, the April 8th monthly meeting, the April 22nd special meeting, and the April 28th lunch and learn workshop. Is there any revisions to any of those minutes, board member? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I have a motion.
I'll second it, please.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Holovich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Mead?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. We'll go to public comment next. And as always, we'd like to make sure that our elected officials get a chance to comment first. And if we have any elected officials, I'd like to recognize them. Rosie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have Congressman Mast.
How are you all doing today?
Good morning. We're doing well.
Good. It's great to see you all on this Zoom. I just want to begin my comments with a thanks, with a very sincere thank you. At the end of April, Lake Okeechobee saw what I would say is probably the most toxic measured algal bloom in the Pahokee Marina, 860 parts per billion. And truly showing that this is a governing board that takes a new approach, a new attitude, certainly as compared to what was witnessed back in 2016 when there were also terrible algal blooms, although not this early. This body, the South Florida Water Management District, you didn't wait, you didn't hesitate, you didn't even at that time know just how toxic that bloom was going to come back as measured. You went out there and you worked to clean up what was going on in that marina. And that level of engagement, that it needs to be commended. It shows a tremendous change in what's going on in water management. And I just couldn't commend you all enough on that work. My follow-on to that is really a couple of parts. And it's one, what about that should we as the public expect to be a repeatable process of that? Because the South Florida Water Management District is a government agency. And so in showing that response to the Pahokee Marina, in testing, in cleanup, in other things, we know that as we speak right now, there's a bloom on the lake that measures somewhere between 300 and 500 miles around. There are blooms in other places. It's extremely early. We can expect to see more of this throughout the year. What is the repeatable process that we will see across the lake that you have now put in place? And then if we could also get a little bit of information about that particular marina, there were allegations that were being thrown around at the time saying that bloom in the marina was the result of some leaky boats, and that's why there was these blooms in there. Well, I've been out there this weekend, and there's still there were still blooms in there in some areas, not directly on the ramp, but in other places. So could you address whether that is because of lake conditions or because of what was claimed by some to be a leaky boat out there? And the final point that I would make is this, and then hopefully let you all respond. Everybody is well aware that we're going through the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual process, and that the Corps has narrowed down 5 plans that they're looking to move forward. And there's a lot of talk about these plans in various ways. But I would argue that the South Florida Water Management District is the closest government entity to that process and being affected by what the Corps comes out with for what will be the future of management of Lake Okeechobee and where that water goes and where it comes to and how it is handled in those ways. And I would argue this. If I'm speaking English and somebody else is speaking Mandarin, we're not going to be able to communicate with each other very well. The Corps of Engineers has a very specific language that they are speaking in this process. Their plans are AA, BB, CC, DD. They have names to these plans. And if this governing board is not speaking their language directly, to tell them as the closest government entity what plan that you all think should be moved forward as the appropriate way to manage Lake Okeechobee, then it is an unacceptable way to communicate with the Corps of Engineers. It would not be communicating in their language to simply say, well, we would like to see levels of the lake at a lower level moving into hurricane season. That's a positive thing. I very much support that. I'm glad that our governor supports that as well. He spoke about it in length earlier this week. But those platitudes are not the direct language of the Corps of Engineers. And we need the South Florida Water Management District to speak directly in the Corps of Engineer language and to put forward in their language which one you should see moving forward. Because I would argue that LOSUM process has to be one of the biggest things to go on to affect the South Florida Water Management District, and that would be a miss. So again, my thanks to you all for your work. What is the repeatable process we could expect? Was those blooms in Pahokee a result of some leaks out of some boats, as some put forward? And can we expect to see you speak in the language of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to direct them about what you would see as the best possible management for Lake Okeechobee? We know that you guys speak on many different things. And that would be my comments. Thank you all for your time.
No, thanks very much, Congressman. Mr. Bartlett, would you like to address the repeatable process and the Pahokee, and then we could talk maybe about LOSUM. And we are going to be talking about LOSUM probably later when we get to some of our reports from our technical reports.
Sure. So thank you, Congressman. And he asked the most relevant questions of the day. And so I've been working with DEP. I was at DEP when 2018 hit, and everyone remembers 2016, where there really wasn't a whole lot of organization around these algal blooms. And then in 2018, there was a little more organization. But since Governor DeSantis took office, he is now directing DEP to deal with it, directing water management districts to deal with water quality, and getting funds so we can address these situations. And so the way we are thinking about the process is, if we have Lake Okeechobee, there are flood control operations associated with Lake Okeechobee, and when you see these algal bloom conditions occur, of course, everyone gets concerned. So job number one, let's do everything we can to prevent discharges from Lake Okeechobee to our estuaries. We're moving as much water south as we can to our STAs. So that's job number one. Job number two is, if you should get harmful discharges that freshen our estuaries and provide that habitat for these harmful algal blooms, let's do what we can to prevent the algae from getting there and getting in contact with our communities. And then number three, if it happens to get to those communities, and under that discharge scenario, they're fresh estuaries, Cape Coral in 2018, obviously in Stewart in 2016, then we should do what we can, and we will be there, DEP and the Water Management District, to try to make sure that algae conditions do not exist associated with those populated communities because of those lake discharges. So it is a visual, let's prevent algae from getting there and deal with it if it does show up there. So that's what our plan is this summer and our process. With
Mr. Bartlett, could I ask one quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
And yeah. I like to think that I know the answer, but I think it's important to be said. Can you say why? Why are you working to clean that up? Because the Water Management District doesn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to clean something up for no reason. What is the why that you're doing that?
So I would say that right now, what we don't want to, as government, get into a situation is pointing to other pieces of government and say it's their job or it's their job. So as I talk with the Department of Environmental Protection and we talk about funding and the approach to this summer, it is important for us to partner, DEP and the Water Management District, to get the job done. I know the Water Management District has extreme capabilities that were displayed with Pahokee. Governor DeSantis has given DEP the funding to help us do that. And it's just one of those things where the Water Management District wants to be responsive and help where we can.
Why does the water need to be cleaned up is what I'm asking.
Why does it need to be cleaned up? Because it's harmful algal blooms. And when you take a harmful algal bloom that has the potential to produce toxins and it's next to a community or in a marina or in these types of populated conditions, then it's important to respond.
Thank you.
Okay. And then the diagnosis of the marina, DEP obviously continues to sample. They've went out and they've inspected. When we go out there and we observe, like this past week, what's happening in the marina, you can see the algae from the lake flowing into the marina and then getting trapped there. And so what you have is you have a lake that is extremely high in nutrients, creating harmful algae blooms, and then you see it getting blown into the marina and trapped there. If there is discharges from boats or some sewage control issues, that does add nutrients to the marina, so it doesn't help the situation. It could certainly exacerbate it. The full diagnosis is still underway by DEP, but it's that's the general observation that we've seen. And then with regards to the LOSM process, we will be talking to the Corps in their language. Right now, the Corps is putting together those 5 arrays to run as models. Those models will be done through the end of May, until the end of May, and then produced in the first week of June. We will schedule a governing board meeting to go through the arrays in detail with the governing board, with public participation, to review what we see in all those model runs and the outcome of these 5 arrays, and then have a good governing board discussion to be able to communicate back to the Corps what the governing board feels is in our best interest. Last, in the development of the approach for those 5 arrays, last board meeting, as you know, we crafted sort of a general policy statement. It's in public speak, not Corps speak, right? So as we get more granular on all these details, then we will certainly engage as a board with the public on what we think is best for LOSM.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. And again, I would just reiterate, such an amazing change with this board, this executive team in the Water Management District. Couldn't reiterate that enough. You've really stepped up already in what's a very difficult situation.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thanks, Congressman Mask. I think we'll move on to our next one, Rosie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we have Hendry County Commissioner Ramon Iglesias.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I'd like to touch base on what Congressman Mask spoke about leaky boats. And I got to be honest with you, being in the marina business for 17 years, there's a difference between leaky boats and boats that were discharging their effluent matter into the Pahokee Marina, which in my honest opinion is what happened. It was trapped within those seawalls, within their dock system, and B-roll will show you that close-up pictures of what was happening at the Pahokee Marina make it look worse than what it really was, and it was bad. But if you take an aerial shot of that Pahokee Marina, it'll show you that outside that boat basin or boat slips that there wasn't the algae that was portrayed in the B-roll pictures. So that being said, I'd like to go on to my comments on LOSM. As the Army Corps is nearing the end of its multi-year process to develop a new schedule for Lake Okeechobee, I appreciate the Corps' interest in seeking public input throughout this process. Consider that many of the concerns people have with the way Lake Okeechobee is operated today is due to the decisions that were made more than a decade ago when the Corps developed the last schedule. For this reason, the entire Lake Okeechobee community knows the Army Corps has to get this schedule right. We need a balance. We need a lake schedule that meets all of the lake's project purposes. No schedule should singularly prioritize the loudest people in the room. We can have a schedule that takes everyone's concerns into consideration, including those of Congressman Brian Mast, but not at the expense of my community or any other. Floridians depend on having water in Lake Okeechobee when they need it, for drinking, for fishing, for recreating, for farming, and even for the environment. And with the project's northern storage and other projects underway, hopefully soon, the idea of harmful Lake Okeechobee discharges will become a thing of the past. While a balanced schedule is important, so is ensuring the Corps actually follows it. Otherwise, this schedule won't be worth the paper it's written on. As a commissioner from a fishing and farming community that depends on a healthy and available Lake Okeechobee water supply, I want to express my serious concerns with the Corps' plans to move forward with a schedule that is premised on a discretion and flexibility every year. A planned deviation? We can't afford arbitrarily managing this lake. We need certainty so everyone north and south of the lake, including 6 million Floridians, can plan their lives and their businesses around it. It's the liquid heart of Florida, and we simply cannot risk losing it. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Commissioner Iglesias. Next, we have Tim Stanley, who's chairman of the Glades County Commission. Mr. Stanley, if you can unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Okay. I want to thank the board for everything that you all do. I know you got tough decisions, but I'm going to speak on behalf of the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. I don't know if the board is aware that on the north end of the lake, we have a lot of waterfront property that's basically the lifeblood of our tax line. Lowering the lake to 10.5 feet makes all those canals basically dry. So the impact that would have to our counties would be just like if you took in every coastal community that had a canal behind their house and drained it, that's what the effect it's going to do to our counties. The Lake Okeechobee has been in trouble for years, and we kind of sat back and not done anything about it for years and years and years, but lowering the lake to 10.5 feet is not going to solve the problem. And we're pretty much to the point where, I mean, you can see right now, if you tried to lower the lake to 10.5 feet right now with the conditions that we've had, you'd be making massive discharges everywhere to get to where the 10.5 feet. So that plan is pretty much shot out the window. There's a plan out there now that wants to deviate with a maximum and a low. I mean, we deviated this year, and you guys just mentioned the other day that the lake's too high for where you want it to be. So the deviation didn't work at all under the current process. So I'm just here let you know that, you know, it's a major impact to us to take the lake that low. We're kind of caught in a trap here. You want to take all of our dry land and make it a marsh, and then you want to take the biggest asset we got and dry it up to nothing. So please consider us when you have influence on this Leasing plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Stanley. Next, we have Mayor Keith Babb, City of Pahokee, who's with us today.
Welcome, Mayor Babb.
Morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the South Florida Water Management Governing Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. The purpose of my comments is to thank the Water Management District, your executive director, and your entire staff for speedy response to the Pahokee Marina algae bloom issues that we had recently. We couldn't have did it without you. Most government agencies, and even some of our residents was quick to point the finger, who's to blame. We are all aware that this algae problem has been a problem for 2 decades. So we need to collectively work towards the solution. There have been some comments that the algae problem in the Pahokee Marina was due to sewage, a poor operating pump out system. We have had that system checked several times, and we will continue to check it. We don't have any major issues with that. If you looked at that bloom this particular time, no way, even if there was some leakage, it wouldn't have produced that amount of toxic in the water. It's everywhere. Even in Canal Point, about 5 miles from the city of Pahokee, a similar occurrence was observed there. It was smelly. It was a problem. We was in a crisis. Your executive director, when myself and our interim city manager, Jocelyn Adams, we're thinking who we need to call to help us to solve this problem and to look at it. He was already on the phone. He texted me and said, Mayor, I'm on my way. I'll be there in the morning. I want to take a look at your problem and see if I can offer some solution or assistance in it. I also would like to thank Congressman Mass. He came out, took a look at the problem. Also, our county commissioner, McKinley. But there was still a lot of pointing at the city of Pahokee for a problem that we didn't create. But again, we thank you. We thank your quick action. We was in a crisis situation, and again, from the bottom of our heart, from our city commission, Vice Mayor Regina Bolden, Commissioner Mervin, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Perez, along with our city manager and our entire city staff, we humbly thank you for your assistance. We look forward to working and partnering with you so we can be a part of the solution and not a part of the problem. And at this time, I'd just like to yell just a few minutes to allow our interim city manager just to give you a little information on some of the mitigating factors that we're looking at to try to help us in our problem. With the Pahokee Marina, we kind of in an enclosed area. We're the only marina that sits directly on the lake. I know Okeechobee and Clueston, they're in comparison with ours, but no other marina is built that way. We built a wave retention system, and what it does, water flows into the marina. It's trapped there and it's stagnated. And with all the pollution and everything else in that marina, it just built up. I look at it like global warming. Every year, the problem seems to get a little worse and a little worse. Until we can get our hands on the real problem, we won't be able to solve it. But again, I thank you for all your efforts and your help in this area.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Good morning, staff. As the mayor stated, we have been doing everything possible, and we thank you all. Because of your partnership, we're able to at least kind of mitigate and look forward to next year rolls around what we're able to do together to mitigate this problem. We have thus far taken steps we've been working with South Florida Management District. I've been in constant contact with Libby and Lawrence just to let them know what we're doing on a daily basis. We have been in contact with FDEP. Jason Andrade has been out. He was out yesterday to look at the marina as a whole. We've been on the phone with Department of Health. So we have been putting options in place, thinking about things. I was recently contacted by a company named Morlair that has a nanobubble system, and they have a trailer that may be an option because it has the oxygen that will be able to help break up the bubbles. To help to break up those nutrients. So we're looking at all possibilities. Like I said, me and my staff, we're constantly out there every single day. Even though we have pumped out, water was looking great. Monday night, Tuesday, guess what? It got a little bit hotter. Wind started blowing. Algae blooms are back. And it's nothing no one has done to say, hey, we're just going to dump our boats, because that's not the case. FDEP has checked our pump out system. Our vendor has come out to check our pump out system. So that is just a part of nature. And if we wrap our hands around to figure out what the problem is with the nutrients, maybe we're able to do something. So I just wanted to let you know where we're at today. We thank you very, very much. As the mayor said, without this, we would not have been able to do it. And over the last 8 years, I've been there 5 years, it has just gotten worse and worse. And as I was telling a board member earlier, it's just like we have a wave attenuation. But just like you buy a car, the upgrades happen. It's time to upgrade our marina. The way the marina was built, there's a wave attenuation. That sheet metal, it's time to remove that sheet metal because that is causing much of our problem. Even with the docks, there is no airflow through our dockage, so it gets trapped in there. Along with U.S. Sugar, we're talking about coming up with ways that we can create a pump, something that will help to move that algae, that water flow consistently along with aerators. So we've been coming up with all ideas, trying to figure out how we can help to move this along and to mitigate it so that it does not get to this point. And again, it's just the way that our marina is trapped. So again, I thank you. Thank you all very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much for the update, and Mayor, thank you for taking the time to come here to thank us. It was our pleasure to help you out, and Executive Director Barlow, thank you for your leadership. I appreciate it. So as does all the board.
Next, we have a special guest with us, Deputy Secretary Adam Blaylock.
Very good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, good morning, man.
I'm really happy to be here. I started in this position December 2019 and kind of had the plan in place that when session ended that March, I was going to come to all the governing board meetings for all the districts. And then, as we all know, that plan was put on hold for the last year or so. But now I'm really excited to be able to come here and see and meet all of you in person, and I'm really hopeful I'll be here throughout the day and be able to talk to each of you individually, and just want to thank you for having me. I was able to take a tour of the STAs yesterday and really get to see a really high elevation overview of all the STAs and all the work that the district and the department have been doing on Everglades restoration, and so very thankful for that opportunity, and look forward to the discussion today. So thank you very much.
Well, thanks for making the trip down, and thanks for all the support and help you've been giving us over the last year or so.
Next, we have Dwayne DeFries, who's the Executive Director for the Indian River Lagoon Council and Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the governing board. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here as one of your partner programs. I know you have a busy schedule today, so I'm going to move through slides fairly quickly, but I do want you to know that I kind of view myself and staff as an extension of your own staff, and so should there be any additional questions, you want to take a deep dive, give me a call, and we'll work you through those issues. Next slide. Well, I guess I can do this myself. I want to take a look a little bit about history, because I think where we've been over the last 6 years is only because of your leadership from the St. Johns River Water Management District, and an effort by the 6 counties along the lagoon, to change the way we do business within the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program. And I can tell you, when I talk to the 28 other NEPs nationwide, reorganizing an NEP after 25 years is not a normal thing. And I know Congressman Mass talked about, where you are today, and we have been doing the same thing. Changing conditions demanded that we look at how we do business differently. And since I've come on board in 2015, we are doing business very differently and much like what you are doing now. I would be remiss not to at least recognize Drew Bartlett and your legal counsel, Carolyn Ansay. I still may never forgive you for stealing her from us. But the fact is, we would not be here now without that vision for change and the willingness to take change leadership that started at the county level, really, and then rolled its way all the way up to the U.S. EPA. I'd also, on the right-hand side, just like to remind everybody that we are 7 counties within our watershed. So the eastern side of Okeechobee County, the little northern tip of Palm Beach County, our watershed is large. It's almost 40% of the east coast of Florida. And we do business with everybody within that watershed. So I want to invite those cities and communities within that watershed that they really need to look at us. Every year we put RFPs out. We have a very aggressive local cost share program. And once we get through the COVID, I'll be making the rounds again to remind everybody that we provide technical support and financial support for projects. So what I'd like to do is just focus down on just a few financial facts, but I've given each of you this annual report. Each year, we do a comprehensive review of our previous fiscal year, and you will see not only a list of projects that we did last year in 2020. There's some 30 showcase projects within the NEP that we funded directly. But we reach out to all of our partners, including the water management districts, the cities, the counties, and nonprofits, and say, tell us what you're doing in the Indian River Lagoon. We often hear on the street, nobody's doing any work, it's not getting any better. We had 260 projects brought to us by our partners. We've only been able to showcase about 47, but everybody has skin in the game in this watershed now, from cities to counties to individual organizations. And even I was surprised at a 260 project count. And so we will continue to do this every year with you. I thought it might be worth mentioning really quickly that reorganization changed our financial base, and without your annual contribution, we couldn't do the work we do. So thank you very much for being there with us each of those 6 years. But I wanted to show you a look back on how those dollars distributed from 2015 during our reorganization to 2020. So some 123 projects have been initiated. Many are ongoing, and I'll show you that in a minute. $8.3 million has been distributed, and you can see that distribution by county, as well as the lagoon-wide projects that impact all counties. And so we are not at the same level as, the worldwide effort you're working on for Everglades restoration, either in cost or scale of project, but we are effectively moving the dollars we have to the street with a motto that every project is progress. And then I just want to show you where we are right at the moment. We're halfway through the fiscal year. We're really proud that we didn't let COVID slow us down. Our current budget is now at about $3.5 million. My staff is overseeing 44 projects, 19 currently, active with, we do about a 3-year no-cost extension. As you know, it's challenging, especially for our cities, getting through permitting processes and just getting construction sometimes. And so we've got a lot of carryover from year to year. We're bringing 10 new proposals for 2022. Thanks to the Department of Environmental Protection, we are initiating a really exciting harmful algal bloom innovation grant, which we will actually show the council tomorrow at our board meeting. Contracts are finally let, and we're moving forward. And we will be bringing your staff into those discussions on that innovative technology. And it's really a communication technology that we're exploring. We have a lot of requirements at the federal level to do concurrence documents. We completely revised our comprehensive management plan in 2019. So you can see those 5 documents. But most importantly, we, like you, are looking to all partners, because if we're going to get this work done, and we're going to get it done in a timely fashion, we're going to need to have every cost share partner at the table, because more money means a shorter timeline to complete, less dollars across the life cycle of these projects for restoration. And we have a lot of work to do on that funding. So we are working both supporting where you are with federal funding and also where we are. And I just want to mention a thank you to our congressional delegation, both in Florida and beyond. We were able to reauthorize the National Estuary Program in January with an increase from $26.5 million, which is not a lot of money nationwide, but we leveraged those dollars to $50 million. So we are having deep discussions with our congressional delegation and those of the other coastal states to appropriate that full amount. And then lastly, again, just thank you. We wouldn't be here without your vision, without your willingness to make change 6 years ago and completely reconstruct and reorganize a national estuary program. And I can tell you, I'm not just honored, but proud to be working with you on this effort. What you do in Everglades restoration impacts the Southern Lagoon directly, and so I see our projects as one, our mission as one, and anything that you or your staff needs from my program or myself and staff, we are here to serve. So with that, I'll just open for questions.
Well, thanks very much, Dr. DeFries. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Jackie?
Dr. DeFries, thank you so much for being here today. And I just wanted to point out, in case some people don't know, that the St. Lucie River is part of the Indian River Lagoon. The St. Lucie River is a tributary of the Indian River Lagoon. And in the early times, there were representatives from Palm Beach County, because part of Palm Beach County is in the Indian River Lagoon too. And it would be my hope that that would be reestablished, because I think we're stronger together with the water issues for sure. I'm your representative on the board for for Mr. DeFries. And I would ask you very briefly, I know time is important, but could you please briefly talk about the algae blooms in the northern part of the Indian River Lagoon and how it does or doesn't mix with the algae blooms that come out the St. Lucie River?
Oh, I'd be happy to. So in 2011, we had a dramatic shift. Scientists now really believe that we hit a tipping point in nutrients. And so we had a super bloom in 2011 in the northern portion of the lagoon. And I'll back up just so those who are watching can see. So we have three water bodies in the lagoon. We have Mosquito Lagoon, we have the Indian River Lagoon proper, and we have Banana River Lagoon. And of course, you know what the situation is down here, that, we have blooms that occur occasionally in the southern, part of the lagoon, but most of the drivers are a lot of these water connections with Lake Okeechobee and discharges. And so there's no question that there is what I call the chronic nutrient loads, which is infrastructure. It's wastewater, it's septic systems, it's the smaller urban stormwater drivers. And then we have these shocks, and the big shock down here, of course, is Lake Okeechobee discharges. But even a hurricane, can be a shock to the system, creating conditions that are right. We have been in annual harmful algal blooms every year for the last 10 years in the southern portion of Mosquito Lagoon, so right around Oak Hill in Volusia County, running south all the way through most of Brevard County and into northern Indian River County, with the hot spot being in Banana River. And a lot of it's got to do with residence time. It's a lagoon, it doesn't flush. We've got a lot of urban development, especially in Brevard. And those blooms are not the normal things we saw. I've been here 40 years, actually 43 years in Florida. And we used to see seasonal blooms, that were short duration, small areas, typically during rainy season, and pretty predictable, but not with damage. And you'll see in the annual report, we are dramatically impacted with seagrass coverage now, which has created a crisis with manatees, and I'm sure you're all reading about. But we have manatees starving in a lot of those sections for lack of seagrasses. And so our solutions are very much based on making basin, sub-basin decisions. In some cases, the big loads are going to be stormwater. In a lot of cases, it's going to be just aging and inadequate infrastructure. And the key is to get nutrient reduction everywhere you can, from every source you can, including where we need to dredge some of the old muck deposits. And you're seeing this in Lake Okeechobee as well. The nutrient flux, the science on nutrient flux suggests that, these muck deposits just keep generating nutrients as a legacy load. And we have certain areas and hotspots that are dredgeable. When you start to get the scale like you're dealing with in Lake Okeechobee, that becomes a incredibly difficult problem to address. But yeah, we are throughout the lagoon at different levels of concern with harmful algal blooms. And nutrient reduction is the only way we're going to get there to address that issue.
Thanks. Any other questions? Thanks very much, Dr. DeFries. Appreciate you being here today.
Next, we have Tommy Stroud, followed by Randy Martin.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you, Mr. Stroud.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Governing Board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a few comments regarding the LOSM process, Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual that's been discussed this morning. As y'all know, the Corps is evaluating a series of balanced plans. And as I've discussed in the past, all of these are comparing water supply performance against the current operating schedule, LORS 08. And that resulted in dropping the regulated schedule of lake to address the structural concerns associated with Herbert Hoover Dike. And there were resulting water supply impacts associated with that. Well, now that the dike rehab's nearing completion, there was hope that water supply performance could be improved, possibly with increasing lake levels. But as you discussed this morning, there are many other objectives associated with the schedule that could benefit from a lower lake, such as lake ecology and the concerns regarding harmful algal blooms. So when you look at all that, it appears certain that water supply performance will ultimately be nowhere near the level that existed prior to LORS 08. And in addition to that, there's some CERT projects that could benefit water supply along the lower East Coast, or at least offset potential reduction in the level of service associated with Lake Okeechobee. Those projects are either delayed, possibly for decades, or may be deauthorized altogether. CERT made consideration for these system-wide changes through the savings clause, but of course, LOSM doesn't offer any similar consideration to mitigate those potential water supply impacts, which obviously could affect more than 6 million people that reside along the lower East Coast. So ultimately, as a society, we're going to need to figure out how to address any potential water supply shortfalls, and we just need to figure out how to do that and who all will participate or even lead that effort. So with that, I thank you for your time. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Randy Martin, you're recognized to speak, followed by a caller with a phone number ending in 6814.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
Okay. Good morning, Randy Martin, Clewiston City Manager. I'd like to first.
Oh, that's Randy Martin, not Drew Martin.
Yes, Randy Martin. Hello?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members and staff. I'd like to first thank you all for your collaborations with the city in the past and going forward. The city really appreciates its working relationship with South Florida Water Management. On behalf of the city of Clewiston as a lakefront community and its designated representatives, we have been closely monitoring and engaged in ongoing discussions about water management, and particularly the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers' new LOSM considerations that's been a topic of discussion this morning. This is a critical time for Lake Okeechobee management now and into the future. And on behalf of this lakeside community, I encourage South Florida Water Management District to do what you're discussing for your officials to help communities around the lake to ensure that our community's best interests are protected and remain represented at the table in these discussions. And as critical decisions are made on water management by the Corps and South Florida, we want to remain at that table. On behalf of Clewiston and its lakeside municipal partners, some of which you've heard from today, please take a balanced approach in the selected management schedule that you advocate for and that the Corps chooses, and continue to allow us to be represented at the table during the process. I want to thank you again and look forward to any additional comments or answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have a caller with a phone number ending in 6814, who I believe is Drew Martin.
Yes, this is Drew Martin with the Sierra Club. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
I want to thank the governing board for giving us the opportunity to remotely participate in the meeting today. I'm speaking on my behalf not on behalf of the Sierra Club, although I am a member of the Sierra Club and Conservation Chair for the Waxahachie Group. I appreciate the efforts with the Pahokee Marina that the South Florida Water Management has made, and problems with marinas are certainly not exclusive to Pahokee or Lake Okeechobee. Marinas are a serious problem simply because many boat owners over the years have gotten used to just discharging directly into the water rather than using pump out facilities. I did not hear any discussion of whether they have pump out facilities available. I'm assuming they do, but that would definitely be a part of the solution if they don't. It's very important that, boat owners do not release their effluents into the water directly. The other thing I want to mention is I appreciated the award given to someone who worked on the Yellow Book. I mean, I wish them all the congratulations of the world, but I'm sure when that person began their work, no one would think that we would be so far behind what was the goals of the Yellow Book. And one of the goals was to create flow south of the lake, and we're still working on that. And one of the solutions may be to look at some sort of sheet flow or flow through some of the agricultural areas. And agriculture and floodplains have been hand in hand throughout the history of the world. And if we go back and look at the Nile River Valley, it was a floodplain. So maybe one of the solutions is to see if we could reestablish some of the floodplain of the EAA as one of the potential solutions. The Sierra Club does not feel that the ASR program is going to make a big dent. It's just a distraction. Pumping water into the ground doesn't happen fast enough, and bringing the water back up isn't going to happen fast enough to make a true difference. Also, it's good to have storage north of the lake, but north of the lake storage does not do anything to get water into Everglades National Park. And so I'm disappointed that the legislature is taking Florida Forever money and using it for the ASR project. We think that's a distraction, and it's not going to really solve the problem. I don't see a clock. Do I have any more time, or have I used my time?
Give about 10 seconds.
Okay, well, that looks like enough time to thank the governing board once again for taking the time to listen to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, speaking on general public comment is Nyla Pipes, followed by Michael Connor, and then Ryan Rossi.
Good morning, everyone. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I wanted to take a moment, especially considering the conversations that just occurred regarding the Pahokee Marina and algal blooms, to request that we do another workshop on algal blooms and really work to get everybody in this conversation, including the public, up to speed on how algae works. Whether it's the red tide or the cyanobacteria, it eats. It's a living organism that is constantly eating. And so when you end up in a situation where you've got stagnant water that is just sitting there, those organisms are also just sitting there in the water eating whatever nutrients we feed them. So I find that the public really doesn't understand that. They want to know where the algae came from. And I think it's really important that people understand it's already in our water. It's a part of the natural system, but we need to reduce the nitrates and the nitrogen and the phosphorus that are feeding it. So I think that that's really, really important as we start, as I've sort of started to refer to it, this next algae season. We don't have the infrastructure in place, whether it be figuring out what's going on at the Pahokee Marina or addressing the 124,000 plus septic systems north of the lake, or the 30, 40, 50,000 right over here in Martin and St. Lucie County. We still don't even know the exact number of septic tanks that are contributing to this problem. And so what happens is when we get those algal blooms and then they get washed into a place like Central Marine, which by the way is on septic, it's apparently paved over in their work yard as Central Marine, that backwater, that stagnant backwater, if there's also additional nutrients being added, we have to get at those sources. So it's incredibly apparent to me, even with our own congressman's comments, that people want to make this an either or. Oh, it comes from the lake. Oh, it comes from this spot, or it comes from that spot, or who did it? You know, agriculture did it. Sewage is the problem. The thing is it's everybody, and it's everything we're doing, and we need a serious diet. We need a nutrient diet in this state, and we know it. You know, the Blue Green Algae Task Force identified this. So I think it's time for another workshop. I think the public really needs to understand that all this finger pointing, we need to be looking in the mirror, and we need to understand that it's all of us. That being said, I just want to end by saying LOSUM, you know, the process requires all stakeholders to have a voice, and being disagreeable, although we may disagree, is not the way to go. You know, the personal attacks need to stop. It's ridiculous and it's distracting and it is not helpful. Everybody has a right to push for their own community's needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we have Michael Connor, followed by Ryan Rossi, and then Michael Collins. Mr. Connor, if you could unmute your mic.
Yes, good morning. Sorry about that. My iPad doesn't respond half the time. You can hear me okay?
We hear you, Mr. Connor.
Thank you. Yes, Mike Connor, Executive Director, Indian River Keeper. Good morning, Director Bartlett, Chairman Goss, and board members. I'd like to make a couple comments this morning, if I may, in light of what's going on with the lake right now and the bloom. Been following this very closely, and the last 3 or 4 weeks for good reason. We're quite worried over here about the water getting into our St. Lucie River, which is eventual, I'm afraid. Army Corps, Colonel Kelly, on a media call last week, did say that there's unlikely they'll discharge the lake. Lake's a 13.74 this morning, I believe. The C-44 canal is about even with that now. Over the last 2 weeks, I've been out there looking at the bloom and documenting what I'm seeing. And what happened about 10 days, starting 10 days ago, I noticed the flow was going into the C-44 canal. Kind of disappointing to see that. We consider the S-308 locks and the S-80 two walls of defense for our community. And right now, I think we've lost one of them due to, and I understand, the guaranteed water supply that must be given to agriculture along C-44. But the problem with that is it's a double-edged sword for a lot because it takes the algal bloom into the canal. This extends about 2 miles east of Lake Okeechobee right now. And frankly, it's some of the worst bloom I see. We've seen everywhere, anywhere. It reminds me of the Pokey Marina. And on that subject, I'd like to commend Pokey Mayor, Mr. Babb, for his comments about the dynamics of that marina and how that really happened. It's a classic dead end where the scum, as some people call it, on top does collect, and it develops and it releases microcystin in great amounts. There are quite a few dead ends along the C-44, and not that big, but just nooks and crannies in that canal. You can drive out there now, pull over within 2 miles of the lake and find those pockets. And they are horrific parts of the algal bloom. That's really bad. It has been reported to DEP, no numbers yet. But about the numbers DEP has found, a little concerning, 5th of May, some of the new numbers have come back. And I might be telling you things you already know, but some of the readings were 65 parts, 16, 21, and 77 at Canal Point. And all those blooms are getting worse by the hour. Rainy season this year, so we're quite fearful what's going to happen. We would love to, I implore the Corps and the district to work collaboratively to try to find every acre foot possible of capacity south of Lake O as soon as possible. We would love to see water going south in greater amounts as the lake recedes. I would assume the water holding spots south of the lake are receding as well. If the water conservation areas are dropping quickly, STAs have some room as we go on. We'd love to have some conveyance south. And I do appreciate your time. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Next for general public comment is Brian Rossi, followed by Michael Collins, and then Newton Cook.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Rossi.
Good morning. This is Ryan Rossi with the South Florida Water Coalition. I just wanted to offer a quick comment regarding general water news. I'm really pleased that the Florida State Legislature not only made sea level rise a priority this session, and of course, the governor signed, this important legislation yesterday. Like all water issues, in my view, this isn't a matter of partisanship or politics. It's simply what's right for Florida's environmental future. I see it as a very positive first step, and hopefully there will be some space to build off of this step as we go forward. But all of us here, especially in South Florida, are all too aware of the effects of sea level rise. We're at ground zero after all. And I'm sure that this is something that we're going to be paying very close attention to as the years go forward. And of course, having said that, there are other elements of this that we need to be mindful of, including water supply protection as it relates to our coastal communities and, the sea level rise process at large. So I hope that those considerations are made not only by the district, but certainly by the Corps and everyone else as operations are being decided. But as I said, I think it's a very positive first step in the right direction, and I'm very optimistic that we can build momentum off of this. So just wanted to say, a thank you to members of the legislature, and I hope that you, the district, will be very engaged on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Michael Collins, you're recognized to speak, followed by Newton Cook and then Eve Samples.
Morning, all. Rosie, am I on?
You are on.
All right. I want to start out by supporting the remarks of Congressman Mast. I doubt the good congressman and I agree on what constitutes a balanced plan for the lake, but I believe he's absolutely correct that the district should be more engaged. You're charged with representing all of the citizens in the 16 counties and protecting their interests in terms of water supply and the environment and everything that involves water. So I think you need to be more engaged also. And along those lines, you all have adopted some very, very lofty goals in terms of inclusion, in terms of transparency, involvement. But there's a big hole in that program, and it runs right up through the middle part of the state. The rural counties in the central part of the district are not represented. This administration, for some reason, has decided that they can't get around to giving them a governing board member. I don't believe that's correct. And to take it one step further, reading some of what I had to read this week and the despicable attacks that took place on the representative of the lakeside communities, I got to tell you, we shouldn't just be standing by and watching people engage in that sort of behavior and condoning it with our silence. Those lakeside communities probably are going to receive a bigger impact, from a financial point of view, than almost any of the other people that are going to be impacted by the lake plan. And they basically probably have less capability of dealing with it from a fiscal point of view. They are entitled to a representative, and the best representative they can get in this LOSIM process. And for people to attack the individuals representing them on the grounds that they also have other clients that these people don't like is wrong. It's just flat out not the way America's supposed to work. I'm tired of looking at it. I don't like the fact that it appears there's an acceptance of it within the greater community. It's not going to take us where we need to go, and it's not the right way to do these things. Again, I thank you for your time, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Newton Cook, you're recognized to speak, followed by Eve Samples and then Richard Weisskopf.
Thank you very much. This is Newton Cook. I want to change the subject a little bit for a second. The Fish and Wildlife Foundation of Florida held an event out at the New Palm Beach County shooting range recently. And it would be amiss for me not to tell you how much we appreciate the fact that the South Florida Water Management District, over 20 years when we started working on this, played a big role in it because it is in the Mecca Farms area. And of course, the FWC played a big role as it's next to Corbett. And I just wanted to thank not so much this board because you're at the end of the process, but for all the other governing boards and staff that have worked over 2 decades to get a world-class, Olympic-class shooting range in Palm Beach County. So the millions of people here have a place to go shoot their guns and sport, and not so many of them have to go out on the levees anymore, which is what we do not like. Now, getting to Loesome real quick. There's a lot of conflict. I was around when lowers, I was on the old Lake Okeechobee rack and the lowers was done. There's always a lot of conflicts. A lot of different alternatives and proposals. Most every one of them have good reasons. But the one thing I emphasize is do what is right for the heart of the Everglades, Lake Okeechobee. First and foremost, Loesome should be written to make for a healthy lake. If we have a healthy lake, it will solve a lot of the problems we have today. A too high lake kills the marshes. A too low lake kills the marshes. Avoid both. The sweet spot, and I have to say, I don't take credit for the numbers. I think Dr. Paul Gray has mentioned them. Is 15 feet on the high side and 12 feet on the bottom side. That is what we need to be at or near as our targets in Loesome. And I will be lobbying as long as I can for those numbers. Loesome needs to set the levels at a level that is good for the lake. You take care of the lake, everything else will take care of itself. Last, the excess water and bulk and nutrients flowing in from the north. We have to have those northern projects. And then we need to address the muck in the bottom of the lake, deep injection wells in that lake, sitting there running, pumping out the slurry of muck to the ocean through the boulder zone will start the long process needed to remove the muck in the bottom of the lake. Thank you guys very much. It's a difficult problem.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Next for general public comment is Eve Samples, followed by Richard Weiskopf, and then Gary Ritter.
Good morning, Chairman Goss and governing board members. Eve Samples, Executive Director of Friends of the Everglades, which was founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Thank you for continuing to give access to the public to comment remotely during these important meetings. This week, a 500 square mile cyanobacteria bloom was detected by NOAA satellite imagery on Lake Okeechobee. And as all of you know, cyanotoxins can cause adverse health effects ranging from mild skin rash to liver and kidney damage, and in some circumstances, death. So 2/3 of the lake is covered with this harmful algal bloom, while Lake Okeechobee stands 2.5 feet higher than this time last year. Right now, as we speak, Lake O water laced with these cyanotoxins is being discharged to the Caloosahatchee River. And after the rainy season begins in 2 weeks, it's reasonable to expect this toxic water will be discharged in much larger quantities to the east and west. We just don't know exactly when. We at Friends of the Everglades agree with Governor DeSantis's comments this week about Loesome needing to send more water south during the dry season. In fact, Friends of the Everglades has been advocating for just that for years. But it's also important to remember that the state of Florida, including the South Florida Water Management District, have a role to play in making that happen. The position we're in right now is exactly the reason Friends of the Everglades has repeatedly raised questions about the limited amount of Lake Okeechobee water that's been sent south to the stormwater treatment areas this year, only 9% of the total for this water year. Most of the rest has been EAA farm runoff. Why is EAA farm runoff given priority capacity in taxpayer-funded stormwater treatment areas when STAs could be cleaning water from the lake and sparing people east and west from exposure to these cyanotoxins? We know you have limited STA capacity and portions of the STAs are offline now for repairs. We also know you have federally mandated water quality standards to meet to the south. This is exactly why additional land is needed for more STAs. We encourage this governing board to bring a sense of urgency to this need. Please examine possibilities for acquiring more land in the EAA to clean Lake O water so it can move south. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Next, we have Richard Weiskopf, followed by Gary Ritter, and then Lisa Interlandi, and then Mike Elfenbein.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Weiskopf.
Hi, this is Rich Weiskopf. I'm a professor at the University of Miami,
and I've been following these meetings, and I hate to say it, but I love to say it. It's one of the most exciting things of the month to watch what's going on here from the inside. In the old days, you had to travel to South Florida to different places to meet these people that all here are on one facility like this. But I have something to say that has to do with something else. Imagine you're trying to build a hotel in the middle of the Everglades, and you get it permitted, and it's 10 stories high. There's even a landing center for helicopters, and it's a LEED certified, but you hired no hydrologist, no one to tell you how the water flows. Well, you're building in the Everglades, you need a hydrologist for sure. Well, the projects that go on here without an economist is similar to that. And that of all the employees of the Water Management District, there's really no full-time economists. And I didn't think much about that because that's the prejudice of managing water. Until I talked last week to a man who is high official in the DEP. And he said he had worked for the Southwest Florida Management District, and they had a group of 3 economists. They were top-notch. And I remember using some of their work. And I asked, how could economists help the South Florida Water Management District operate? He said it helped them to organize some of their priorities and look at it in economic terms as well. And that would help them decide what's most important by other sets of criteria. Now, I had worked also on the Yellow Pages, the Yellow Book, and there was no economist needed also, they were told, until a couple of months before the final project. And they said, oh, we need an economist to do the economic impacts. And so there was one economist they hired to do that job, and that was me. And now, more than 30 years later, here we are in the same position. So I think that a set of economists would certainly help your mission, especially now with these firestorms going on different projects and the priorities changing due to the emergencies that are occurring. At this point, of course, Jackie pulls out her triangle and says, wait a minute, prevention is the domain of the DEP, not us. That's another part of the triangle. Well, I don't think so. I think that the only group that really could manage well the fact of prevention and work at the roots, the economic roots of what causes these problems that everyone this morning has been talking about, is the economic source of these problems. And so I want to urge you to consider that path and get somebody on your staff or a group of economists on your staff that will help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisskopf. Gary Ritter, you're recognized to speak, followed by Lisa Interlandi and then Mike Elfenbein.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman Goss, Governing Board, Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. I first want to say it was a pleasure seeing Dr. DeFries this morning. I cannot say enough about him and the program that he's helping manage in the Indian River Lagoon National Estuaries Program. I have the pleasure to sit on his management committee, and I've had the pleasure of partnering and participating with his group for more years than I can count now. And I can tell you he's an example of how to get things done in unison with and collectively with all of the parties, without the divisiveness that sometimes we see in South Florida. So my hat's off to him. And there's a reason why they call it one, because everybody's together in his group, and I think he's a big part of facilitating that effort. We were also happy to see the governor come to Okeechobee and visit some of our agricultural farms this past week. I think he visited Milking R and was visiting with Williamson Cattle Company, and maybe that's a good sign as to him selecting someone for that 9th governing board seat, as Mr. Collins alluded to, because as a member of the Heartland community, we really don't have any representation on there. But that's not to say, and I'm not knocking this board, because you have been extremely forthcoming in learning and going to our area in getting to know the people in our area. So my hat's off to you there. It would be nice though to have that seat filled. And lastly, I kind of wanted to reiterate what Mr. Collins said. I think, you know, the lakeside communities, and as a member, a longstanding member of the lakeside communities, I've lived there for 42 years. I think it's important that they also have a voice at the table. And I was kind of appalled at some of the correspondence that I saw suggesting that, you know, that they not be able to use the very people that they have hired to use to represent them. So, you know, I hope that doesn't go any farther than just what's on that piece of paper. And again, I appreciate being able to provide public comment to you all and appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Lisa Interlandi, you're recognized to speak, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Hey, it's Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. I just wanted to respond. I wanted to thank the board for allowing us the opportunity to participate and comment and just respond to a few things. You know, the algae issue, I want to thank the district for going out there and taking care of that problem in the marina. The algae is covering hundreds of square miles in the lake. The problem does go far beyond just the Pahokee Marina. Certainly the conditions there may have exacerbated it, but there is a much bigger problem and it can't just be solved by fixing what is happening in that marina. And then, you know, I heard some concern about, you know, perhaps trying to lower the lake to a certain level every year. And I just wanted to kind of remind folks that, you know, the district and no agency really can control the lake level completely. It wouldn't be possible to get the lake down to any certain level every year. There are so many constraints throughout the system. The district cannot control how much water falls on the land. And, you know, all the district can really do is take the opportunities and the Corps, you know, as part of LOSUM. And what we'd like to see done is for the agencies to take the opportunities when they do arise to send the water south. You know, holding water in the lake really doesn't protect the water supply for the vast majority of South Floridians, because the vast majority of South Floridians don't get their water supply from the lake. They get their water from the Everglades. The municipal well fields are adjacent to and are fed by the Everglades. They are not fed by the lake. And, you know, while agricultural water supply is the primary beneficiary of keeping the lake levels higher, you know, in times of drought, there's just no guarantee that water from the lake is going to get sent to the lower East Coast. And historically, that has been an issue. And when the lake does get to low levels, you know, the lower East Coast, just like the Caloosahatchee River, has to compete, often unsuccessfully, with ag water supply to even get water from the lake. You know, and so holding water in the lake when the Everglades needs water would not just harm the Everglades, but it would actually significantly harm the lower East Coast water supply, which is why, you know, I just don't understand the ask for keeping water in the lake. It's not good for South Florida's water supply. I hope that we can put that issue to bed. You know, certainly I know that this agency, and we've always had to deal with those who want to maintain the status quo, but I just personally greatly appreciate this administration prioritizing what is best for the majority of South Floridians, not just those special interests that have dominated the decision-making for decades. So thank you so much for being there and taking those efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Interlandi. Mike Elfenbein, you're recognized to speak.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Mike Elfenbein. I wanted to share, I spent the weekend on Lake Okeechobee Saturday, and the portions of the lake that I was in were beautiful. I got to spend some time in the marsh around Indian Prairie Canal and saw countless birds, spoonbills, ibises, herons, of every kind, green, night herons, blue herons, snail kites. It was amazing. It was glorious. And I'd like to see those conditions throughout the entirety of the lake somewhere in the future. And I think it's possible that we get there. I think that everybody here has identified what that problem is. Now we just need to focus all of our energy together in addressing that issue, which is the nutrient loads in the lake. We need to get the nutrients out of the lake. We need to stop the nutrients from getting into the lake. We need to stop nutrients from being in the lake. I think that's pretty clear. I think there are many options. I know we're going to hear about some later today, about $306 million worth of options. I think that staff at the district and the governing board members are aware that there are other options that don't cost quite as much and don't take quite as long. Those should be visited and explored as best as possible in the very near future. I'd also like to address the comments of sending more water south, which I do agree with. However, we have to take into account that the water conservation area, specifically Conservation Area 3, was inundated with water for 9 months. For 9 months, the tree islands were underwater for excessive periods of time. In fact, the last periodic scientists call meeting, there was 3 islands that were still inundated with water. Yes, we need to send water south, but we also need to be conscious of the ecological constraints that we have down there. And then also, I wanted to say that this whole entire process of being engaged with government and trying to resolve issues has pushed me to learn more about politics and how politics work. And I'm still learning a lot. I haven't even scratched the surface. But I wanted to commend the folks involved in this morning's performance. I would say that if the Golden Globes or the Emmys added a category for political theater, today's performance would have won that. With that, I look forward to the rest of today's meeting, and thank you all for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Alpenbein. Jean Lawless, you're recognized to speak.
Good morning. How's everybody? Just wanted to take a real quick second to say thank you for the opportunity to present here. I don't have a whole lot to say, but I did want to mention that we had a great visit. The Florida Cattlemen's Association had a great visit with the governor on Monday morning. We put some boots on the ground and visit with local cattle ranchers, and also to inform him how we have been working with the Water Management Board this year. And through our conversations, we did mention that we do support agriculture, and we have been working with all aspects. And that's about all I have to say. And want to thank Mr. Dwayne DeFries for having presenting today, and look forward to seeing him again. And we thank y'all for all you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Ernie Barnett, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Resi. I try not to engage in some of these things at times, but feel compelled to speak up because there just continues to be a sort of a narrative of that past governing boards, past staff, past administrations, did nothing for the environment and were dominated by stakeholders. And, sometimes we just need to tap the brakes a little bit. Every time there's a groundbreaking that this governing board is fortunate enough to go to, like the C-43, just pause and think that folks like myself and others worked hard to get WRDA 2000 passed, and WRDA 07, and WRDA 14, and WRDA 18, and the Lake Okeechobee Protection Act, and the Everglades Forever Act, and over 95% of the phosphorus that used to flow into the Everglades when I started working on these issues no longer does. We have a Lake Okeechobee Protection Plan. We have a Lake Okeechobee Caloosahatchee Watershed Protection Plan, the St. Lucie Watershed Protection Plan. Thousands of acres are enrolled in best management practices. Literally 100,000 acres of productive agricultural land during my tenure in government was secured, taken out of production, turned into STAs and reservoirs. Men and women who worked alongside me worked hard for Everglades restoration. I'm not speaking for anyone other than myself, but my goodness, you're standing on the shoulders of a lot of folks who worked hard on these issues. And there was no imbalance. We care about the environment. The folks I work with now care about the environment, work hard to keep these projects built and done. And we've got to move past every time there's a public comment that there's got to be some sort of jab against past staff, past administrations, past governors, past elected officials. We've literally since 2000, the state of Florida invested in excess of $2 billion for Everglades restoration. That was with my colleagues and myself working hard, going to the legislature, getting the funding, getting projects built. So I'm committed to continue to work hard. I'm proud of what we did this legislative session. Worked, in strong support of Everglades funding, over $360 million for Everglades funding. Agriculture supported that. We supported funding north of Lake Okeechobee, not in spite of the rest of Everglades, in addition to. So let's all start working together, please. Recognize hard work from the past, build upon it in the future going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Mr. Chairman, for this item, that concludes general public comment.
Well, thank you very much, Rosie, and thank you all for your comments. I know we all appreciate them. We'll now move to board member comments, and let's see. Start on my left, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, two quick items. Number one, I know we sound like a broken record here sometimes, but we can never say enough about the people that run this agency. This past month, there was the Pahokee Marina that happened. And of course, the 8.5 square mile now is getting started. But, you all are defying all the odds. You're tearing down all traditional thinking that government is inefficient, that government is slow. You all are fast, you're efficient. And so to all of you, Lawrence, John, Carolyn, Drew, Jennifer Squared, and everybody that supports you. I am just so proud to be part of it. And so again, I thank you all for what you do. And I hope that Alligator Run is okay with me with a little congratulations, because he's entitled to it. But I believe a couple of weeks ago, something very important happened in his life. So I want to say congratulations. I'll let him tell you what happened.
I'm in the dark, but he will tell us. Vice Chair?
Cryptic, Charlie. I mean, cryptic. Dropping these little suspense. It's unbelievable. I would like to echo what Charlie said. It was great to receive a telephone call from Drew on the Pahokee Marina algae cleanup. And to get the call and to say, the first question is, how did we get, what are we doing? And it was like, no, we're going out there. We talked with DEP, I spoke with NOAA, we're all in sync, everybody's, cooperating with each other. And that sort of rapid response to get out to help people from Pahokee and, Mayor here speaking and city manager, I think everybody working collaboratively with each other, cooperating with each other, doing things to not point at other people and say, no, that's not our job, that's your job. Just being part of the solution. I think that this board's, general attitude has always been, how do we solve the problem? What kind of problem you got? How do we solve it? Okay. We need infrastructure projects, no problem. Let's green light those things. We need to get on the cleanup, no problem. We got water quality issues, let's do it. So I'm proud to be part of that because this is really my first role in government, and it was important to me to be efficient and to be working and to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. So I think that's a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, these algal blooms highlight a whole host of issues that we constantly talk about. Fortunately, I think for 2019 and 2020, we were fortunate enough to manage the lake in a way, and of course have Mother Nature cooperate as well, that we really didn't see. We saw some blooms, but nothing too bad. Hopefully what we're seeing now is not some sort of harbinger of what's to come in the summertime. Of course, we have no idea what the summer weather will bring, but this does highlight the fact that we need to get LOSUM correct. And I don't know, I think it seems like, we get some public comment about our engagement on LOSUM. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, and I've asked these questions, we are fully engaged on LOSUM. And I think it's been highlighted recently this week. Governor made, I think, at least two visits, one on the East Coast, which we were fortunate enough to join on, some of us, and then I think he was yesterday on the West Coast, also meeting with some of the stakeholders there. And I think that the bottom line at the end of the day is that LOSUM needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed correctly. I think it obviously needs to have a balanced approach, but it also, having a balanced approach means taking into consideration the good people of Southwest Florida who are living at the bottom end of the Caloosahatchee, and the people on the East Coast who are, also been victim in the past. And I think yesterday, just to close the loop on this, the lake was managed differently in 2019 and 2020 than it was this year, and we're now seeing the consequences of the management in 2021, and hopefully it's not going to get any worse, but it does highlight LOSUM's need and our need really to have, I think, maximum flexibility. You do the analysis on these things, as we add more tools to our arsenal in terms of how we can manage water, it seems ridiculous to me to not put into place a situation where you have maximum flexibility that allows the Water Management District and the Corps to do the things that they need to do proactively during the dry season, to be ahead of the game, so that we're not faced with April, May algal blooms, and hopefully not into the summertime. So with that, we had an email, I think, that came out yesterday. There's been a series of emails on water levels that have come out of the district, which I think are great. I'm assuming they get pushed out to everybody. I'm not the only guy getting those emails. But those emails seem to indicate, even right now, that there is capacity to move water south. There seems to be capacity in 3A. There's capacity in 2, I think was what was highlighted on the, it seems like we have the ability to move water south now. I don't know whether we're going to try to do that or not, but I think we need to be looking at options to move, if we can move some water out of the lake south, like now, that's better to me than having to start doing stuff when storms are coming in July and August and whatnot. You have communities of people who have been, these hospitality, tourism businesses that rely on their livelihood to do what they do. And, COVID, Florida's been probably the best place in the country you could possibly be. I don't think anybody would trade being in Florida for any other state, to be honest with you. But a lot of these communities that had tourism stuff early on, last year, it was hard. People were not showing up. Now, here they are, 2021, we've turned the corner. We've got a lot of revenue in the state, I think, coming in as a result of what the governor's done. But we're in a situation now where, hopefully don't get slimed. It'd be like a double whammy. And it just highlights the need, and, to close the loop on this thing, and the governor said it, and he's absolutely correct. It doesn't cost a dime to get the thing right. We pour all this money into water quality and infrastructure and whatnot, and they've done it. They've really raised the bar here. The governor's really raised the bar in Florida. But to do the water management correctly, it didn't cost anything. So we got to make sure that this is right and that we're doing it the right way.
Thank you. Thanks, Vice Chair. Ms. Solovich?
Thank you, Chair Goss. My husband tells me I need to be more positive. So I'm going to start off being positive. I had some wonderful trips with field trips with the South Florida Water Management staff. I went to Picayune Strand in Collier County. It was a real education and a real inspiration. I mean, really, really awesome restoration work they're doing there. Joanna Weaver and Mike Duver were my guides. And Mr. Duver had dedicated his entire life to this, and I felt like I met John Muir. I mean, he was just really, really wonderful. I also went to the Frog Pond, which is right at the entrance of Everglades National Park, to explore the vegetation management. You know, we pour a ton of money into invasive plants and animals, but particularly invasive plants. And Leroy Rogers, Christian Mason, and Brenda Mills took me on a great tour. And it was, again, you know, the South Florida Water Management District is huge. And because of the nature of things, we're usually focusing on a very small part of what happens at this district. And it is important to know all of the wonderful and difficult things the district is doing because our taxpayer dollars are paying for it and because it is vast and amazing, amazing. Also, I wanted to congratulate the birds. The birds are having an awesome year this year. And they're having a good year because it rained so much last year and because of Water Management District of the Corps and the South Florida Water Management District. They like water. So sometimes, you know, things are different, but I'm happy for the birds. And Mark Cook, who is a senior scientist here and a photographer, he flies in helicopters. His photographs are data. His photographs are data points, and there are millions of photographs that he has taken over the years as data points for these birds. And I'm sure Lawrence Glenn will be telling us about it. But I find inspiration in those birds when I'm ready to cry myself to sleep looking at the algae on Lake Okeechobee. I also wanted to say that I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Mark Elzer for the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan, which is a great education for all of us. And that's a 5-year plan that comes out every 5 years, and it's for 2045. It's really mind-boggling to look at the population numbers, especially for St. Lucie County, which is right above me. And when I was a little girl, there were only ranches there. Now it's a giant city. I also wanted to make a recommendation. I am so psyched that Governor DeSantis has come and been such a part of things for us. He is a busy man. He's got a lot on his plate, and he has like small kids to go home to. I mean, overwhelming, but he is here. And I thank him for being at the Jonathan Dickinson State Park. And I know there were a couple of them, but I would really appreciate if we could provide a transcript of that event and send that to the Army Corps. We are appointees of the governor, and I think his words are important, and maybe we're not speaking in the language of, how the Corps speaks when they talk about things, but I think they'll understand his words, and that should be documented. Also, just to close up my statements, I forgot my triangle today, even though I was early this morning. But my triangle is not because I want it to be a triangle. In my world, I would love if just one agency were in charge. Oh my God, if I were queen, that's how the world would be. But I am not queen. And Florida statutes determines how things work under 40E61, NEAP, or the Northern Everglades Basins. And I just want to read this briefly as I close. The Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Programs, which is the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee, and I'm sure it includes Lake Worth Lagoon and maybe some others, directs the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and the South Florida Water Management District to work together to reduce pollutants and achieve water quality standards in Lake Okeechobee, St. Lucie River, and Caloosahatchee River. I'm sorry, but I feel like someone's missing at the table, and I feel like it's the Department of Agriculture. I feel that someone from the Department of Water Quality needs to be sitting in this room today, because by Florida statutes, this is how it works. We are the triangle. My friend Rich Budell, who I know from years ago from the Department of Agriculture Services, he calls me often telling me things he's unhappy about or happy about, but he is constantly watching and in communication. It affects me. I need to see somebody here in this room as part of that triangle, and especially as we figure out how we're going to pay for all of these algae blooms that now we have a responsibility to clean up. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Mr. Stanley. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think all of the gratitude that and congratulations that Drew, you guys have heard about Pahokee and staff is well deserved. I think by the time I had a chance, which was probably three days after the major bloom, to get out and visit with you, I think you guys had already been there each of the preceding days, you, Sean, and others. So the comments today from everybody in terms of appreciation are well deserved, and really, you know, it made me so proud. We talk about government agencies being, you know, notoriously thought of as inefficient, and it made me so proud to be part of a government agency, a large government agency that is efficient, that went straight into the problem and took action, found the funds. We're talking today, or we have an item where those funds will increase. So thank you all for stepping up and taking action. So, and for me, you know, just while the marina is such a small example of how nutrient levels can affect our system, it's a big issue for those people. But we have so many challenges to overcome related to this nutrient issue, related to toxic algae blooms. It really did give me faith that we have the right people, we have the right processes to address these head on. The second thing is hearing a lot of issues, rightly so, or concerns, I should say, about surface water delivery. So as I understand it, there's two cities, Pahokee, my city, city of West Palm Beach, that gets their consumptive, their water supply from surface water. We're hearing concerns, rightly so, about that. When we have water in the lake, when it's not compromised, we can deliver. When we have water in the lake that's compromised, as it is now, it puts handcuffs around the situation. So it's most evident to me, these constraints, when we talk about the Loxahatchee River. We had a meeting at the Water Resources Task Force. The MFLs for the river have been hit, you know, previous to algae blooms. District wanted to deliver surface water, supplemental water, you know, through, because we have a flowway issue coming through grassy waters. We have to maintain water quality. We have optionality then. We have much less optionality now. And so, you know, I'm hoping, and it sounds to me like we'll continue to work with our partners. I think City of West Palm Beach is developing some modeling that has been discussed for a while now, which will help us get in front of these problems. But as I look at these projects where LOX is sort of a case study for me, we have these projects on the table. We've had conversations about how, you know, some of these things can take decades or a decade to make progress on. We want there to be something to protect by the time those projects begin implementation. So interim measures seem to me to be very important. They fall outside the SERP projects, but they ensure that we have taken some action to mitigate long-term irreversible damage to systems, whether it's the Loch River or anything else. So I know we're talking, Palm Beach County, specifically City of West Palm. I hope that process of engagement and partnership with these agencies continues, and I know it is, across the district, the 16 areas, so we can find sort of long-term solutions, or interim solutions to long-term projects in the meantime. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Steinley. Mr. Bergeron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I really want to thank our staff, like all of you have, regarding this devastation with the algae blooms in Pahokee and the environmental concerns that were addressed. I want to thank you, Drew, and our staff. It's amazing to have such a staff that we're working with for the best interest of 9 million people in 16 counties, and our drinking water supply, the environment, and quality of life for future generations. And also want to thank our stakeholders. I listen very closely to all of our stakeholders, just like my fellow board members here. And we learn a lot by them. And it's amazing that their passion and how they communicate as we all work together, because in this world that the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world, it's important that we're tied to the community and very transparent. And I really want to compliment them, and also want to compliment our governor. I've got to say, his energy level is unbelievable. His dedication to 20 million people in this state is totally amazing, his leadership. It's an honor to work with him and all our legislators that has given us wonderful opportunities to move forward on Everglades restoration. And Everglades restoration to me is a test. And it's sort of like what Marjorie Stoneman Douglas said, if we can pass the test, we probably can save our planet. Extremely important. I would like to see once a year that we recognize some of these icons of the past. I think that's important. There's so many great people prior to us that brought the attention to how important the Everglades is, not only to the environment and to the quality of life in Florida for future generations, but to be able to have economical growth and jobs too, which is important. And so if we can do that, Drew, I think that would be something extremely important. Lonesome, I'll be kind of brief on it, but I'm going to give just a layman's viewpoint on why we need to really look at the levels in Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee is the heart of the Everglades. And it's, when you look at what our forefathers did in 1949, nearly 3/4 of a century ago, and as we compartmentalized this system, and as we drained half the Everglades, and now the half we chose to drain is all coming into the half we chose to save, with the same amount of rains we had 100 years ago. We have this wonderful resource, 52 inches to 60 inches of rain a year, the most valuable resource on the planet. And all of this coming in to just half the bathtub, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to recognize these discharges that are going on, and how do we manage water levels Because if you go back to 1994, 25 years ago, and you look at 8 to 9 years in every decade, we have high water events. We have massive discharges. It continuously happens. So I think LOSUM is something that we have to really look at, because the water that's going out these rivers in quantities greater than natural, even if it was clean, destroys the estuaries. And that resource is not being used for agriculture, for water supply. It's being wasted. As we move forward, and that's what's important about the EAA reservoir, is to store this water and feed it to the environment, compatible with the wildlife and the plant communities, and move water south. I think that I'll give you just a brief update, but we're having meetings with our 4 federal partners and our 4 state agencies. I think grew every 6 weeks. These are constant meetings that are going on where we're looking at and addressing the barriers that are stopping water from moving south. And I know I sound like a broken record, and I apologize. But when you have billions of dollars of infrastructure and 3.6 miles of bridges, and I can remember back in 2013, as a FWC commissioner and the point commissioner of Everglades Restoration, we pushed the Tamiami Trail. And due to this board and due to our staff, the Tamiami Trail is being removed. That's a barrier. It stops water from moving south. When you look at the 8.5 square mile area, under the leadership of this board and our staff, recognizing that the water nearly 9 months out of the year can't flow through Shark River Slough, that's devastating, because you have the infrastructure to let it flow. So we've addressed that and let a contract. So that's another one of the barriers that we're working on. I'm working with staff in regards to the L28 additional culverts that are in part of Everglades Restoration to move more water southwest to the 10,000 Islands, naturally by gravity. It's not a big economical thing to put in, and we're doing all the calculations, and I'm repeating all this so our stakeholders can see what we're doing. To move water south, we're working on the S12A and B and the 343A and B and the 344 that is shut 9 months out of the year. And we're working on where those structures will be open year-round, water flowing by gravity. We're working with the Park Service on unnatural vegetation that's grown in the sloughs over the past half a century that's stopping water from moving south, which is another barrier. And as we continue to work on these 7 barriers, the road's going to be raised. And we have to be prepared to be able to implement the second phase of modified water delivery. And that's, when that happens, all this water going to Florida Bay, seagrass will stop dying, and we will have the natural flow established. And this is getting ready to happen in the next 2 or 3 years, with the road being raised, with the seepage wall being built, with the Tamiami Trail being removed, with additional culverts in the L28. We will be able to have the natural flow, not back this water up cumulatively for 9 months and then open gates for 3 months, and that's more water moving south and less water going out our rivers, destroying the estuaries in the Gulf and the Atlantic. And we're going to continue to have these meetings. There's 8 agencies involved for all this to happen. And we're going to continue these meetings until every one of these barriers are removed. And So that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Well, speaking of stories, I don't want to call you out, but you gotta tell us.
Huh? Well, my better half, Alligator Alley, proposed to me, and I accepted, and we got married.
Congratulations, Ron. Well, that's wonderful. Congrats. Ms. Meads, follow that.
Chairman, I don't think I
really
can.
spoke
I've got
for
big
her. I
tears
got
in my eyes. Congratulations, Alligator Ron. We're so happy for you.
Oh, well, we've been together a long time, and she's a wonderful lady that's brought me a lot of happiness, and we're true partners in saving the Everglades. Long live the Everglades. She's the one that taught me how to wrestle alligators too.
So I am sitting here in the Florida Keys. We are 125 miles long here in the Keys. We're connected by 42 bridges. We have one road in, one road out. Our infrastructure is fragile. We have a lot of visitors, and we sometimes run out of gasoline, even when the pipeline hasn't been hacked by ransomware and there's an emergency order. So I stayed home today. I regret that. I miss being there with you. And I also wanted to let you know that I'm looking out on the ocean right now, and I have 3 dogs that bark at lizards, boats, and birds. So I'm going to be mostly quiet today out of respect for all of you. But I wanted to say a few things. I just have had so much fun with all the exciting events, celebrating the progress toward the 29 priority environmental restoration projects set for us by Governor DeSantis. And the one that I will truly never forget was when we celebrated the project partnership agreement between the district and the Corps to start construction on the EAA reservoir. And I'm sorry that all of the stakeholders could not have been there with us that day. It was very memorable. I want to again congratulate the staff for working through that in such a timely manner, and Vice Chairman Wagner for all of the work that he did. And I wanted to also give a thanks to Jackie Thurlow-Lipich for this fight that she has fought for years. And I'm so impressed and amazed and pleased to know you. And I'm just grateful. Also, staff invited me to visit the new site for the Homestead Field Station. That was great, needed new field station for our friends there in Homestead. I have an affection for Homestead and all of the people and the farmers there. I'm grateful to them. I also had a wonderful time with Doug Gaston, Dr. Jerry Lorenz, Sean Cooley, and Congressman Carlos Jimenez. We went from the Florida Bay to Taylor Creek in a small boat, and then the congressman and Doug Gaston and Jerry Lorenz and the congressman's aide got into a much smaller boat, and they went in from the bay to the Everglades, which is an amazing thing to see and to do. And thank you, Doug, for arranging that for us. It was wonderful. I also wanted to tell Dr. Weisskopf how much I enjoy your comments. I always look forward to your participation in public comment. Really do enjoy it. Thank you for that. And finally, I wanted to tell Newton Cook about his comments on the lake. I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you, Newton. That's all I've got, Chairman.
Oh, thanks very much, Ms. Meads. I don't have many comments. I've got a couple. I do want to thank the Corps of Engineers very much for signing the PPA after we did. We had a great event. It was so nice to have the governor there to be able to celebrate. It was so nice to be able to see former Senator Joe Negron there, who worked so hard on that with you, Jackie, and everybody on that project. And to see it moving forward is really, really heartwarming. And it's great for the Everglades. And speaking of the governor, he's been so engaged. We've seen him twice this week. He's been very engaged on Loesome, and I think that's great. We've heard his remarks on the East Coast. We heard his remarks yesterday on the West Coast. I had a chance to sit in with him as he had a roundtable with business owners on the Southwest Coast, and they told him in no uncertain terms what Loesome means to them and their businesses, in their livelihood and their way of life. And he heard it. And so I think that, as we go through this, I don't think we've been silent on Loesome. I think we adopted a pretty good statement on it last month or the month before. And that statement talked about balance, and I still believe that very strongly. I think that the balance is the most important thing we can do, and ensure balance is in the eye of the beholder. One of the tensions I've noticed, and I've heard it a couple times today, is the question of flexibility versus certainty. And that's something that I wrestle with a little bit, because the flexibility we had in 2018 and 2019 really served us well. We have, and I know that there's some folks who want certainty, but I just, when I look at the weather here, I don't know how you can ever design a system that's going to give you 100% certainty without putting somebody at risk. So someone is always going to have to be the bill payer for that. And that's not balanced to me. So I think we have to come up with something that does balance, and where there's no one bill payer all the time. And I think we can do that. And I think the Corps will work with us on that. Last comment is, this one's going to sound a little bit odd because it's something that no one really talks about much, but it's something that I'm losing sleep about. As Drew knows, I lose sleep about odd things. The Colonial Pipeline, what happened in Oldsmar, I am always super concerned about making sure that we are as hard a target as possible, in every way possible. Whether it's physical security, whether it's internet security, whether it's electronic security. And I just want to make sure the staff understands that if there's something you all need, or something you don't think we're doing, let us know from a budgetary standpoint, because we owe it to the people of South Florida to make sure that we are the hard target, because it's getting too easy, and none of us wants to be that headline. So it's avoidable, and I know Dwayne and his group do a great job, and I see you sitting back there. But it's if there's something you need, let's do it, because it's really important. Particularly, I look at what the great presentation you gave on DB Hydro. I think it's awesome, but it also opens it up where we've got an awful lot of people coming in and using our services. And I don't know enough about it to be smart, but I do know that it's a risk. So, please do whatever you have to do to minimize that risk and to make us as hard a target as possible. And then on Pahokee, y'all did a great job. I mean, that was government at its best, as Vice Chair Wagner and the others have said. It's so easy to just point your finger and say, that's not my job, because it's probably not our job. But you didn't. You did what you had to do, and you did it well, and you served that community well, and that community is part of the South Florida Water Management District. I think it's everyone respects what we did there, and I can't thank you enough, Drew, for your leadership there. Having said that, as we go forward, I think that the state needs to look at, and this is probably something we need to work with DEP and maybe FDACS on, is having some sort of rapid reaction force where we either have equipment, personnel, ready to go, because I don't think it's going away. I think we're going to see it in the future, and I don't know what the technology is, and I don't really care, but the smart people can figure that out. But I think that having, the Forest Service has got, same thing. They know they're going to have fires, so they've got people ready to go. We're going to have algae blooms. We should have stuff and people ready to go so that we can deal with that. And when I say we, I don't necessarily mean just the Water Management District. I'm talking about government as a whole. So Adam, sorry, but that's it seems to make sense, rather than sort of going, oh gosh, we got a problem over there, we have no idea how to deal with it, because it's going to happen again. So those are my remarks, and we will now move on to consent agenda. No. Well, it's called zero trust. That's fine. Do we have any public comment on consent agenda, Rosie? Or actually, is there any board member who wants to move any consent agenda? I'm making an assumption they don't, but sorry. Go ahead. Now we can go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we can give it a minute, I don't see any raised hands as of yet. I don't have any raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
Great. I need to let you know that on items 19A and B of the consent agenda, they're going to require a 2/3 vote of the board. And I'd love a motion to approve consent agenda items 12 to 22.
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on those? Any discussion on those? Hearing none, we're going to call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously, and now we'll move on to technical reports. Mr. Mitnick. Tell us when it's going to start to rain or when it's going to stop.
I can tell you what I'm thinking, though. Sorry. All right. So, as usual, I'm going to walk through the monthly water conditions report, taking a look back at the last couple of months. You can see for the month of April, we'd had just slightly above average rainfall, which was a small break from the prior 3 months, where we had a little bit excess of rain. So far for the month of May, we've gotten some rain over the last 13 days or so, but there's still a way to go before you hit the average. Hopefully this May will not look like May of 2020, where we had over 3.5 inches of excess rain, but we'll see how the rest of the month goes. So again, looking back at April, just slightly above average. The majority of that above average rainfall was up here north of Lake Okeechobee and to the west of Lake Okeechobee, as well as over top of the lake itself. The drier portions of the district were through the central portion from their lower Palm Beach County over towards the lower west coast. Overall, for the dry season, we've had a lot of conversations in the last couple of months about La Nina and how it affects dry season rainfall. You can sort of see that effect. We finished the dry season. Well, I shouldn't say we finished, because technically we're still in it. The wet season hasn't been called yet, but I'll get to that later. So far the dry season has been below average, roughly 71% of average, and that's indicative of that La Nina-like conditions that you experienced during the dry season. And we've got roughly a 4-inch deficit of rainfall going back to November of 2020. So overall, starting at the upper chain of the lakes, looking at how the system's performed, as I talk about typically during this time of year, each of the lakes, East Lake Toho and Lake Toho, are receding for this time of year, trying to get down to their summer pools down here on July 1, so then they can start accommodating those wet season inflows as you go through the rest of the year. Similar story in Lake Kissimmee, except as I've talked about in prior months, there's a deviation that is in place for Lake Kissimmee that allows it to go above its regulation schedule during this period of time to facilitate some of the construction that the Corps of Engineers is doing for the restoration of the Kissimmee River, and therefore we can limit the flows down the river coming out of Lake Kissimmee so as to not hinder their construction. Imagine trying to do construction on a moving river. It can be difficult at times if there's too much water coming down the river. So right now, there's about 600 CFS that's coming out of Lake Kissimmee and moving down south towards the river. Taking the next step down, looking at Lake Okeechobee, you can see the projection, roughly the 50% probability of being somewhere in this band on June 1st. If this is the 25% line down here, it comes just below 13 feet there on June 1st. So you're likely to be, somewhere around, I'd say 13.3 to 13.5 by June 1st for Lake Okeechobee this morning. It was at 13.65. I think you heard some of that in the comments earlier today. So real quick for the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual, you've already heard a fair amount of discussion. You've heard Mr. Bartlett talk about staff is intending on holding a very detailed public workshop with the governing board come the month of June to dive as far as you like into LOSUM as we continue to move forward. But what has transpired over the last month, and I know we had a little bit more detailed presentation in the prior month, but since that last governing board meeting, what has transpired, the Corps has held some public workshops back towards the second, I think third week of April here to talk about those differing viewpoints on what balance may look like to various individuals and various groups. So they received some of that input, and then just last week they held another project delivery team meeting wherein they presented what their next array of conceptual alternatives will look like, at least as a starting point, as they continue to work with the Interagency Modeling Center and how to translate those concepts into actual model code that can be implemented within the model. But just looking forward in time, I think Mr. Bartlett had referenced this earlier. We're anticipating the next round of modeling to be produced and available to the project delivery team and the public at large. They're the beginning of June. So that's the information that everybody will be working to digest and comb through, and staff will be getting prepared to be able to hold that workshop with each of the governing board members and engage with you directly on what your viewpoints are and how you view each of those concepts and what you think should continue to move forward into what is the third iteration and presumably the recommended concept or recommended approach on how Lake Okeechobee is managed through the system operating manual. So there's going to be a lot more discussion, a lot more engagement, both at the board level and with the public as we move forward in time. Yes, Mr. Ehrlich.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. I just thought, excuse me, this is a good time to maybe ask for what Congressman Mast pointed out, which I thought was really well said, and I was kind of bummed that I didn't think about saying it, because the language part, that we know how to speak the language of the Army Corps, so to speak, is, I think it's true, like, it's hard for them to even listen to us. It's hard for them to listen to us when I'm going like, oh, send the water south, they're like, what does that mean? So could you please help us in interpreting these things in a way that when we interact with the Army Corps, we can be understood?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's what that workshop in June will focus on. Obviously, your staff knows how to speak Corp. We've been doing it for, I don't know, ever since the CNSS system was put in place, some 60-odd years. But as we move forward, we'll be engaging both individually with each of the board members and collectively in that workshop as we talk about what Corps speak means and what AA or BB plan array means, and how we take that statement that the board developed last month and translate that into what does a plan really look like. So that's what we'll be going through over the next couple of weeks as we get that second round of modeling. And it really starts in earnest once that modeling data is produced that first week of June.
Okay, well, we look forward to you helping us. Thanks. So stepping down a little bit farther into the system, looking at the conservation areas and the Central Everglades. So Conservation Area 1 had been declining nicely through the dry season. It got a little bumps from some rain right there and then continued once again with its recession. So right now it's pretty much at regulation schedule or slightly above regulation schedule, and is in a really good place for this time of year and getting ready to receive what will be those rains that begin in the wet season. Conservation Area 2, Mr. Bergeron, I know last month we had a lot of conversations about Conservation Area 2, about it being above schedule back here in March and the beginning part of April. And I asked you to hang in there with me, and that I told you that I'm pretty sure it'll get down to schedule by June 1st for hurricane season by a natural recession. And I'm happy to stand here before you today and tell you we put our money where our mouth is, and it's down below schedule by June 1st for hurricane season. And that natural recession got us where we needed to be for this time of year.
Well, thank you for that. I was out there in the airboat 2 days ago, and you're telling the truth.
Well, I always do that, sir, but thank you. Looking over at Conservation Area 3, once again, it's been below schedule for quite some time now. It's continuing to recede. We're continuing to deliver water in accordance with the Tamiami Trail flow formula. This week, the flow formula has been calling for just over 600 cubic feet per second to be delivered out of Conservation Area 3 and into Everglades National Park, either through Northeast Shark River Slough over here or directly through the S12s right here. However, as a result of what the water levels are right now, as you can see on this graphic here, water levels have been declining. All of these structures down here are gravity structures. They are not pump stations. They just flow via gravity. So although the flow formula is calling for about 600 cubic feet per second to move out of Area 3 and into Everglades National Park, what we've been able to really deliver because of just the hydraulics of the situation using gravity is about 200 CFS less than that, and just over 400 CFS is what we've been able to deliver. One of the things about the flow formula is that it recognizes that shortfall, and every week it gets recalculated. But moving forward in time, we're still governed by what gravity can deliver. And so with those lower water levels that you see here, we'll still be limited by how much physically can be moved through the structures just from, like I said, a sheer gravity hydraulic issue. As we go a little bit farther down the system, to the South Bay Conveyance System, we're still continuing to move some water from the upper L31 North here down the system to actually a pump station that's behind this text box, the 332D pump station, and moving that water into the detention cells to be able to further slow some of the recession that occurs this time of year on the eastern side of the park, and also be able to hydrate Taylor Slough a little bit more as well. So that's the overall highlights of the southern system.
And John, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
On 3A, are we putting water into 3A?
Yes, good point. I should have touched on that. I apologize. So right now, as we speak this morning, there's about 3,000 cubic feet per second of water coming out of Lake Okeechobee moving south. Over the last 7 days, that's averaged about 2,000 cubic feet per second. And over the last 7 days, we've been trying, of that 2,000, we've been trying to move about 700 cubic feet per second to the stormwater treatment areas. And then what's coming out of these two particular stormwater treatment areas, STA2 and STA3-4, is about 400 CFS. So you're breaking it down. If there's a 7-day average of 2,000 coming out, 600 going into these two STAs, and there's 400 coming out that we're trying to distribute across the top of Area 3A to manage some of that recession. And we're even at one point we were taking water out of Area 2 and running it across the bottom and putting it in over here in the northwest side. We had to stop those operations just recently because of Area 2 coming down and getting back below its schedule. But as best we can, we're trying to promote water over here to the northwest corner of 3A.
So our limiting factor right now is the health of STA 3, 4, and 2, or I guess I should say 2 and 3, 4.
Correct. It's those health and vegetation issues that we've talked about before that Lawrence will also touch on in his presentation, as well as all of the construction activity that is currently going on, specifically in STA 2.
Okay. So that, just looking at this sort of from a lens of a long-term lens, that this is a one-time problem. I'm thinking of the road construction problem. The highway's going to be back open next year, and I mean in the future we're going to be able to move more water south quicker if those STAs come back, as we're hoping.
Yeah, it's always our intent to move as much water south as we physically can, and as we've talked about before, and I'll get in the next couple of slides, you'll see you're also dealt with what Mother Nature gives you.
Can I just
Certainly.
clarifying question? I should know this, but if you said on average about 2,000 CFS, so 2,000 CFS
for the
was
last
the average
for the last 7 days.
southbound.
Correct.
But of that, only 700 into the STAs, meaning there's about 1,300 on average going to the EAA.
Correct.
Okay, for water supply.
Correct.
Okay, And that is,
Well, I'm sorry, yes to the EA water supply, but is also coming down C-51 right behind our building, going to Lake Worth Drainage District.
for water supply.
Supply, correct.
For water supply. Okay. And because I'm trying to get to Scott's point and everybody's point, which is as much water south as possible. I think we'll see probably from the SCA data that we're still overutilizing from an average perspective, the STAs. So I mean, it's not you're optimizing southbound flow with all the constraints south of the system, south of the lake.
Correct. We are, said another way, we are assuming additional risk on the stormwater treatment areas by continuing to move water south. Over the past water year, not to steal any of Lawrence's thunder, but over the past water year, the STAs have received the record highest inflows in a water year that they have in their entire period of record.
Yep. That's the first link in the long chain. Excuse me. That is a limiting factor to the southbound flow. Okay.
Can I follow with just a quick? The 2,000 CFS that flows south. How or who maybe dictates how much of that goes to water supply and how much of that ends up? So you got 2,000 going south, and you got at some point 1,300 is taking the first exit into the EA, 700 are making it into the SCAs. How is that divvied up? Is that merely private ownership of land who decide, okay, we're pulling, or is that?
So generally, the way it'll work, the three structures there on the south end of Lake Okeechobee, S352 right here, S351, I'm sorry, 352, 351, 354. We operate those structures to maintain the canal levels, being in Miami, North New River, Hillsborough, and West Palm Beach Canal. Users within the Everglades agricultural area pull off of those canals. So we'll open the structure to maintain a certain elevation in those canals. At the same time, when I talk about the 600 or 700 CFS that's moving into the SCAs, we'll operate the pump stations at the southern end to pull that water into the stormwater treatment areas. And we'll operate those pump stations to get our 600 or 700 CFS. And then as the other users pull off of the canals, canal level will decrease, and the gate will automatically just keep on opening up to maintain that sort of canal level.
Got it. So the and are you, so when you okay, so it's automatically gauged towards the level of the canal. So
Yes.
That's basically that 2,000 that's being sent. You don't wake up one morning and go, you know what, I'm gonna push 2,000 CFS south. That number is dictated by the canal level.
Under normal operations, when you get into drought operations, yes, we do wake up one morning and say, this is how much we're delivering.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So moving on to these couple slides, you'll notice they look a little bit different than they have in months past. But before I walk through what those differences are, I want to point out one thing, that for the version that is presented here right now and what was posted to the website, there's an error, and that error is this number right here. There was not 4 million acre feet discharged out of the Upper East Coast to the Indian River Lagoon and St. Lucie Estuary in water year 2021. The graphic on the left-hand side, this is water year 2021. That is the correct number, 461,000 acre feet is what should appear over here. But staff will get the slide corrected and reposted to the website for anybody that may have already downloaded the presentation. There's an update coming, so ignore this 4 million acre feet.
You're never coming back from this, man.
All right, so some of the differences. We talk a lot about water years. So a water year runs from May 1st and wraps around to April 30th of the following year. So here we are sitting May 13th. we just completed water year 21. So water year 21 started May 1st of 2020 and ended April 30th of 2021. So the table below, we've modified it to display the last 3 water years. So this is water year 2019. That was May 1st of 2018 to April 30th of 2019, water year 2020, and water year 2021. In addition, you'll notice this other table up here that shows this is the amount of rainfall that occurred in each of those 3 water years in the Northern Everglades. So just north of Lake Okeechobee, north, east, and west of Lake Okeechobee. This area here experienced this rainfall in each of those water years. So starting with the rainfall, you'll notice in 2019 there was roughly 49 inches of rain fell north of Lake Okeechobee. Water year 2021, you had 54 inches of rain fell north of Lake Okeechobee. So how did each of those amounts of rainfall manifest themselves and how water got moved around in the Northern Everglades is what this table over here represents. So just some quick highlights. Inflows to Lake Okeechobee in 2019, there were just a little bit less than 2 million acre feet came into Lake Okeechobee. A lot less came in water year 2020 because there was less rainfall. This past year, there was roughly, 700,000 acre feet more came into Lake Okeechobee than it did in 2019. So to put that in perspective, 700,000 acre feet of water is roughly 1.3, maybe 1.4 feet on Lake Okeechobee. So Lake Okeechobee had 1.3 feet more inflows of water this past year than it had in 2019, and significantly more than that, almost a million acre feet, 1.3 million acre feet more water than it experienced in 2020. Going a little bit farther down, how did that water move out of Lake Okeechobee? Just from a runoff, Lake O and basin runoff to the estuaries, you can see 2019 to 2021, this past year, roughly similar for the total volumes received between basin and lake to the estuaries. But if you just solely look at the total lake releases to the estuaries, again, overall, between 2019 and 2021, you're roughly similar, right around that million acre feet. There was obviously a lot less in 2019 because lake levels were already low in 2019. But breaking down 2019 lake releases to the Caloosahatchee were about 750,000 acre feet, and to the St. Lucie, you had about 300,000 acre feet of this million went to the St. Lucie estuary in 2019. This past year in 2021, again, roughly 750,000 acre feet, or 750,000 went to the Caloosahatchee, but only just short of 200,000 acre feet went to the St. Lucie. So although overall they both experienced roughly the same amount of inflows, 1 million acre feet, the distribution was a little bit different from year to year.
John, are those regulatory releases?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
that's what I'm.
Yeah, they're all defined as regulatory releases, but for the Caloosahatchee, as you're well aware, it also includes some of those lower environmental releases as well.
Okay.
It's just total water delivered. I already talked about the area here. So for the Upper East Coast, you can see between 2019 and 2021, there was significantly more water, and that's attributed to that additional rainfall that fell in 2021. Because if you recall, and I know Mr. Olipis, you probably remember it well, this area was a target during the past wet season, and it's received some excessive rainfall amounts in the Upper East Coast area. So looking at the...
Sorry, could you go back? Did I miss something? So total releases south, less than 500. We've got, in a year where the inflows into the lake were highest, of the three, we have the lowest releases south. Can you just go through the numbers there?
Yep, that's the next slide.
Sorry. I knew you weren't going to skip that. That's the finale.
So yeah, looking at the southern portion of the system, exactly to your point, Jay, if you look at total outflows, it's a little bit different, but if you're only looking at this number right here, that's the 474,000 that is back here on this slide for 2021 that you were talking about. One of the reasons is, again, looking at the rainfall. How much rain fell south of Lake Okeechobee? There's roughly 9 inches more rain fell south of Lake Okeechobee in 2021 than it did in 2019, and what's that, 16 inches of rain more fell south of Lake Okeechobee in 2021 than it did in 2020. So when you look at how much water moved directly south out of Lake Okeechobee in 2021, this 475,000 acre feet, it was heavily influenced by that additional 16 inches of rain that fell south of Lake Okeechobee and filled up the water conservation areas. And you can see some of that in the inflows to the water conservation areas. Last year in 2020, there's roughly 1.2 million acre feet came into the conservation areas. This year, there's almost 1 million more acre feet than the prior year flowed into the water conservation areas. Good news is, I'm sure you'll hear this from Lawrence, is there was an excellent wading bird season from all of that water. Not only that, but also when you jump down to the bottom and you look at the inflows into both Everglades National Park and the detention cells that are on the eastern side of Everglades National Park. 2019, 1.1 million, not shabby, pretty good. 2.7 million acre feet went into the park and the detention areas. So that difference of 1.6 million acre feet from 2019 to 2021, 1.6 million acre feet, to put that in terms of what most people can relate to, that's almost 3.5 feet on Lake Okeechobee.
I think that's such an important point. I mean, when we and everybody else seem to judge our effectiveness in southbound water from the number coming out of the lake going south, which then has to go through STAs. This is water that does not need to be treated because it's rainfall.
Rainfall directly in the conservation
And
area.
it's coming through cleaner into, and we see a 3 times plus volume increase from the prior year, when we still had indication by your number before that we had the lowest southbound from the lake. So I think we have to, I guess I knew that before, but my brain always goes to, how are we doing? Our grade, our report card is on how much water from the lake are we sending south. I have to remind myself all the time that this is a system, not a single component.
Right. Well, what you just said, because you see that 474.6 number, and then you just said, but the STAs took more water than they've ever taken before, and I'm sitting there going, how can that be? Well,
that's 60 inches of rain.
The other point to that is that, yes, it's more in 2021. In fact, it's more in 2021 than in 2019 and 2020 combined.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that I always think is interesting is that you don't really know based on this particular graph, like even if the 2703 is good. You just know that it's better than 2019 and 2020. But you don't know if you've reached a level, like for instance, we start putting curtain walls in, enabling us to push more water south, not jockeying over into the 8.5 square mile area. You remove the Tamiami Trail and the road beds there, and you remove a lot of these limiting factors. It seems to me like, 2703.1 is like, oh wow, compared to 2019 and 2020, it looks amazing. But who knows, like, once we start removing these things, the Everglades seems like it could take a lot more and should probably take a lot more. So continuing to move it, building on these things, I think doing what we're doing is where we need to be. But it is, it's deeply troubling to hear about the SCA limiting factors, because that's literally the first, it's like, okay, let's go south. It's like literally the first stop. It's like, sorry, we got an obstacle here. But I mean, I guess we're working on that too.
Well, the other thing that's why we're talking about removing these barriers, the 7 barriers, because you had 1,500,000 acre-feet in the Central Everglades above schedule. And that's the average water flow volumes in an average rain year. But it was all stuck in the Central Everglades because of all these barriers that we're removing to where that water will equalize with shared adversity and shared impacts globally, which allows more water to go south, not shutting gates and all the things we're removing now, where that water's flowing in the oozing river of grass 12 months out of the year, not shutting gates for 9 months, being restricted to move water south beyond the Tamaami Trail, and then all of a sudden it's like the Colorado River heading south. So that's the important thing we're working on, that we get this water flow, we remove the barriers that we're all working on to where this equalizes.
So just to be, because I know there's a lot of purists out there that only look at direct inflows to the park. So if you're interested in just the direct inflows to the park, it's these two numbers that you look at. And so you're in the roughly 1.8 million acre feet range. And this 815,000 is associated with the detention areas that are on this other side. So of that 2.7, roughly the 1.8 would have been those direct inflows into Northeast Shark River Slough and Everglades National Park.
Speaking of down there, isn't there something inside the park that you've mentioned in the past that is a possible barrier? It's an old road. Is anything happening with that?
Yes. So right down here in this area, there are some old roads going around Taylor Slough. We've had a lot of conversations with park staff recently, and we're working on developing a plan to utilize district staff, field station staff, to go out there and help degrade some of those roads, as well as install a number of culverts under those remnant roads to reestablish some of the connectivity down through Taylor Slough. I believe the last that I had heard, staff's intent is to try to initiate some of that work this coming dry season. So that would be in the November, December timeframe of this year.
Thanks.
So lastly, just to wrap up this slide, just the lower East Coast and how much water has been sent to the intercoastal into the ocean and to tide, just the difference being roughly 3.8 million acre feet over the course of this past year was delivered to the intercoastal from direct rainfall along the urban areas of the lower East Coast. So real quick, just looking at groundwater, we continue to watch the lower West Coast. As you recall, the red indicators are not necessarily an indicator of an emergency, but it's within that lower 10% of the historical record for that monitoring wall. So as we talked about, I think Mr. Elsner talked about last month, we're continuing to watch this area and work with those entities over there on the lower West Coast as to the status of the aquifers and withdrawals from groundwater. So looking ahead as to what the forecast. So in talking to your meteorologist, as you may be aware, there's some rain events earlier this week that brought some rain to the lower East Coast and portions north of Lake Okeechobee. We're likely to see that pattern continue today and into tomorrow. But then there will be a small lull in rainfall over the next couple of days through Monday, Tuesday of next week. If it wasn't for this lull, the rains that we experienced earlier this week and a little bit last night, I know it rained on my house here in Palm Beach County last night, the atmosphere is starting to show signs of the sea breeze action kicking up. And that's what you start to look for the initiation of the wet season. So if it wasn't for this little lull, I might be able to pontificate a little bit more. But we'll see after we get through this lull the next couple of days and what happens a little bit later next week. And if we see that cyclogenesis in the atmosphere kick up and the sea breeze action start once again, then that could possibly be the start of the wet season towards the end of next week or the following week. But I'll tell you what happens when I'm back here in June. So with that, just the precipitation forecast and outlook from the Climate Prediction Center. It's continuing to call for slightly to above average rains all the way through the rest of this year down into November, as you would expect for the wet season. U.S. Drought Monitor, back in March, this is kind of what it looked like for the state of Florida. With some of the rains that we've gotten, this is what it looked like just a couple of days ago. And again, this is just indicative of the rainfall and soil moisture content. It's not necessarily indicative of drought conditions. Finally, I'll wrap up with the tropical outlook. So Colorado State University's forecast for this year is 17 named storms, of which 4 of them will be major hurricanes. So as you know, for anybody who's lived in South Florida for a number of years, these forecasts get updated. Hopefully these will come down. We'll see. But this is what the forecast was the beginning of April, and we'll, like I keep on saying, we'll continue to see what Mother Nature and the wet season brings us. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I've got one. If you could go back to slide 5, I'll put you on the spot a little bit. Then the forecast center had us at a little bit higher probability for rainfall through the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that do to our, do you know what that does to our 50% line? Does that move it up? Or, I mean, I'm assuming there's a correlation. I just don't know if you've actually figured out what it is.
Yeah, what it would do, so this projection is recalculated every month.
Yep.
So we're sitting here, and I want to say since this projection was made on May 8th, it really starts there on May 1st. Since May 1st, I think we've been tracking along the 25% line.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. So what would happen is when we redo the projection come June 1st, let's say the lake only got to 13.5 by June 1st, then the projection would be recalculated, and more than likely that 50% line would increase up higher, yes.
So I guess now I'll really put you on the spot. What probability of regulatory discharges this summer?
All right, so give me 1 second here.
Nice.
So looking at the Caloosahatchee, you're familiar with these graphics. We had them several months back. So probability in orange or tannish, there's less than 600, it's greater than 650 CFS. So you can imagine as lake levels are continuing to remain high as we go through the wet season, you have more often than not greater than a 50% chance of having those higher level releases. We don't really, in this graphic, you can't discern whether or not those are higher than 2100, but maybe that's something I can look at with staff and give you an idea after the meeting of what that looks like greater than 2100. But this is what it looks like for the Caloosahatchee, and then similar situation for the St. Lucie, other than ignore the to be updated later.
Got it. My point is that folks in the coastal estuaries are very nervous with the lake level right now, and what I'm thinking is if it's a normal summer, not last summer, but maybe the summer we had in 2020 or water year 2020, would we have to have regulatory discharges? And my guess is probably no if we have that little rain, but I'm just trying to sort of get a handle on that.
So if it was a normal average wet season, would we have to have regulatory discharges?
Yeah.
So as you're well aware, a lot of factors go into that. So in looking at the construction that has occurred around Lake Okeechobee recently, I want to say that the Corps of Engineers is better positioned this year than they were in prior years. not all the way where we need to be, but better than prior years on being able to look at the condition of the Herbert Hoover Dike and make that judgment on when it's time to increase regulatory releases beyond that 2100 CFS. And so you can pretty much assume the lake is going to continue to rise through the wet season. It'll be a large factor will be what is the tropical activity.
Right.
And how often we may or may not get those tropical systems. We may be able to survive through an average wet season, but then you get a tropical storm and all bets are off.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. I appreciate you. Mr. Olepich.
Hi, Mr. Mitnick. Can you please go back to one of the slides that shows the lake? I was just hoping that you would kind of point out for me where structure 352, 351, and 354 are.
1 second to get my pointer back. There. So 352 is the West Palm Beach Canal up here. 351 is a larger structure, and it covers both the North New River and the Hillsborough Canal, so it sits right about there. And then 354 is over here on the Miami Canal.
Okay. So one of the issues that we're having with the St. Lucie Canal, with the structure 308 at Port Mayaca, is that, of course, that structure has to let in water for water supply to agriculture, who I wish was here, they could talk.
Navigation as well.
And navigation, absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely, navigation. But I think you tell me. So like with navigation, it's like they're opening and closing the locks, right?
Correct, but they also haven't got to maintain a certain elevation in the canal itself for navigation to traverse through the canal and not hit the bottom, essentially.
Is that 14 feet?
I forget the range. I don't know. 14.2.
14.2. Okay, that's very good to know. Absolutely. And then, so there's a lot of agriculture in Western Martin County, and it's been there for many generations, and they're taking on water supply through there too. So that water is like algae ridden to the max, and you can see algae all over it. So is there algae-laden water also going to 352, 351, and 354? Do we not really pay attention to that?
No, we absolutely pay attention to it. And yes, I was just driving down the West Palm Beach Canal yesterday, and it has algae in it.
So I know it's not really our purview or whatever, but I mean, is there an issue with this algae watering the plants that we eat? Are there water quality, just like there's water quality, there's water quality standards for different things. Are there also water quality standards for the water that waters the crops that we eat, the tomatoes, the sugar, everything?
From the Food and Drug Administration, there are standards for water, not water quality the way you're thinking of it, but for water that is used in irrigation on certain crop types. The details of that I am not familiar with. But whether or not the algae is of concern to growers within the agricultural area, I'd have to defer that to someone more knowledgeable than myself.
Okay, and then the Lake Worth Lagoon, they also have a large agriculture area, right?
Correct. The Lake Worth Drainage District over here.
That's not ag though, is it?
There are agricultural operations within the Lake Worth Drainage District, yes.
I'm sorry, okay, I thought most of that was the city. So are there any crops out further by like Connors Highway and I thought it was very interesting. I should just get to the point. So I read an article in the newspaper, and I thought of Jay when I read it, and it was very interesting, about the algae being an issue coming into the canal, and they have, West Palm Beach County has an agriculture history is deep as anyone, and then also the complications of the Canal and, grassy waters and the water supply situation. I mean, so like they couldn't take that water. They didn't want it because it was algae water. So now they have to wasn't somebody else telling them they'd give them their water?
Yeah, so what you're talking about is the city of West Palm Beach and their desire to protect the public drinking water supply that the city produces for its 100,000 plus residents, and whether or not they continue to pull that water supply off the L8 Canal way out here, and that has algae in it, and move it through the M Canal, through the water catchment area, and to the two lakes that serve the city's surface water treatment plant over here in West Palm Beach.
I mean, these are serious issues, and it's, I mean, I guess we're just at a tipping point, really, to have to really embrace all of this because it's kind of like a lot of other things that are happening with the big storms and not having gas this week. And, there's a lot more disruption than there used to be within the system, which requires a lot more flexibility, which is what they're talking about in laws. So it's very important, and absolutely these things deserve no politics or infighting when we're talking about them, because we're talking about the most important thing, which is sustaining ourselves through water and food. Thanks.
Anyone else have questions for Ms. Mitnick? All right. Well, speaking of food, we're going to let Lawrence go. That way he doesn't have to present on a full stomach. And then we'll have lunch after his presentation.
Oh, you wrote it.
I hope that makes you feel better, Chauncey.
Well, Lawrence, are you standing in that swamp there? Huh?
I've got my fishing shirt on. Actually, I'm on the beach in Captiva fishing one morning, and I just caught a really nice snook that's lower in the picture, but they cut that out. I'm really happy to be here today to give you the ecological update for this week, which is May 13th. Starting at the top of the system, looking at the Kissimmee, John indicated that we are limiting release down the Kissimmee River, and that's to facilitate construction. So you see we have about 560 CFS going through the restored area, and the floodplain is pretty dry. Some of the construction that is being done is on the floodplain, and it's easier to work in the dry than it is the wet, definitely. DO levels are considerably above the level of concern at about 6 milligrams per liter, which is really good. And then coming down and looking at the wading bird foraging that we've had, we're about to end that for the season. We had a pretty significant start to it, but you see that was due to this decline that kind of concentrated prey. That prey was pretty much eliminated in November and December as water levels were down and basically the groceries were consumed. But following this other recession we had here, that concentrated basically the remainder of the prey base, and we had a spike. So now we're seeing that at the end of the year, pretty much the prey base has been depleted within the floodplain. Coming down on the Lake Okeechobee, as John mentioned, so this data is just a bit old. It's about 13.65 is the stage currently on the lake. So we're having starting to see the edges dry out and getting lower water levels in the marsh, which is a good thing from a wading bird perspective. Looking at the ecological envelope and where we've been above it for the majority of the time since January 1st. We've actually been in the envelope for 26 days. We would like it to be more, but that's where we started from. So we've gotten into the ecological envelope now. And where that is in comparison to previous years, we're following this same recession and we've about caught up to 2015. And depending on what happens with rainfall, as John said, we will continue likely along this same recession rate. It'll remain to be seen where we end up before the rains begin. Looking at wading bird foraging, this is the 5-year average is this blue line. And what we saw was a pretty big use of the lake during February and March. And that has kind of dropped a bit recently. And in talking to the avian ecologist saying, why are we seeing this drop now? And there are exceptional conditions in the Everglades, and wading birds use the landscape level approach. So they say, hey, if it's not good here, I can fly. I'm going to go to where it's really good. So Mr. Wagner, you've asked that question before. How do birds use, different parts of the landscape? So one of the things is they may be down in the Everglades, or it still may be a bit too deep for some of these. The marsh just isn't ripe for consumption at the moment. Looking at snail kite nesting activity, however, on Lake Okeechobee, last year, 55 birds throughout the whole state. This year on Lake Okeechobee, 126 nests. So that's pretty impressive. You'll see that we have in our district the most abundance of snail kite nesting going on and occurring. You'll see this 56 nests failed. Snail kites aren't the most efficient in amongst the raptors. They have a failure rate of about 30 to 35% of their nests, and that really depends on where they construct their nests and how they construct their nests. So on Lake Okeechobee, you'll see this wind event on 4/12, up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts on the lake with sustained winds in some places up to 35. They nest in Lake Okeechobee. There is woody substrate, like willow, for them to nest in, but they nest a lot in cattail and in bulrush. So if there's not winds like this, those nests are fine. But the U.S. snail kite crew went out after this, and they found a lot of the nests had been damaged due to that really high wind event. And I want you to notice where there's wind event coming through May, and now we're kind of coming down to a area, and especially over here where we're seeing the wind has really subsided on the lake, and I'm going to talk about that again when we show the picture of Lake O and the current algae bloom. Looking at the provisional water quality data that we take on the lake. Now, remember, we have established expanded monitoring on the lake, and that is during May through October. We go from these 9 stations where we collect data on toxin levels and taxa, and we increased to 32 stations around the lake that we will sample now. We're in May, every 2 weeks. So the data I bring to you will be a lot more recent, but this goes back to the provisional data of April 6th, and this is the map that is concurrent with those data. And at that time, you see that we say a bloom condition over here for chlorophyll A levels, 20 to 40 micrograms per liter. There wasn't but 2 areas where there were blooms, and that's palms out and poles out. And the taxa for what type of algae is out there currently was mostly microcystis. But when looking at the levels, and if you look over here, microcystin levels below 8, that's what EPA has set for its safe recreation, they're all below that. So during this period of time, the lake was looking okay if you're looking at it from a harmful algal bloom perspective. I'm going to come back to that slide. Here's what we're looking at May 11th. And so we're coming through time, and look how it changes. There's not much. It starts to bloom a bit. It blooms a lot. Only 8 days later, it looks fine again. 2 days later, the lake. So there are a lot of factors that play on this. We go back to that wind event. It was very windy coming through March and everything, and so that tends to break algal blooms up. As we move into now and that wind has subsided, that might be a factor in why this bloom occurred. But where we are currently, dissolved or inorganic nitrogen levels in the lake, we have spoken to in the easy term as the unwrapped candy. What is available for especially blue-green algae? They really like dissolved inorganic nitrogen, and those levels are relatively high right now. So this is the fuel that is there for these to grow. Now look at, here's chlorophyll A levels, so that's a proxy for blue-green algae biomass, how much blue-green algae is out there. So you see going into 2018, remember the big bloom and the lake was completely consumed in 2018, very high dissolved inorganic nitrogen levels. Now you have this huge decrease, that's because it's being consumed by the blue-green algae, which has a large increase. So there's that relationship. If it's there and it's high and it's available, it gets consumed, and then you have a blue-green algae bloom. So where we are now is we are fairly high, and we expect to see this type of drop again. It happened here in June, happened here in June, happened here about in June. We're happening a month early this year in May. So one of the things that our scientists are telling us is, although we are here right now, maybe having this occur a month earlier in the season will consume that nitrogen source such that the bloom won't be able to last as long into the summer when we do get the rain events that occur and the lake starts to fill back up. A second kind of, if there's a silver lining in this, is that in 2018 there was only 5,000 acres of SAV on the lake, submerged aquatic vegetation. Now, submerged aquatic vegetation also is vying for those nutrients. This year, there's 16,000 acres of submerged aquatic vegetation. So maybe those two in concert will be something that'll help ameliorate this condition as we go through the season. Remember that blue-green algae looks for a couple of things. It looks for increased daylight because it's a photosynthetic, plant. So it's photosynthesizing. It wants higher temperatures, and it looks for a food source. So that's that nitrogen level. So as we move into summer, that is the time where blue-green algae has the ability to bloom like this, but we're hoping that maybe starting a little early, it can eat through that nutrient source, and then there might be some increased competition through the SAV use of that as well. So what's really neat about the increased monitoring that we have is we have some really good data that is coming in now. So at these 9 stations around the lake, this is where when we collect the sample, we send that sample up to FDEP, and they go through the painstaking process of counting all of the algal cells within a sample. I mean, it's mind-numbing. It takes about 3 months to get those data back. So this is really, really fine-level data. And so we were able to now we have a complete wet season of that data, and we can go through and say, within the phytoplankton, what are the major groups of phytoplankton that are out there? So we have diatoms, green algae, which isn't harmful, cryptophytes, cyanobacteria, that's the one most people are worried about. That's the toxin-producing bacteria, or can be. So in looking at these data, we see that except for this spot right here, all of these areas were dominated by blue-green algae. But if you look at this culvert 10A and pulls out where we had the greatest abundance, and we go and we look at what's the relative abundance of these, you see it changes through the summer. So typically you're going to have, as the summer moves on, you have that increase in cyanobacteria relative to diatoms. And then as we hit about September and going into October, temperatures have declined. The nutrient source that is preferred by cyanobacteria is usually consumed, and daylight is starting to decline, and so we get this change again where you start to have a dominant abundance by diatoms than cyanobacteria. So this data just kind of shows that summertime is the time where cyanobacteria are going to be the dominant of the phytoplankton groups out in Lake Okeechobee. And then what we see when we send samples up for all of the 30 stations within the lake, FEP quickly, instead of doing that, I'm going to count every single cell, looks at and says, okay, just in this sample with a quick cursory glance, what are the dominant taxa? And so taxa is getting more to like species level. And so within the blue-green algae, there are Dolichospermum, Cylindrospermopsin, Microcystis, and Planktolithia. So we look at that, and 33% of these aren't dominated by any one. 33% are dominated by Microcystis, and Microcystis is most dominant in the pelagic zone. And where we're thinking that the reason for that is the pelagic zone is the area that has that organic substrate where, you know, that it gets stirred up into the winter, so that is up in the water column, and as soon as light conditions, turbidity falls out, that nutrient is available in the center of the lake for use by Microcystis, which really likes that dissolved inorganic nitrogen.
Mr. Glenn,
Yes, ma'am.
so the Pac-Man looking thing would be over kind of by Pahokee.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it? It has a lot of black, like just a small amount of the green, which would be the microcystin. So does this mean that it doesn't, I mean, and that's where the worst algae bloom was, Pahokee. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there's less blooming if you have a smaller Pac-Man.
Correct. It's just saying what is the composition of the algae that is present.
Okay.
So you can have different species. And the reason you're worried about that is what species produces a toxin, what species doesn't produce a toxin. So, you know, you look at the green algae is out there and it doesn't produce a toxin, so you're not really concerned. You're worried about Microcystis, and there's different strains of Microcystis. Some do produce toxins, some don't produce toxins, and you can't tell the difference unless it's releasing that
Wouldn't
toxin.
it mean, though, that those others are competing against it and that they could win?
That's a good way to look at it.
But obviously they're not winning.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, because we go back to this slide, and you see down here, and this is going through all the different other species. See, diatoms are very down here, abundant down here. So that's a good thing too, is saying, yes, we are competing. There are different reasons why different taxa or groups are going to be present, and it all really depends on what the nutrients are in the water and what's going on with the different conditions they need to grow.
Could we help the other algae compete against them?
Not really.
No.
No, and they're all present in the water naturally. They're all going to be out there. They're going to bloom or go into a bloom condition dependent on what the local condition is, and is it right? Is it what it needs in order to go into that bloom condition?
Okay, thank you.
You're quite welcome. Kind of looking at how these blooms form. So you have algae, especially blue-green algae, Microcystis we're talking about, is mixed in the water column. It can be in you know, not crazy dense conditions. They have these gas vesicles within them that they can regulate their buoyancy. So they can actually go up to the surface to photosynthesize, and then they can go drop back down into the water column to find nutrients if they need nutrients. But what really happens to have this bloom and surface scum formation is as they are going through photosynthesis. So here's the process of photosynthesis. They're getting their energy. Something that happens is they are eliminating or creating, you know, oxygen. So the byproduct of breaking down carbon dioxide is releasing oxygen. That oxygen goes into that colony and in their gas vesicles, and their buoyancy increases, and the whole bloom starts to go to the surface, where it can create this scum layer or these layers that are on top that are highly visible. So that's what happens when it gets to the top. Photosynthesis can go gangbusters if the nutrients are available and the light conditions are correct and the temperatures are high. So that's what kind of causes these blooms to form. And as I've mentioned in the past, and I didn't put it on here to show, microcystis does produce a toxin, microcystin. Now, individual cells can be producing microcystin and not releasing it. They can be not producing it at all, or they can be producing it and releasing it. And so those are, just because you have a bloom, you can have a bloom at sometimes, but if it has a toxin, it might not be releasing it at the time. So that's why we take a measure of what is the dominant type of algae, but also what is the toxin concentration at that site as well. As we look at when water is released to the estuaries, what is the salt tolerance of this species? This is a freshwater species. And so one of the kind of saving graces is when it goes into an estuary, is that it will hit a salinity level at which growth stops and at which the cells die. So that's a good thing. So we're looking at in the literature, you know, what is the salinity tolerance, and it varies, but it's about 18 PSU where that microcystis no longer wants to be alive, you know, when it hits 18. So as we look along this thing up here, this is showing, okay, this is the growth rate. So once it gets to a salinity of about 10, it stops growing. And then it's going to start to really expire once you hit about 12 based on these data. Then you have, when it dies, if it does have the toxin in it, it will release those toxins, you know, once it has expired. So that's a consideration of, as we look at treatment types, you go in and you treat it. If it is producing toxin, it is going to release that toxin. The toxin is viable for about 2 weeks. And so one of the things that you think about, if you're going to have release of that toxin, what type of how can it disperse? You know, what mechanism is there to take it from a high concentration to a lower concentration so it gets below that concentration level of concern? So that's one of the things that we have to think about in what we're doing when you go to combat this. How large is that bloom? What is the toxin level at that particular point in time, and how could it increase per your effort to go in there and ameliorate the condition? This is looking at the Pahokee Marina. If you hadn't seen pictures, I think most people have. April 27th, you had these large mats. I mean, it was pretty thick. If you looked at it, some of them stood a couple inches above the water, and the smell was quite horrible. So the district did go through and attack this. You see when we're done, there's still some microcystis there. And there's microcystis throughout the lake. And as we said, it's been wind-driven, and it comes into this marina, which you don't have circulation in the marina, and you have hot temperatures, and it's almost like an incubator. So through the process, though, when FDEP came down and took their samples, there was 860, you know, micrograms per liter of microcystin, you know, and 8 is EPA's recreational threshold. Afterwards, it was 1.2. So after this treatment, it was remarkable in how efficient that treatment was in reducing the toxin level. The one they took this past week, the latest that I just got today, was 2.6. So it's still relatively low, but that was pretty phenomenal in that you had, you know, an order of magnitude decrease in the toxin level through the treatment.
What did they do?
They did a 3-phased approach. Came in first, you had those mats that were there that were just decaying. Came in with vacuum trucks and suctioned off that. Then we used a similar type of truck, except it was a company that put it on a boat mounted. They went and vacuumed it out. So they vacuumed all of that out, and then they applied an algicide to it. And the algicide is a contact algicide, so it comes into physical contact with it, and it lyses and kills the cells. So it was a three-pronged approach that was highly effective. Looking at inflows.
Sorry, Mr. Glenn, can you please briefly discuss where it was put?
Yes, the first vacuum trucks, they were taking that to their water treatment plant. And then the second disposal site was actually a site that we have where we disposed of that on land and then covered it up. Looking at St. Lucie inflows and salinity conditions, you see that for the St. Lucie, there have been no lake releases from Lake Okeechobee, but there's a total of 161 CFS coming through. What we'd like to look at is the salinity gradient through the estuary. So here's 5 to 18, 18 to 30, and then it gets to basically saltwater or seawater as you get to the mouth. And currently, with the flow pattern that is coming with no flow but just basin inputs, there's the central part of the estuary is right here within the sweet spot for adult oysters, between 10 and 25. So that's looking really good. What we're seeing for oyster recruitment, and I don't have the newest data, but FWC let us know that they are seeing spat currently, a lot of spat. What they do is they take these old oyster shells and they hang them down, and then the new recruits attach to it. So that's what you see. And you see that the 0.2 isn't far off of how we start. April starts a little slower than all the other months, and then depending on what conditions are like, they will increase. But we're already seeing, just from the preliminary data, that there's going to be when I come back next month, there'll be a pretty significant increase here in oysters on the St. Lucie side. So that's a good thing. On the Caloosahatchee side, you see there's about 2,000 CFS being delivered, 1,500 of that from Lake Okeechobee. You have a gradient that is extending through the estuary that is going from fresh to just below Fort Myers to that mesohaline as you come through. That's really promoted great conditions for oysters down here in the oyster producing region of the estuary, and just a little bit high into the fair range at Sanibel. And we're seeing a very slow start over here. There have been previous years where it is very slow, so we're not very concerned. This year, sometimes it just takes a little longer to kickstart, but we're seeing basically the same types of starts as we had in previous, and we anticipate seeing a pretty significant increase in oyster spat when I come back next month. Now coming into the STAs, and John did steal our thunder, but this is the greatest inflows into the STAs since they have been created, 1.6 million acre feet. And you see currently the STAs are most are at or a little above their target elevation except for 5, or that's a little low in 1 West because of all the construction that's being completed there. And I'm going to give you the brand new slides that we'll walk through that Ms. Lipich, you've been asking for a nice way to kind of go through and talk about the STAs in a little better manner. So our group, kudos to them. They said, how can we portray a heck of a lot of data in one slide that is available for everybody's consumption? So you see, just looking at it very quickly, you can see what the inflows are, what the outflows are. You can understand what a flowway looks like. You can come down to the flowway information over here and say, what is the status of that flowway? Well, from a vegetation point of view, you can have healthy out to stressed. You can look at the 365-day phosphorus loading rate. 1 is where we'd like to be. So with these values out here, that's where you get a little bit of concern. Are there any kind of restrictions that we have? This one's online. This one's going through rehab. The eastern flowway right now, this is the cell that we are totally rehabbing, that we are drying down right now to get rid of all the tussock formation that had popped up. So you can come in here and say, where are they relative to their target stage? If they are below their target stage, how dry and what percentage of the cell is dry. And here's where we're doing restoration strategies work for building up, getting those back to grade to a good topographic relief that's going to be more amenable to flow and to vegetation growth. And then you can go and you can look at phosphorus concentrations in and out. What is it over 7 days? What is it over 28 days? What is it over the year's average? So these slides, I think, are great for me to communicate to you and for the public, because these are also on the website where they can come in and say, okay, you know, we're not putting a lot of water through this STA right now. Why? Because we have rehab going on in this cell. We have this one offline because of construction. So you can get a better idea of why we're not pushing a lot of water through them currently. And you go to 1 West, similarly, there's construction in absolutely every single cell. And so we don't have any inflow going in there. We go to STA2, this flowway, STA1, or let's see, flowway 4 and flowway 5. So this flowway and this flowway are where we are putting water currently through here. You'll see the color of the leaf is green, so we're saying, hey, vegetation's doing pretty well down here. Now, you take this flowway 5, and you look at the leaf, and the leaf is brown. That's because this flowway is in very poor vegetation condition, but this flowway is in excellent vegetation condition. But if you're looking at it from how you're going to put water through it, and you're saying, can I put water through it? If this one's in poor condition and they're doing a lot of rehab work in there, we made the leaf brown. We were thinking, do you make half the leaf brown and half the leaf green? You know, there were considerations there. Mr. Wagner, you had asked John earlier, how are decisions made towards water going to the STAs? Our scientists, operators, vegetation maintenance crew meets every week to discuss what are the current conditions in the STAs. How much flow can we put through a flowway that we believe will not be damaging per the conditions at that time? So that's what, when we come out and we say, okay, we can put 200 CFS through this flowway, we can put 100 through this flowway for a grand total of 300 through this flowway for this week. And we do that on a weekly basis. 3-4, this eastern flowway, this is the one that's offline, this is where it's being drawn down. 5-6, this is where, you know, this doesn't have a lake connection. When we get into a drought condition, this one can dry out. So you can go through there and just see how dry, what those conditions are. So I will bring this to you every month. Unless it's too much information, you can find it, you can make a decision, and I can take it out, and you can just see it on the website. But it'll be up to your discretion.
I think it's a really cool dashboard. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Looking at stormwater treatment areas over the past 3 years and inflows from the lake, we see that, you know, this year there's a 10% increase, and John already, or there's a 10% of the water came from Lake Okeechobee. It varies through the year. John went through that. Why does it vary? It varies dependent on the status of the STAs themselves. It depends on regional rainfall. Where did it fall? John said, hey, this past year, the water conservation areas were full. We couldn't push water through the STAs or take additional lake water. So it will vary through time, but one thing to notice is it was after the lost year of 2013 when there were the first real algae blooms that went to the estuaries. You see about 2015, we started changing how we move water, and when there is availability within the STAs, we do take advantage of that. And then just looking over a 3-year term, you're going to have variability in how much water goes through at each STA, and that's based on what its condition is, what it can handle, what it can take. So getting down to Biscayne Bay, we have seen with this decline in inflows, we're seeing a concurrent increase in salinity. We like Biscayne Bay to be below 30. It's above that currently. It's still, this is seawater level. So we're looking for rainfall to happen to ameliorate these higher salinity conditions in Biscayne Bay. Now coming down into the Everglades, we see a month ago from where we were, we're drying out, and the area of concern currently is this northern section of 3A. John talked about how can we get more water and pushing that water from the area of STA2 and STA3-4 to try to bleed it into the whole top of this because it's starting to dry out. What is the concern when this dries out? That is, there can be, the muck soils are exposed, they can dry, they can oxidize, and you can also run the risk of fire and then losing those soils forever. So we're seeing that we're having a dry out in the middle of Water Conservation Area 2. The top of Water Conservation Area 1 is starting to dry, but this is getting significantly dry. But remember last year where we were in the wading bird season, see how dry it was last year compared to this year. And so when we get to the wading bird slide, you'll see that this condition is actually really good. And here we go. So this year, we are seeing above 78,000 total nests within the Everglades, this whole region. That's the second best we've seen in recent history, with the best being in 2018. As you go through the conservation areas, up here, these green colors, this is the best. When you say what are water depths for foraging, the green is where the birds are going to be foraging. Water Conservation Area 1, there's 10,000 nests, pretty incredible. Water Conservation Area 2 doesn't have as many. That's definitely a different landscape compared to 1 and 3 when you talk about ridge and slough. You get down into Water Conservation Area 3A, there's 34,000 nests with 28,000 white ibis, mostly in the Alley North colony. And then as we come down, here's a huge deal. We talked about the 1.2 million, was it 1.2 million acre feet difference in the park? And we have 32,000 wading birds able to use the park because of that difference. And the coastal colonies are being utilized. This is huge. This is what SERP goal for wading birds is saying, reestablishment of these coastal wading bird colonies, getting the hydrology right so that they can actually be successful, because you get these large colonies and you get that large ability to have an amazing nesting year and put a lot more birds out into the environment. So that difference of moving all of that water down into the park this year has really enabled those colonies to be used again, and that's showing the success that is hopeful and actually the target and goal of SERP from a wading bird perspective is the reestablishment of these coastal colonies. So over here you see wood storks that are in the nest and just about ready to fledge. Roseate spoonbills are fledging currently in nests throughout. The great egrets are nesting. When we talked about how now with this drying down, how will this impact? If we don't see a really large rain event occur through the end of this month that would cause a reversal, that would then it would disperse the prey, we think that most of the birds will be able to fledge from the nest because almost all of them are at that point. There was a cohort of storks that nested a little late in the season. So that's about a third of the total wood stork population that nested a little late. They'll be okay as long as the rains don't come and disperse the prey. But a banner year for wading bird nesting in the Everglades. Yes, sir. It's a wading bird. They nest primarily along the coast. Looking at Tree Island inundation, you see that there's only 2 of the islands that were inundated. Well, we had a really large percentage back during about 4 months ago. So there's only 2 that are left. We look at the data and we pull the data on these, These are in probably the lowest lying areas, and data says that they are typically inundated 350 days out of the year. So those are tree islands that are very used to being inundated and have that resiliency. That's how they are. They can handle that water for a long period of time, so they're almost constantly inundated. We talked about where were we in condition for tree islands and the incredible inundation that they experienced just several months ago, where they were, several feet underwater. And I told you, as long as they can get their feet dry, and at the end of the dry season, they have that ability to sustain themselves and move forward. So that's what we're seeing, is that they were extremely wet. Now they're drying out, and that's a good thing moving into this next wet season. Coming down to Northeast Florida Bay and the MFL, so we're looking at flows that are happening at these 5 creeks, and the 365-day moving sum of those 5 creek flows is 433,000 acre feet, which is well above the 105,000 acre feet MFL threshold. And salinity is starting to inch up. It's about 10, which is well below the 30 that is the MFL threshold. Then as we move into the bay, you'll see here's that, I call it the blue brick road, that if we're staying within that, that's the inner quartile range over a longer period of record, that from a health standpoint and hypersalinity, we're okay. And we're below that in both the eastern and the central bay. And that's from all those deliveries that we had over the entire course of this last season, where a lot of flow came into here. So it pushed those levels so low that although they are increasing, they're still below any level of concern. We're seeing that increase occur over here in the western bay. It's starting to get a little bit higher. The highest is in Garfield Bight. It's a very shallow part of the bay at about 44. Where we say hypersalinity starts at 40 and above. Seagrass die-off is really a concern when we hit about 50. And it's 50 for a sustained period of time. It's 50 without winds. It's 50 with hot temperatures and prolonged period of time. So we are nowhere near that currently. And I think that the bay is going to be just fine as we move into the wet season. And here's a flock of roseates, and I'll happily take any questions you might have.
That's beautiful. Are there any questions for Lawrence?
Thanks. So, Lawrence, first of all, I want to say that's a great presentation, and I am happy for the birds. And I'm learning that we live in a system where somebody's benefiting and somebody's getting crushed, and that's pretty much the way that it works. And so if I want to keep my marriage, I have to be positive part of the time. I can't be negative all of the time, talking about algae killing the community every day, and talk about good things too, because there are good things, and those birds are such good things, and they're so beautiful. And Marjorie Stoneman Douglas talked about the millions of birds that used to block out the sun, and isn't it great, these beautiful creatures of God coming back? But just to be a little bit negative, can you go back to the chart that showed the percentages by year? Just because I know this is a really important chart for a lot of stakeholders. And, so I think it's easy to look at the chart and say 2019, 33% of the water came from the lake releases to the stormwater treatment areas. 2020, 17% from the lake. 2021, it went up from 9% to 10%. That's that's great. It's 10%. So just for the next time, is there also a way to look at this chart and be and factor in kind of the rain conditions that Mr. Mitnick was talking about, so that we can understand maybe just on one more level why the numbers vary from 33% to 10%, because I think we're looking at that percent as much as we are looking at that total number, and that's important. And thank you very much, and maybe just for the next time, and I think it's the positive thing for sure is that from 2013, the year of the lost summer, look at how the numbers are increasing. We are making progress for sending water south from Lake Okeechobee. And I thank you for your work, but I hope that we can break this down a little bit more so that we can interpret it in, I guess, not core speak, but district speak.
Absolutely. We're happy to do that.
Okay.
I have one question. Oh, excuse me, Joe, you want to go first? Go to the chart on the bird population if you can. You know, when you look at conservation area 1, 2, and 3, and that's about 750,000 acres. And then you look at Everglades National Park, which is about 1.5 million, approximately. The Central Everglades population is great as Everglades National Park. And I want to compliment our staff because in October of last year, when we were at the highest water level ever recorded in the history of records, we were able to bring those water levels in 4 months compatible with the environment. And thanks to all of our federal partners and state partners with this emergency deviation plan that we're operating under until we don't have all these barriers in front of us. This is a fine example. Otherwise, you certainly wouldn't have had that great a population in the Central Everglades. So, yeah, it's remarkable. And while we're at that, one thing is that I've been talking to DOT about continuing being a part of this emergency deviation going into the rainy season until these barriers are removed. And I want to compliment DOT and the Corps and Department of Interior and the Park Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, FWC, and obviously our staff and DEP for having this deviation in our hands so we can keep the Everglades alive until we remove all these barriers and have a natural flow. So, and this is a good example. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Mr. Simon? Would I be right to make the distinction as we're looking at percentage of use for the STA lake to basin, that the EAA reservoir STA component of that would be the only one that would be the inverse, essentially, where that's going to be predominantly, if not all, lake water. Is that a correct distinction?
Yeah, John, I'm going to let John answer this.
So I want to make sure I understand your question.
The current STAs prioritize the EAA basin over the lake.
Correct.
The EAA STA is meant for the EAA reservoir, which is lake water, essentially.
So once the project is completed and in full operation, and I know this was a topic of discussion when we addressed the PPA issues a while back, but once the project is fully implemented and we are meeting our obligations on their restoration strategies and the department's consent orders, then the water that enters the reservoir will be a combination of both lake water and basin runoff. And then it will be distributed out of the reservoir to the new STA and the existing STAs for treatment down into the Everglades. So it'll be a combination of both, and there is that initial period, depending on when we comply with our obligations under the department's permits, where there is a scenario where the reservoir and EAA STA are only treating lake water.
Yes. And in either case, I guess what I'm focused on, in either case, it increases in the STA system, it increases the amount of lake water being treated and flowing south in either scenario.
It would increase the amount of Lake Okeechobee water moving south, but in overall, holistically, it potentially would have the opposite effect of being able to deliver more water to the Everglades.
Okay.
And there's some nuances in there that I can talk to you about.
Understood. And then can you remind me, can we influence the rate of processing by the SDA? In other words, inflow, outflow. Can we, in terms of, I know we can regulate how much water we put through. Can we regulate how quickly it flows through?
You're looking at hydraulics when you're trying to push water through the STA. So a lot of people will say, okay, well, I'm pushing, I want to put this much water into the STA. How much am I going to get out the other side? You have to think about what is the obstruction of flow just because of the vegetation itself. So there's going to be a backup of water. It's not an open lake where water is going to go in, it's going to flow at the same rate as its inflow, and it's going to go out the bottom side. So when you put water in, sometimes it stacks up actually and has to take time before it's going to go out the other end. So we can increase flow rates going out the bottom by putting more in the top, but quite typically, and you saw from those images up here, where when you do have flow going through, oftentimes when you're putting it in the same week, you're not getting the same amount out the bottom. You have evapotranspiration occurring, so you're losing a little bit of water, and plus you have that flow constraint as you're going through. It takes a little bit of time.
Thanks.
Well, thanks very much, Lawrence. That was good.
Thank you.
Good presentation. I appreciate it. And those new slides are great. Let's go ahead and adjourn for lunch till about 1:45. Thanks. afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order. And we're on discussion item number 26, resolution proclaiming May 16th to 22nd as Water Reuse Week. And we've got Mr. Elsner.
Hi, good afternoon. Mark Elsner, Water Supply Bureau Chief here at the Water Management District. And it's a pleasure to be here to talk about water reuse with you at least once a year. Today I'm going to talk about some reuse activities within the South Florida Water Management District. And then at the end of this presentation, ask you to consider a resolution declaring May 16th through the 22nd as Water Reuse Week. Before I get started, though, I wanted to follow up on the April meeting. And Mr. Bartlett shared with you that I was fortunate enough to receive the President's Award from the National Water Reuse Association for my work over the last 30 years in implementing reuse in Florida. And I just wanted to say thanks to the South Florida Water Management District, the Governing Board, and the Executive Office for allowing me that opportunity to work on the national, state, and local level. And that award represents contributions by thousands of water reuse professionals. But I'm appreciative of the rewarding journey over the last 3 decades in water reuse, and that we are here talking about it. Yeah, so enough and on to the presentation. What is reclaimed water? It's water that's basically flowed out of our houses and businesses. It flows to a central wastewater treatment plant where the reclaimed water then receives filtration and high-level disinfection that's commensurate with the use. And the level of treatment is dependent upon how the water is going to be used and how close it comes to the public. There's a variety of uses for reclaimed water, including irrigation of golf courses and residential lots and median strips, industrial use for power plant cooling, groundwater recharge, environmental enhancement, and I'll talk about it a little later, but also for potable water supply. Within our district, as you can tell with the pie chart on the right-hand side, landscape irrigation is the predominant use in the South Florida Water Management District. Promotion of reuse is a state objective for DEP and the water management districts, and we have a variety of ways we do that, and one of the ways is we require all water use permit applicants to use reclaimed water unless they can demonstrate it's not feasible. Why is this important? Our population is continuing to grow, and along with that growth comes additional increases in the demand for water. We're projecting our water needs to increase by about 15% over the next 20 years, or by about 500 million gallons a day. Our water supply plans have concluded that development of our fresh traditional sources of water are being maximized, and that we have to develop alternative water supplies to meet those needs. And reclaimed water will continue to be one of those. And with increasing population comes increasing wastewater flows, so it's almost a sustainable alternative water supply. And people continue to flush during droughts, so it's Yep. Along the irrigation side of things, like I indicated, about 2/3 of our reclaimed water produced is used for irrigation. This is a good use for an area that irrigates year-round. Reclaimed water can reduce the stress on traditional sources, but it's also a challenge for the utilities because irrigation demands change. So when you have a reclaimed water system that's based on irrigation, you need something to do with that excess water when people aren't irrigating. So it's a challenge most utilities deal with and need either storage or backup disposal. This is a geographic distribution of reuse within the district. The counties in purple are those counties with high water reuse. The predominant counties are Orange County, Osceola County, Lee County, and Collier County. And these are areas that basically grew up with water reuse. They're newer developed areas, and they were able to integrate reuse and reclaimed water systems in the development as they occurred. Also, in some of these areas, disposal is limited and reuse is the only option. In the blue counties on the East Coast, moderate amount of reuse and growing. These are counties that have been developing and have transitioned from small systems to larger systems, and along with that transition has brought water reuse. Yellow counties, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe, there's not a lot of reuse happening in these areas, and it is a challenging landscape to develop reuse programs. You have large urbanized areas, your facilities are located along the coast, and some of that water may be compromised with saline intrusion or salt content that limits its reusability. We've mentioned to you the ocean outfall legislation affects 6 utilities in these in Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade, and along with that requires a 60% requirement to reuse the water that they were discharging. So we anticipate that those numbers are going to be increasing over time. History of reuse in the Water Management District. It's increased from 100 million gallons a day in 1994 and tripled to over 300 million gallons a day in 2019. That's good news. However, that's only a third of the reclaimed water that's available or wastewater treated. So it actually provides an opportunity to do more reuse. And we do see that increasing. And like I said, with the ocean outfall legislation, we expect these numbers to continue to increase. It's important to note that South Florida Water Management District has made a significant investment in water reuse. Since 1997, we have co-funded 274 water reuse projects with the funding of $114 million. That money has supported almost $700 million in construction and has created 155 million gallons a day of additional reuse capacity. I'd like to provide an update on a couple projects that were mentioned last year. One of those projects is the Reclaimed Water Interconnect between Cape Coral and Fort Myers. Let's see, City of Cape Coral is here on the northwest side of the Caloosahatchee River. Fort Myers is over here. And this project was born out of demands on the Cape Coral irrigation system, which is fed by reclaimed water. In Fort Myers, availability of reclaimed water and a desire to reduce or eliminate their discharge to the Caloosahatchee River. So out of that came an agreement between the cities to send reclaimed water from Fort Myers under the river to Cape Coral for reuse. You did support this project with a $3 million grant in 2020. The progress is that they've completed the design, they're out for bids, and they hope to start construction this year. And it'll be completed and water flowing in 2023. The other project I'd like to provide an update on is the cooperation between Broward and Palm Beach counties. And this was born out of the ocean outfall legislation. And that Broward County has their North County wastewater treatment plant here in northeastern Broward County. They want to do irrigation to meet the irrigation requirement, but there's not a lot of irrigation needs in Broward County. But if you just go north of the county line, there is potential use up in Palm Beach County. So an agreement was drafted between the two counties that Broward County would treat and provide the water to the county line, and Palm Beach County would then pick it up and distribute it to those users. Provided they've received $3 million in state grants for this project. They've been working hard. They've installed 5 miles of 42-inch pipe and another 3 miles of 24-inch pipe. And these projects are some of the construction that's taking place. You can see you know, in these urbanized areas, I believe this is going down Power Line Road, which is a major corridor in Broward County. And, you know, nighttime work down the median, there's lane blockages, you know, so that, you know, these are big projects and, you know, but will be very successful once in operation. Another statewide effort I'd like to go ahead and provide an update on is the Florida Potable Reuse Commission. The commission is comprised of a diverse set of members and stakeholders who were brought together to develop policy and a framework for implementing potable reuse in the state. And potable reuse could include indirect means such as groundwater recharge for potable water well fields, or it could be a more direct contact with that potable facility. The Potable Reuse Commission finished their work in 2020. So in 2020 was a milestone. The governor and legislature had identified reclaimed water as a potential water source for water supply systems. And they directed the DEP to conduct rulemaking to create rules in support of potable reuse. DEP undertook that rulemaking the beginning of this year, and that's ongoing. So just looking ahead, where are we headed with water reuse? We see continued growth. We have continued increases in water use, and along with that comes increases in wastewater. And with the ocean outfall legislation, we see that our trend of increasing reuse in our district will continue to occur well into the future and be a major player in making sure that our future water needs are going to be met. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Elsner. We're going to go to public comment, but then we'll come back and see if we have any questions for you.
Mr. Chairman, I do not see any hands raised, but if I, Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. Really excited about potable reuse and the way that we're moving in this state. You know, a lot of people, they struggle with this concept, but if you have ever traveled out west in this country, if you've ever been to Vegas, if you've ever been to California, you know, potable reuse is absolutely utilized all over the place throughout the country. So Florida really needs to step up our game on this. And I'm glad to see that we're really looking at these things as a part of our water supply in the future. So in support of this, want to make sure that you all know that I'm right here with you saying, look, we've got to do this and trying to educate the public about that as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any additional hands raised for this item.
Great. Thanks, Rosie. Mark, I've got one question. Maybe you can explain sort of the economics of things, because I don't think I've got a full understanding of it. So let's take the Broward to Palm Beach one. So if I'm a golf course in Palm Beach and I'm pulling groundwater now to irrigate?
That or surface water.
So what happens when someone comes to me and says, hey, do you want some of this water? Is it cheaper, or what's my incentive as a user?
You know, one thing about each of these reuse projects is they're all unique in the way of the necessary facilities and then who's going to pay for what. You know, you have the system that needs to be built to convey the reclaimed water to that site, and then you may have on-site modifications that are necessary, maybe to a storage pond or a pumping station. So each one of these are different, but typically they're either worked out among themselves on how that's going to be done, and that's negotiated between the user and the utility. Sometimes it does make it to our water use permitting group. Of each permit is conditioned that if reclaimed water becomes available, they need to use it unless they can demonstrate it's not
I think
feasible.
that's exactly where I was. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So if you have the option of using reclaimed, you're probably encouraged to do that.
Yes.
Rather than pulling it out of the ground.
Exactly.
Okay. Jack Silopich.
Always great to see the purple. Can you please tell me the timeline for the outfall situation?
Yeah, the Outfall Act was passed in 2008, and there were a couple milestones in the way of submission of plans on how you're going to meet it. There were some interim milestones on reducing the amount of nutrients that's going to the ocean, but the deadline is 2025 to meet all the requirements of the legislation. You know, however, there are some utilities that, just because of the challenges and volumes of water, that they're not going to meet that deadline. But we want to continue to work with them to identify options so that they are successful.
So the legislative deadline, though, for ocean outfall is 2025 to stop it by 2025?
Yes. Yep, I think that's important too, is there's a couple things. One is you have to stop discharging to the ocean. The second requirement is you have to reuse 60% of that water. So utilities are drilling deep injection wells to comply with the stop discharging by 2025. And then the second part of that is reusing 60% of it. And, you know, some utilities have met that or are in the process of meeting that, and others like Miami-Dade are challenged just because of the sheer volume of water. So they're working at it. You may have read recently that they've signed an agreement with Florida Power and Light to provide 15 million gallons a day of reclaimed water to the Turkey Point facility.
Wow. Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Great. Let's move to the resolution, and I'll look for a motion on that.
I'll move.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second on resolution 2021-0520. There's no further discussion. We'll call that question. We'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez? Yes. Ms. Mead, you on the phone?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Yes and yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously, and thank you very much, Mr. Ellsner. I appreciate it. And now comes probably my favorite time of the year. The history of the purple coat. It goes back to 2009, when governing board member Patrick Rooney surprisingly donned it. I don't know why it's surprisingly donned it in recognition of Water Reuse Week. It's a wonderful coat. It has since become a yearly point of conversation during May governing board meetings. Since its first appearance, the power of the purple coat has been passed to a different governing board member each May. This job isn't really that hard usually, but I tell you, there's nothing that stresses me out more than getting an email last night saying, wear purple. I am not fashion forward. I got nothing. I got one purple thing. I was lucky to have this. So Drew gave me the purple coat 2 years ago, and last year I gave it virtually to Vice Chair Wagner. And to continue the tradition, it's time for the Vice Chairman to pass it on to someone who will also cherish the history and who also might need to add a little pizzazz to the wardrobe. I can't imagine who that would be. So, Vice Chairman, I'll let you take over.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I don't know whether to be thankful or disappointed that I got the purple jacket in the year of COVID, when we didn't have to wear a jacket anywhere. I would like everybody to note the size difference. If you look at that 2019 picture, that jacket on Chauncey compared to me in 2020, it's just night and day.
Oh, you had it tailored.
But I will tell you that the jacket does fit plus size models as well, and so there should be no concerns here. I did go through a lot of thought as to who should get this and who can really rock this jacket. And my initial thought was to go with Jay Steinley, because he's, probably go for a good cover on like Nantucket Magazine or Palm Beach Daily or something like that. But I also figured that like he probably has a jacket just like this already in his wardrobe. And then I really settled in. I was deeply concerned that one of our board members does not have a sport coat made of cloth. And I see a lot of skins, but I didn't see too much cloth. And so I figured the best person to round out, I mean, listen, I don't want to overshadow, your wedding here, but this is a big moment, Mr. Bergeron. And I've decided that the only person who this would totally round out his, and by the way, this is a fancy jacket. It's no joke. I think it's Versace. So this jacket will allow you to come visit me on Miami Beach. So I'm going to pass it to Ron Bergeron. Alligator Ron. Finally. Mr. Wagner, Mr. Bergeron, if you could come down for a photo. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Whoever gets it next year, elbow. Right in front of the chairman. You're going to get some alligator elbows on the way back. Yeah, man. Now we're talking. A couple photos here. This is like paparazzi. This is. It's hard to know where to go from there. Stacy?
I'll wear this with great honor. Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Definitely a hard act to follow. I'm Stacey Adams. I'm a lead project manager in the Water Supply Bureau. Today I'm going to be giving you a recap of the FY22 DP Alternative Water Supply Program. At the end of the presentation, I have 2 resolutions for consideration. You may recall from November, I talked about alternative water supply, and it includes brackish water, reclaimed water, and capturing excess water for use in ASR or reservoirs. Why is this important? It's important because we use over 3 billion gallons a day of water for 8 million residents and millions of visitors. We've known through water supply planning that traditional freshwater sources are not enough to meet demand. So we need to develop and use alternative water supply and water conservation projects. So Governor DeSantis signed an executive order requesting recurring annual funds for alternative water supply development. The governor and the legislature both recognize the importance of these projects in protecting Florida's natural resources, and they allocated $40 million during both the 2019 and 2020 legislative sessions. In the tentative fiscal year 22 state budget, there is an additional $40 million for statewide funding for these projects. As I discussed in November, the DP and the water management districts worked together to develop an AWS guidance document to allow for a longer schedule for the districts to put together a prioritized list and submit to them every May. So as part of that DEP guidance document, they've requested the districts look at prioritized projects from regional benefits, supporting an MFL water body if it's applicable, providing dual benefits such as flood control or water quality. The projects should be ready to go, and they should have undergone a cost-benefit analysis. In addition to those considerations, we consider for AWS that it should be consistent with an approved water supply plan. It should reduce the dependence on a traditional source. It needs to support ocean outfall, as Mark just discussed. And it should support reducing water use in especially resource-limited areas. For water conservation, we also consider the type of water being conserved, how much is being conserved, and the cost effectiveness of those projects. Historically, governing board priorities have directed staff to look at projects that are within our district boundaries or provide benefits to our district. Should be an AWS or water conservation project. We only fund construction or implementation, so we don't fund O&M, engineering, design, permitting, or pilot projects. It needs to support the district's mission or a water supply plan, and we have prioritized projects based on restricted allocation areas. So per the governing board direction that we received in November, staff looked at whether a local government had an irrigation ordinance in place. And if they did, those entities received bonus points as part of the review process. Going forward, if there is funding available in future fiscal years, this will become an eligibility requirement for funding consideration. So we released an application on December 1st. It closed on February 26th. We received 35 applications, 26 are AWS and 9 are water conservation. In January, we hosted 2 Zoom webinars, and we recorded those and posted those on our website. Those applications that we received totaled over $116 million in construction and implementation costs. And the eligible projects will create approximately 10.5 million gallons of new capacity and over 33 million gallons of reclaimed or brackish water distribution capacity. So here's Exhibit A. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these, so I'll flip through the next few slides pretty quickly, but for full transparency, they're included in the presentation. I don't expect you to look at them, but if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those. Most of the projects fall as either reclaimed water, brackish water, or water conservation. Oh, yep. So, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. We'll go to a public comment if there's any on this.
I do not have any hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Is there any board discussion? Questions? We've got 2 resolutions coming up. Let's go ahead and see the first one. It's Resolution A, 2021-0521. Can I have a motion on that?
I'll make a motion, please.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Any discussion? I'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Mead?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Move to Resolution B. I'll make a motion. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? We'll call that a question for 2021-0522. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez? Ms. Mead?
Yes.
That passes unanimously as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Reynolds? We've got item number 28, the status of the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program, or NEPA.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Governing Board. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about this problem that we have, nutrients north of Lake Okeechobee. As Mr. Bergeron mentioned earlier, Lake Okeechobee really is the heart of the Everglades. And so what are we doing to take care of that beating heart for our Everglades? And we're going to talk a little bit about that. At the end of my presentation, we'll also have a time for some discussion and questions before we go into 2 very specific projects that we have to present to you today that are part of the solution. But before we get into that, I wanted to give you an overview of what we're doing and what we've been doing over the last couple of years that are associated with the Lake Okeechobee watershed. And also because Adam Blaylock is here with us today, we have the opportunity to include him in your questions and discussions, and he can answer all the really hard questions that normally I'd have to tap dance around, but luckily he's here to answer those. Also, Chris Pettit from FDAX is on the line and has been participating in many of our governing board meetings virtually, particularly as we've been doing those over the past year. He's had the opportunity to participate in more than those. Normally, the FDAX representative, Rebecca Elliott, is here in person when we've been meeting. She's also participating, but I wanted to make you aware of their participation as well as Adam Blaylock's participation today. And so decades of nutrient pollution have flowed into Lake Okeechobee, and runoff continues to be a significant problem. But we have not shied away from that problem. We haven't shied away from it as an agency, and this board in particular, under the direction of Governor DeSantis, has really tackled that over the last couple of years. And so under his leadership, we've been tackling this problem boldly and consistently. And the board has taken a number of actions that I'm going to talk about in order to really increase transparency, in order to expedite projects, to make sure that the agencies that are involved in this are held accountable by each other and by the public, in order to look at how we really do more than what we've been doing for the last couple of decades. And so in addition to executing over $1 billion in Everglades projects, when it comes to water quality north of the lake, this board has ensured that our role and responsibilities have not been ignored. So starting with transparency, we've made sure that our information is accessible, not just to the other agencies that we partner with, but also to the public. And you've received a briefing and a presentation from our awesome technologies team on how to access this information. And DB Hydro is an amazing way for us to be able to make that information available. It includes flow data. It includes information about our structures, when they're on, when they're off, how much water is flowing through them, and also what the water quality is at our different structures and monitoring points. And all of that information is available on DB Hydro Insights. We took on the challenge of incorporating the public more clearly and more comprehensively into our watershed protection planning. This is our roadmap of how we implement the basin management action plans that DEP uses to set the framework for how we work together to achieve the goals of nutrient reduction for our waterways. And starting last year, we have incorporated a series of workshops with the public on how we show the information that we know, how we make our decisions, and how we target certain areas in order to make sure that our projects have the greatest impact. We've doubled our monitoring network. You directed us to do that, and we are now incorporating all of that data into our information that we share with the agencies and that we use to make decisions in terms of prioritizing project areas and looking at whether our projects are working, how well they're working, and how we can make adjustments in order to make them deliver more results quicker. The next step in that effort is we are delineating areas in our northern watersheds. And so in those basins where we have monitoring information, we are looking more specifically into what types of nutrients are present in those upstream areas, and that gives us a better idea of whether the problem is runoff, whether it's sediment, whether we have a nutrient problem in the water column that's more associated with phosphorus or nitrogen, and we're delineating more specifics about that. And so that's kind of the next step as we incorporate that into our planning, into our watershed protection plans, and into our decisions about the projects that we pursue. You also directed us to revise the interagency agreement, and in March, we sent a letter to FDACS and to DEP, indicating that we wanted to initiate an update. And we are working with those agencies in order to update that agreement so that it more clearly defines each of our roles, responsibilities, and incorporates, for example, the river watersheds, which weren't previously included. So the interagency agreement that we have been working under only included the Lake Okeechobee watershed. The revised agreement will also include the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie River watersheds as well. So to the triangle, it's important that we recognize that none of us can do this alone. This is a really big problem, and it's a problem that we share, but we also share the solutions. And so our agencies, DEP, FDACS, and the Water Management District need to work together, and we need to work together with local entities as well. Their role is really important in terms of ordinances, programs, and projects, some of which you heard about just before this briefing. Those types of things are critical, and you'll see why in some of these nutrient numbers that I'll talk about, why it's really important for us to work together also with the local entities as we look at opportunities and responsibilities moving forward in how we address nutrients in our watersheds. So how big of a problem is this really? The Lake Okeechobee watershed extends from the northern shores of Lake Okeechobee all the way north to Orlando. It's about 3.5 million acres. It's a huge space. The loading going into the lake for what DEP calls the total maximum daily load, or the TMDL, really what that means is that's a goal of how much nutrients can go into the lake and be sustainably incorporated into the ecosystem without causing harm. So it kind of is like a goal limit. And that limit or goal for Lake Okeechobee is 140 metric tons. But that includes atmospheric deposition, which means the nutrients that are in rainfall when it falls and is actually applied to the lake itself. And that number is 35 metric tons. So that means that in order to achieve our goal, our runoff goal, the amount in the runoff going into the lake, should oscillate around 105. So some years it'll be a little above, some years it'll be a little below, and that would be meeting our goal. You can see from this graph we're a lot higher than that, about 4 times higher than that. So it's a big problem. So in the Basin Management Action Plan, that is part of DEP's responsibility, they not only set the goal, but they also do some analysis of ranking which basins or which parts of the watershed are contributing the greatest proportion of the nutrient problem. And those are prioritized as priority 1 basins. And these are the priority 1 basins for total phosphorus, and they're outlined in yellow on this map. 18 of the 64 basins are priority 1s. So that's still a really big problem, and it's a lot to try and tackle all at once. So what we did is we took a look at those 64 basins, pared down to 18. So we looked at the priority 1 basins, and we further selected sub-watersheds based on the nutrient loading from the last 5 years of data. And we focused in on Taylor Creek, Dub and Slough, which is the circle to the right side of the screen in the light green shading, and the Indian Prairie Basin, which is in that light purple color to the left of the screen. Also, you'll notice that Lower Kissimmee, which is the gray shaded subwatershed above those two, is the third priority. And the reason that we wanted to pare down to looking at a few of them is so that we could focus our limited funding in the areas where projects could have the greatest immediate impact. So we looked at those two watersheds, subwatersheds first. And then we dove into them and looked at the basins within those subwatersheds. And we looked at the different ways that you can measure the nutrients: concentration, unit area loads, total loads. And you'll notice also there's a column here for discharge. And I'm pointing that out because, and you could notice it on the initial slide where you saw the amount of loading going into the lake. And it really seems to vary a lot. Well, part of the reason that is because a lot of the nutrient loading has to do with the amount of rainfall and the amount of runoff. So the larger amount of rainfall and the larger runoff you have, the more nutrient loading that you're going to have. And so as we look at some of the basins in these subwatersheds, it's important to consider both runoff and concentration within that runoff. Because if you have, for example, a small amount of runoff with an average amount of concentration, then the impact of that runoff is not as significant as a place where you have a large amount of runoff with a similar concentration. And so a project that can store water where there's a lot of runoff can be very effective. Equally, if you have a small amount of runoff with very high concentrations, a relatively small project that's focused on nutrient removal can be very effective. And so the different types of nutrient loading in this data helps us determine what type of project and where should we consider putting those types of projects. So here's some examples of some projects. These are ones in the Indian Prairie Basin. The Lakes West Water Hole, you may remember this coming to the board a couple of months back, where we renewed a contract for an additional 10 years for this project. We've seen observed long-term reduction in nutrients. Last year, this project removed over 5 metric tons of total phosphorus in water year 2020. 6 metric tons may not be a lot when you're talking about 400 metric tons that we're concerned with coming into the lake, but 6 metric tons at a time is what our projects need to be delivering. And if all of our projects are delivering those kinds of nutrient reductions, we can start to make a dent in this bigger problem. Buck Island Ranch. This is another public-private partnership in the Indian Prairie Basin. One interesting thing about this project is this 188-acre component is a new concept. And so what they're doing here is, it's hard to tell, like, what does assess viability of nutrient removal using a wetland forage mean? Well, what it means is that they're growing feed for cattle and harvesting it and seeing what the impact is in terms of nutrient uptake of that feed, removing it from the water column. And so it's going into the plants, and then the cattle are eating it, and it's not in our water runoff. And so we're assessing the viability of that type of nutrient removal project. Istapoga Marsh Watershed Improvement. This is a good example where the 3 agencies have really worked together. This was a collaborative effort that was completed in last year in 2020 and went into operations, and Highlands County, FDEP, FDACS, and the Water Management District all worked together to deliver this project in terms of funding for design and construction. And then Highlands County actually owns the land, and this for this project in Indian Prairie. Brighton Valley, this is a large public-private partnership. This focuses on water storage, but also has, we have hopes of this delivering very significant, as you can see by the numbers here, nitrogen removal, in addition to some phosphorus removal. And so this is quite a large project, and this project is now online, and so we will be looking at the nutrient removal that we see in this water year and in coming water years to see how effective this project is. Moving on to Taylor Creek, Nubbin Slough. So this is the subwatershed that was on the right-hand circle that I showed you on that first slide. Again, we took a look at the basins within this subwatershed and focused our projects on the ones that would deliver the greatest results. You might also recall that Taylor Creek and Indian Prairie basins, these two subwatersheds, one sits on the eastern side of the Kissimmee River, the other is on the western side of the Kissimmee River. And flowing through is the results of that runoff from that 3.5 million acres of watershed that goes into Lake Okeechobee. And so looking at this side, we have several projects, and for some of these projects, I have some of the measured results, and you'll see what I was talking about in terms of runoff and the amount of rainfall really having an impact on how many nutrients can be removed from the water column. So I know these numbers are small, and so, but it's not so important for you to read the numbers, but you can certainly take a look at them later, and we can talk about them during the discussion if you'd like. But Taylor Creek Stormwater Treatment Area, this one is in the S191 Focus Basin. This STA is under routine operations and maintenance. We anticipated that we would see just under 2 metric tons per year. And what you can see in the data is that we can achieve that kind of nutrient removal when there's water flowing through the STA. So if you can't read the numbers, the total inflow volume in water year 2016 was over 7,000 acre feet. And it's under those kinds of volumes that you see an effective 1.9 metric tons of phosphorus removed, which is a load reduction of about 56%. In years where we have less water going through the STA, so in 2020, only 2,200 acre feet, you'll see nutrient removal of only 0.4 metric tons. But again, that's a 54% reduction rate. So our projects are effective. We're seeing good removal rates in our STAs, and I'll show you some numbers later that we have even higher removal rates. And so what we're looking at is how do we make sure that we provide water to our STAs so that they can remove the nutrients before that water is entering the lake. Lakeside Ranch STA, you'll see in these numbers, this is a different type of graph that I showed you. So the previous graph is actually right out of our South Florida environmental report. The graph for the nutrient numbers, that's from our last published SFER. This is a chart that we don't look at just the last 5 years of data and we wait until the SFER is published and we crunch numbers all year and then we look at where we are. But we look at our projects on a weekly basis, and we have staff that's looking at it on a daily basis. What are the numbers telling us, and how can we tweak operations in order to achieve the best results from our projects possible. And so this graph is an excerpt of another report that our folks provide and take a look at. And these numbers are just in the last month. And so what are we seeing at Lakeside Ranch STA in the last month? Well, we're seeing a 93% removal rate out of that STA. That's awesome. It's really delivering great benefits. And so how do we make sure to keep this STA operating? Well, one of the ways that we're doing that is with a structure that's just come online. And so that's the S191A pump station. That's going to allow us to better serve this stormwater treatment area with water more effectively and more consistently year-round, so that we can treat water and deliver water to this SDA, keeping it wet and keeping it working more often. The Nubbin Slough STA, we talked about this project about a year ago because we needed to do some remediations. It wasn't working as well as it needed to. And part of the reason that it wasn't working is because some of the levees were a little bit leaky. And so it wasn't storing water long enough in order to keep it wet all year round. And so what we were seeing from some of the initial results is that that was causing it to not be effective in terms of nutrient removal. So we pursued a project under your direction in order to remediate those deficiencies in the STA. Those repairs are almost complete. They'll be completed this summer, and so we're anticipating much better water quality results from this STA in the years to come. Brady Ranch Flow Equalization Basin and Aquifer Storage and Recovery. So this project is another one of those projects that we are working toward in order to do two things: to store more water and be able to deliver it at better times in order to remove nutrients by moving it through things like the Lakeside Ranch STA. And so this will work hand in hand with the Lakeside Ranch stormwater treatment area in order to retain water and then deliver it consistently throughout the year in order to more effectively remove nutrients. And that's the same thing with the Grassy Island Flow Equalization Basin and Aquifer Storage and Recovery wells. Again, another project that will help us attenuate flows, hold on to them, deliver water with better timing. The Dixie Ranch is another project. This one is a public-private partnership, similar to some of the ones in the Indian Prairie Basin, but this one is in Taylor Creek, Nubbin Slough. This is also another project that helps us to retain water in order to allow it to attenuate nutrients on the landscape before it re-enters our regional system. So before I go into the projects themselves, we have two projects to talk to you about. One is in the Lower Kissimmee Basin, and one is in Innovative Technologies. I'll be happy to pause here and take some initial questions, and then we can go into the projects themselves.
Well, thanks very much. That was a great presentation. Would you mind going back to the one that shows the line graph of the TMDL? That one. So I'm assuming when it rains, you're getting more loading, right? I mean, that's the spikes there. I mean, if you put a rainfall over this, they correlate.
It would, yes.
Okay. Do our projects correlate the same way? Because I saw the ones that didn't. I mean, how do you account for that? So is there a proportional way to look at how well? I'm assuming our projects do better when it's rainier too, because they're getting more water through them, so they're taking more nutrients out. So I'm trying to wrap my head around sort of how that works. Is that, I see the numbers spiking, but I'm assuming we're also taking more out.
That's
at those
true.
same times of those spikes.
Right. The projects are more, they're not more effective because generally the nutrient removal rates, we try to get those to be consistent regardless of how much water. But when you have more water flowing through the project, you retain more nutrients.
Okay. Thanks. That helps them.
in bulk.
I'm trying to understand, in those water years where you're not getting the water you need to really make the projects get the bang that you're hoping for, that average you're hoping for, but you're probably also not getting the loading in the lake that you're worried about either, because you're not getting as much rain. Is that accurate, or?
That's accurate.
Okay.
And when we get to a place where we're hovering around that 105, then it won't matter so much. Right now,
We're 300 away.
right.
Ms. Martinez?
Yes. Jennifer, refresh my memory on the public-private partnerships that we have with Likes and Buck Island and all that. What's the deal there? They basically lease the land to us, and we make the improvements, whatever feature we're going to have there at our cost, and then we pay them for the lease?
Yeah, so they're all a little bit different. So some of them require some upfront design and construction costs in order to optimize the project so that it'll do what we want it to do. And those vary. So some of the public-private partnerships that we have, some of the smaller dispersed projects needed very little construction, and some actually didn't need any construction at all, and we used existing levees that the landowners already had in place. But some of the bigger projects required a much larger outlay of construction costs in order to build a project that would deliver what we wanted it to. And then, yes, and then the bulk of the payments end up in a service payment, so an environmental services payment that we pay to the landowner in order to operate the project.
Okay, but the actual improvements, whether small or large, that's on our dime, correct?
Yes.
We pay for that. So then the next question is, and I'm sure the answer is going to be yes, do you or do we keep track of all of these projects on a per metric ton or per pound of removal of these nutrients, whether it's phosphorus or nitrogen, and what our actual cost is in relation to what our cost was to build these things and the lease improvement and the lease payments and all that kind of stuff?
So two things. First, I want to correct what I said about when you asked, is it on our dime? I want to be clear that oftentimes that those are direct appropriations. And so depending on what you mean by our dime, on the taxpayer's dime, on the state's dime, yes, not on the landowner's dime.
Taxpayer's dime.
Often it's the taxpayer's dime. So sometimes that's through FDAC,
yes.
sometimes it's through DEP, sometimes it's through direct appropriations to the Water Management District. So it comes from a bunch of different pots of money that we've paid for different ones. So I wanted to correct that to make sure that you understood my answer.
Fair enough.
And then, so the other way, to answer your other part of your question, it's a little bit more complicated. So all the projects, again, are different. So some of the projects were designed and conceived to really just retain water. And so they are monitored on a water storage and are paid on a water storage metric. We've realized that it's also important for us to consider, well, wait, are these also attenuating nutrients, and how much? And are there ways for us to optimize nutrient reduction through some of these projects? And so we've started incorporating monitoring in ways that will help us evaluate that on these different projects, and then will help us either make improvements to the projects, consider other projects that could work in tandem with the projects, different ways that we can look at it. But many of the projects, when we first initiated them, did not include a specific nutrient reduction goal or target. And so we're trying to incorporate that now into some of those projects. As we move forward, we have included that in more recent projects so that we're looking at those things.
So for example, the Likes project, is that storage and or removal of nutrients, or either
For Brighton Valley, it's both.
Both.
For Lakes West Waterhole, the initial project was something that was only a storage, I might be speaking out of turn. So I can't remember exactly how the initial contract was written, but we are looking at both nutrient removal and water storage for both of those projects now. And so it's also difficult to compare projects apples to apples because they operate in different places and with different runoff and different types of nutrients in their runoff. And so it makes it difficult to compare a project in one subwatershed or even one basin within the same subwatershed to another project completely.
Okay.
Because some areas might not be able to have the same runoff, right? If they don't have the same volume of water with the same concentration in it,
of course. Okay.
then you can't reasonably anticipate the same results. But we are finding ways to be able to compare them to the goal. So that's the way that we're looking at it, is what's the goal we're trying to achieve here? And is the project cost effective in us achieving that goal?
Thanks for the presentation. It's quite good. I have a question about just on this slide, and then we'll move to the next one. But on this particular one, the number, the 100, 200, 300, 400, what is that? Is that pounds?
Metric tons.
Metric ton. Okay, that's what okay. I mean, but that's a weight.
Yes.
Okay. And building off of what Chauncey had mentioned, which had to do with these spikes are at some level tied to the amount of rain received in that particular year. And so where I get a little conceptually, where I try to focus, I think, more conceptually, is about whether we should be measuring these things in terms of just raw pounds or tons or metric tons to say, because obviously the more rain you get, the more volume you have, the heavier the weight is going to be at the end. But to me, it seems more important to focus on the concentration of phosphorus in a particular drop of water or measurement of water, because if you have a gallon of water that's just loaded completely with phosphorus, to me that's a lot worse than getting 100 gallons of water that are at 1/100th of, you'd still get the same metric tons if you did that, 10 gallons or 100 gallons, 1 gallon, but the concentration to me is more of the danger than it is. And I was curious scientifically what the analysis is in terms of why it's more important, or do we think it's more important to do it just strict in terms of metric tons of phosphorus removed, or are we more concerned about how laced a particular volume of water is with the nutrients? Because it seems, at least to me, that the more laced a particular volume of water is with phosphorus seems like a more troubling situation than a lot more volume of water with a lot less concentration of phosphorus. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. So I'm going to explain it the way that I think about it. So if we have 100 buckets of water,
good. This is how I think about
various, we have 100 buckets of water of various concentrations, and 50 of those are going to go directly into the lake. 50 of them we're going to put through a project that reduces whatever nutrient is in that bucket by 60%. We're going to try to pick the buckets with the highest concentrations to put through the project.
Great. Okay, yep.
That's what we're trying to
Yeah,
do.
no, that's great. Okay, that makes me feel better.
So that's why we're looking at, on those other graphs where it had different ways to look at nutrients, concentration, total load, unit area load, flow-weighted mean concentration. That's why we look at it in different ways in order to figure out what type of project can we target those 50 buckets in order to make the most impact.
We're going to get that 50 to 60% reduction regardless of what the water we put through there. So we want to put the most concentrated phosphorus bucket through
when
there.
we can.
We're getting them when we can. And so that leads me maybe to the next question. And this had come up earlier on several different occasions in our meetings. Most of the, I guess, are they subbasins? Is that how you?
Yeah, so it's totally confusing.
Okay.
So it's watersheds, then subwatersheds, then basins.
Okay. Most of the ones that seem to be identified, if maybe you can go to slide 9, I think it is the next one actually. Okay. This is exactly where it was. So we've identified 18 of 64 basins here, and these 18, I don't know if you call them hot spots or whatever, but these are our problem children, and this is where we're trying to focus our efforts. Most of these 18, as far as I can tell, and I may be wrong, are these the ones that fall into or out of the South Florida Water Management District enforcement areas? Like,
no, these are within.
Okay.
Like these yellow ones right above the lake. Those are all our. Those are all within our area.
I know they're in our jurisdiction, but in part of that tripartite DEP, South Florida Water Management District, FDACS, is that a particular area fall under the FDACS enforcement? Are those the areas like those BMAPs and the BMPs? Is that inside the FDACS jurisdiction?
So the jurisdiction or the responsibility has to do with land use, I think is what are you talking about, like BMPs and things like that? So that has to do with land use. And so those areas do have a high density of agricultural land use, but there are other considerations as well.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, we're trying to figure out where we're going to implement in this particular, the FDEP, Basin Management Action Plan, whatever. There's a lot of titles. But what we're trying to figure out is where to go, figure out where the most concentrated areas are, where the most TP concentration is. And those water areas, we're trying to implement these particular projects to extract as much phosphorus and other nutrients from the water as possible. Would that be an accurate statement? Okay. My next question had to do with the nitrogen and why a particular area was like suddenly removing this massive amount of nitrogen from the water. I think you had one of your slides, I don't remember which one it was. It had like 27, I don't know, it's a really high number for the nitrogen. Is that because that water is full of nitrogen, or is that because the particular project we've implemented has magically figured out how to remove all this nitrogen?
It's because that water is full of nitrogen.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Let me go, or I'm going to lose my train of thought, especially with this coffee. But so we've got about 300 to go, right? Tons. And most of these projects are like 2 to 3, which means we need like 100 projects. Is that accurate? I mean, I know we're talking incrementally, and we're climbing the ladder to get there, but are we ever going to get there if we're doing it in chunks of 2 and 3, or is there a bigger project, or is there something out there that's more of a silver bullet that's going to?
So I feel like this is such a good transition to my project slide, but I'll try to not do that.
Oh, good. You're high lead. Good.
So yes and no. Some of these projects are pretty small bites at the elephant. But some of the projects are a little bit bigger, in the more 10, 12, 20 range. So how do we do more projects like that in order to have a greater impact? Well, they cost a lot more. And so it's a little bit harder for us to do that without really close coordination. And so that's where you'll see this project that we have for you today is a bigger style public-private partnership. We knew we needed to tackle some different types of things, and this is one of those.
I didn't mean to jump ahead. I'm sorry. Let Mr. Olovich and Mr. Steinley go. Go ahead.
That's a good question, Chair Goss. So, first of all, I just have to say, because this kind of ties back into what I was asking about earlier today, I think that, and I appreciate that in your write-up, you talk about the triangle, and because it really is important, the triangle. And I'm sure that some of the FDACS people are on the phone today, and that's great. And I didn't realize they were here. If people don't say they're here and talk and participate during the meeting, it's hard to know if people are here or not. But for me, especially because of what happened with 40E61 and 5003, when I believe, I'll say it was the ranchers, and I love the ranchers. I went to all the ranches. But Ernie Barnett, it was in the Okeechobee News that they had submitted to the state legislature through the lobbyists to please put and if I'm wrong, someone can correct me, but this is how I know it to be, that 5003, which pretty much nullified the whole first part of our, 40E61, which was for when we were trying to have some ability to regulate north of the lake. I think it would end as we become more of a triangle and we work more together. There has to be some kind of documenting. If it's great that we're expected to do projects, but we cannot just spend this kind of money blindly. And as we can see by looking at the numbers don't work real well. And certainly there will be other things that we'll be doing to clean the water. But I would love to see, I guess through the BMAP documentation, let's just take, is it Basin 191, which is the basin with Taylor's Slough and all of that. Just if you look, I would like to know before we start, check $1 million, check $1 billion to spend all this money doing this stuff. I would like to have a report from FDACS that said, this is the 191 basin. These are all the things that we've tried since 1970s. We got rid of our dairy farmers who we loved, and we maybe even found out that didn't make a difference. In the 1980s, we wish we hadn't gotten rid of them, whatever the story is. I have this, it's just a good historical piece that was composed in 2013 when we were going through the last summer by Gary Goforth. And it's a history from 1970 to 2012 of all of the things that have been done for Lake Okeechobee. And here we sit today. So I think, we're having the hard conversation now. And so as we try new things to fix this, there also has to be everybody sitting at the table. And everybody talking about, I want to know, why isn't it working in that basin 191? I want them to prove to me, I want them to show me why they can't do any better. Are there any people in that basin that aren't signed up for the basin management action plans? Is it legacy phosphorus? I want to know. Then you have people tell you that it's not phosphorus anymore, it's nitrogen, that there was so much phosphorus that it flipped, and that's why we have all the algae today. I don't know, but Ms. Reynolds, you as a scientist and engineer, it's your job to do the work, and you do a great job at doing the work. I find my job as a board member to bring up it's my job to bring up the hard questions. And I don't have a lot of the skills that the gentlemen and ladies sitting at the table here today, but I am a straight communicator. And I think that we need to have someone from each one of the triangles parts in the room every day that we're together talking about where we are, how hard we've tried to better where we are. And then also, I think we you reward the people who have tried the hardest to do the best. I don't think you reward the people who have repeatedly done the worst. Sorry. So I don't know who's done the best. I don't know who's done the worst. I don't know if, all of those projects that you ran through, if that ties into just people who have money to do projects. But I think there needs to be the triangle together in a systematic approach at knowing through each particular basin what the history is and why it's where it is today as we continue to move into a very expensive future.
Thanks, Ms. Nolovich. Mr. Sonley, 1 second. I'm going to call on Mr. Pettit since he is here telephonically, and we know that now. I don't think we did until recently. And Mr. Pettit, if you'd like to chime in, please feel free.
I think I'm unmuted. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Hello, governing board members. Thank you, Jackie. It's been a while, but appreciate the history. Yeah, I'll note a couple of things, and I know Adam is Deputy Secretary Blaylock's there, so I'll try not to stray too much into the BMAPs. I guess first, thank you. I hope everybody's doing well. It's good to see everybody coming out of we're starting to come out of the pandemic, and I look forward to being in front of you soon. I'll note a couple of things. First off, we continue to collaborate, and Jennifer's been fantastic. Her staff's been fantastic. We've got a couple of projects that we're working on collaboratively that are going to make a real difference, including some research. I saw Buck Island Ranch mentioned. We're working with them on a legacy phosphorus project that we're collaborating with your folks on as well. There's another project out there that we continue to work on that has some real potential in terms of benefits. So it's great to see that. Going to the kind of the 40E61 type of piece, I think it's really good that the discussion continues, and it's great that we're taking a look at that interagency agreement. I know that your staff does a great job. I'm sure they've provided that agreement. What 40E61 was going to look like was articulated back in that agreement in 2017, which is interesting because none of us were here, and you've got all new faces. So it is very pertinent that we're updating that agreement. We're including additional basins. We're going to talk through as those cooperative agencies, what we can do. I know Jennifer mentioned, a number of these dispersed projects. My office paid for a lot of the design, the permitting. It was a true collaborative effort that we continue to want to look at. In terms of the cost share, first I'll give a real quick update. We're towards the end of the year. I know we're waiting for our invoices to continue to come in on the cost reimbursement basis. However, we have funded over the last couple of years, including in that 191 basin, a couple of really good cost share projects. And Jackie, I know you asked. Every year we provide to DEP as part of their STAR report, not only changes in land use that have occurred in the basin, be it transition from agricultural production to fallow or vice versa, or transition to development and houses. We provide them an update on an annual basis. And in addition, we give them cost share updates as to the types of projects and locations within which we went ahead and cost shared and got those projects on the ground. And those are included in that STAR report as part of those BMAPs. So I think that there's, again, with continued real high quality communication, the continued collaboration as part of the coordinating agencies framework, I think that there's a real availability to continue to talk about the great work that we're doing collaboratively within these basins. Lastly, and I know I talk too much, so I'll be quiet, but we have, at the behest of DEP, when DEP went ahead and updated the southern BMAPs, we were given very clear direction in those documents that they were looking for us to go ahead and enroll as quickly as we can, as much as we can within a year period. And they asked us to go ahead and determine who was enrolled and then provide them a list of folks that were considered agriculture under the BMAP that were not enrolled at the end of that time frame. We did a phased mail out effort. We went 50 acres and up in intensive agriculture. Then we went 25 to 50 acres. And then we went, all the smaller parcels and went ahead and got letters back. I have 2,000 folks or so on an enrollment list, and we provided, 3 different kind of on a rolling basis data dumps to DEP about folks that either wanted to talk to them about water quality monitoring, did not want to get enrolled, or and this is the vast majority of the smaller folks, fall within land use categories that, as we do scrubs, you see a residence, you see local government owned lands, you see state lands, you see tribal lands, you see any number of different things. There's a there's a conversation ongoing, and DEP's been fantastic to work through some of those land use issues tied to different land use classifications and tied to areas where we've got a real policy conversation to be had about some of these rural homesteads or ranchettes, some of these smaller, those smaller parcels. So again, I think that we've had a really positive continued conversation, staff to staff, making sure that our offices continue to collaborate. And I've got nothing but praise for Drew and Jennifer and your staff. They've been wonderful to work with, and we've really been able to, I think, move the needle on a number of pieces. So I appreciate that, and we'll take any other any questions you might have.
Mr. Pettit, thank you so much for being on today, and I hope you're well. Perhaps this is the classic example of communication not getting back around. Like when you're a Girl Scout, you sit around the fire and what you started saying, by the time you get to the end, it's something totally different, or it's not said at all. So for me, as a board member, and I would think for most of the board members up here too, some form of communication based on your interaction with FDACs would be wonderful, or having them come too. And something very simple, like no Army Corps speak or any South Florida Water Management District speak, but just people on the street speak. And I think something like, if you had those 8 basins that you were talking about, like what if every meeting there was a report on the percentage of improvement in each time. Each month we signed up 4 more people. It might not seem like a lot, but just like you were talking about, a project at a time, a person at a time, it adds up. And so the goal would be to get 100% people in each one of those basins to sign up within a year or whatever. But to have a simple goal of something, and I would feel a lot better about all this if I knew that, because I'm sitting here ruminating. I can't help myself thinking that they're expecting us to do all these projects and pay for all these projects, and I don't even know how hard they've tried. And they probably have tried very hard, but I need to know, because it helps when you're, and to the taxpayers, I mean, that's only fair. It's only right. Thanks.
Thank you, Jackie. And Mr. Pettit, thanks very much for that explanation, and thank you for being on and joining us for this conversation. Mr. Stanley, you've been incredibly patient.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, would you mind if I just, I just think Jackie's right, and when we had crafted our draft rules for 4061, we had a whole section on how to engage the public, be transparent, get all this information out there for people to understand what's going on in a real way, right? I mean, this information exists, but you have to be in the business to go find it, right? And so we're trying to get there, and obviously we couldn't put that in the rule, but the coordinating agreement that we're trying to recraft here with the 3 agencies, that's the mechanism we're trying to get that same concept out there, so that DEP can bring everything, and DAX can bring everything, and we can bring everything in a good forum, a good setting,
where there's real honest engagement with people and everyone knows what's going on. I can't agree more that that's kind of missing right now. And so that's kind of, you know, when you directed us to open up that coordinating agreement, in my mind, that's the most important thing we can get in there, is that kind of engagement, transparency, and give the public the tool to hold the three of us accountable, the three agencies accountable. So that is very much on my mind as far as an outcome of that interagency agreement. And I think everybody, I've talked to Chris and I've talked to Noah, everybody agrees that that's what we need to get out of that coordinating agreement. It's just, we got to land it. So I just wanted to know that.
Okay, but you're not getting any resistance from anybody, right?
I haven't felt that. Have you, Jennifer?
No, not resistance, just how do we do that and how do we make sure we do something that's meaningful and we don't, for example, commit to doing a monthly public workshop that then would, you know, create so much time for our staff doing public workshops that we wouldn't actually have time to implement projects, for example. And, you know, what's the timing to make sure that what we can deliver to the public is meaningful and actually shows improvement or progress at a time frame that is meaningful. And so it's just kind of figuring that stuff out.
Okay. I would like to hear if you do get any resistance.
I was just going to ask, I mean, along, Jackie, the lines of what you said with 4061, I mean, we invest in projects, yes, but, you know, the first year I think we invested in a significant expansion of the monitoring system, and that is what we were told is our lane when it comes to this type of stuff. So you showed in one of those charts, there's a 3.5 million acre basin that runs into the lake. It's not surprising that the most nutrient rich are on the south side of that basin. So I'm assuming a lot to do with legacy. But how are we, can you speak a little bit about how are we honing in more with all this additional monitoring to determine not just hot areas, but hot uses? You know, whether it's ag, whether it's mining, whether it's septic systems. I mean, are we getting closer to not just identifying a broad area, you know, tens, hundreds of miles, and getting to these clusters where we can actually, well, I don't think we can have impact, but we can say, we've identified this, let's another agency do something about it.
Right. So we have to tackle all of those areas. And I left this slide up because it gets at the questions that you guys are asking about we've got 300 tons that we're trying to tackle. Are we trying to tackle 300 tons with our projects alone? And I would say no, absolutely not. And that's part of what the interagency agreement is, to make sure that we remember, is that everybody's got a piece. So some of it's in regulation, some of it's in local projects, some of it's in projects that only DACs can do. They're things that need to happen on agricultural areas. Some of them are only projects that DEP can do, and some of them are things that we do together in projects that the Water Management District implements. Some of them are water management things, and that's only we can do that.
That is hugely clarifying. I mean, I think for probably all of us, because I think we're all feeling the burden of, oh my gosh, we've got all this to do, but thank you.
Yeah, so we have to improve in all those areas, and that's why we think that the interagency agreement is so important, is to keep putting forward who's got how much of that responsibility and how are you doing on it. Because we don't want to try to solve your part of the problem, because solving our part of the problem is big enough.
But we do want to keep the pressure. But we do want to keep the pressure on other agencies to keep up with us.
Right.
I mean, if we're going full speed ahead on our slate of items, we need the other agencies to also be holding up their end of the bargain and to be going full bore on their slate, so that these things, because otherwise we do our thing and it's just not, first of all, A, it's limited, B, even if we did everything on our plate, it's not going to get us to where we need to get to. So,
Right.
But my issue is that we always point to this legacy nutrient issue.
Yeah, so,
But which is a huge problem. But I'm finding it hard to understand how there aren't specific problems that we can identify through monitoring that are today's biggest contributors.
yeah, so let me give you an
A
example.
phosphate mine or something, you know.
You want to go on with the
Right.
presentation?
Yeah, well, no,
I mean,
so
just-
our,
I don't know if it's the next part.
yeah, well, let me answer that question because it has to do specifically with the monitoring. So some of the things that we're doing, for example, with the expanded monitoring, is we're taking a look at the difference in the type of phosphorus. And so there's a difference in the type of phosphorus, whether it's a suspended solid sediment-based phosphorus or whether it's phosphorus that's free in the water column. And the difference between those is that one is runoff-based. It's new phosphorus that's based on things that it's picking up right now in the runoff. It's fertilizer that's running off of grass or running off of agricultural areas and is new phosphorus in the water. That phosphorus shows up different in the monitoring than sediment-based phosphorus that's more of that legacy phosphorus. And so we can differentiate based on our monitoring which problem we have.
and I had asked this question, by the way, of the staff maybe like a year ago and got a full briefing on this legacy versus new phosphorus. And quite frankly, the legacy phosphorus sounded to me in the briefing like it was more of a red herring. Not that it doesn't exist, but that a lot of the problem is the new phosphorus. It's not really the legacy stuff, that the legacy stuff isn't moving as quickly into the water as the new stuff is. At least that's what I understood from my.
In the targeted basins that I've been looking at recently, I would agree with that statement.
Okay, thanks.
Now, in the lake itself, we have a huge legacy problem.
Mr. Bergeron?
I don't know whether to start on this, but I will say this, that we definitely have to have solid communication with the Department of Agriculture, that we have the DMPs, which is great, but I don't think there's any certain regulation on the levels of phosphorus that's coming into state waters tied to that. I don't think you can build enough pretreatment areas I thought we were doing the additional monitoring. We got the funding to see where the hot spots are, and there's got to be some responsibility to how much nutrients are coming into our system, or you'll have to buy half of South Florida back to pre-treat what's going on in the system. And one other thing is that we're building all these projects, and do we have a cost per ton, kind of what is it costing us per ton based upon the projects we're building and removing the phosphorus?
It depends on the type of project, but I know that in Sean Scully's presentation, he has a presentation on how much that project, how we structured that project is at a cost per pound of phosphorus removal. And so we're looking at ways to structure some of our projects to pay for that removal in that way precisely.
But we don't know what all these pre-treatment areas that we have today. We don't know what our cost is per ton.
We do, but they're all different, so it varies widely. But I do have that information, and I can provide that to you. I don't have it in front of me right now.
Well, I know, my personal feeling, and I know this is a very hot subject, is that the burden to the taxpayer to some level of what we're building versus reasonable responsibility, whether it's industrial, commercial, residential, agriculture, whatever. If there's no reasonable responsibility on what's coming into state waters, I don't know how you can ever achieve the reduction of, 300 metric tons? So I think we have to work with the Department of Agriculture, the DEP, to have some kind of reasonable discharges into our state waters. Otherwise, we're going to just continue to build these projects. One other question I have, we're building this on private land. We're putting capital into these pretreatment areas. Are these 10-year leases, 20-year leases? Because we have to amortize the cost of the improvements we're doing on private land for a certain time frame to put that into our total cost per ton. And so at the end of a certain time frame, what happens to these leases we have?
So many of the projects that we have that I talked about earlier are of that nature. They are on private land, and they are short-term or long-term leases, depending on what you consider 10 years. And at the end of those, we can either choose to continue that project with the landowner if they are amenable, or we can walk away from the project. The project that I'm going to talk to you about in a few minutes is actually of a different sort, because we were thinking that same way. Well, what about the cost, the sunk cost for the construction? And if you start making these projects bigger and you have a larger sunk cost in construction, then how do we make sure to protect the district's interests and the state's interests in supplying those funds in order to have it in perpetuity? And so the solicitation that we put out recently is different. So after a 5-year operation period, then the land would come to the district. So it would start in private ownership. They would have to prove that the project works. They would do the design and construction, and then at the end of that operation period, they would turn it over to us.
Well,
so it's a different model.
Well, that's a good model, because all the capital investment and is owned by the district and the taxpayer. And but my only point here is we in my eyes, we've got to, we're doing all this monitoring. Once we see who is the polluters that's polluting greater than what's reasonable, do we have any way of having reasonable responsibility to these discharges into our state waters?
So I'm going to take this wonderful opportunity, if it's amenable to you, Chairman, to punt that question to the Department of Environmental Protection.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I think it would be a little bit helpful if it's okay to kind of address the questions that you're asking, just about how are we identifying the different sources of nutrients.
I can barely hear you for some reason.
Oh, yeah. How's that? Better? All right. And so, yeah, in our BMAP, when we're developing the TMDL implementation, our staff goes through and they've actually gone through these sub-watersheds and said, what are the total inputs in these particular watersheds to Lake Okeechobee? How much reduction needs to be made to get to that total of 105 metric tons? And then we have been able to identify and break it out by individual source, what is their percentage of the reduction to make up that amount. So in our BMAP, I mean, we have it very clearly stated. Here's from each of the 8 subwatersheds, this is the percentage of nitrogen and phosphorus that needs to be reduced. And then from that, what's already been achieved, what's left to be achieved, and then from each of those subwatersheds, what are the percentage of sources attributable to those loads. So we know whether it's a, stormwater, wastewater permitted facility that we can regulate directly through permitting, whether it's agriculture that we need to ensure that they're enrolled in BMPs, or if not, that we're implementing and requiring the water quality monitoring so that they can ensure that they're meeting water quality standards. And so those are kind of the 2 avenues that we can go through as far as trying to get those reductions. I mean, it's easy for point sources because they have a permit, they have a maximum load, and if they don't meet that load, then they violate their permit. On the non-point sources, which is primarily agriculture, they enter into BMPs, and if DAX tells us that they're not enrolled in BMPs, but they are an agricultural operation, typically determined through the property tax appraiser if they have an ag exemption, DAX will send us a list of all the ag operators who aren't enrolled, and then it's our responsibility to contact them and let them know that if they're not going to enroll, then they need to do water quality monitoring to get their be meeting water quality standards. And so that's kind of the way that non-point sources are addressed. And I think the kind of challenge that we're seeing currently is, when DAX sends out their letter to, the 6,000 or however many people or ag operators, if they didn't get any response, and they just send 6,000 enforcement letters to us, and then, we're then going behind and having to make sure and identify which ones are really verified agriculture that haven't been enrolled. And we've been able to identify about 250 of those that we've sent letters out saying, all right, you didn't respond to DAX's letter, you're definitely verified agriculture, you need to enroll, or you need to do water quality monitoring, and if you don't do that, then we'll have to take enforcement action. And we don't want to take enforcement action, and most of the time, as soon as we kind of make that contact to the agriculture operators, they realize that they do want to do BMPs. Most of them are very willing and wanting to get enrolled in BMPs. And last year we got about 80 to 90 property owners submitted to us from DAX, and we reached out to each and every one of them, and we were able to get all but one enrolled in BMPs, and they are more than willing to do that. It's just doing that due diligence to reach out and have that kind of coordination with the different ag operators. And like I said, 99.9% of the time they do want to get enrolled. It's a lot of times, particularly in the smaller acreages, they may not realize that they need to be enrolled, or if they get a postcard, a lot of us just throw stuff away. And so it just takes that engagement with the different landowners to make sure they're aware of what the laws that they need to follow. And once they're aware, they're usually fairly willing and ready to do that. And so that's, I think, with updating the coordination agreement, it will kind of, I think, lay out that process a little better and kind of establish those roles and responsibilities and workloads. I think in the past, when DAX would try to get stakeholders enrolled in BMPs, there's a lot of on-the-ground engagement where they would send a letter, they didn't get a response, they'd make sure the addresses were correct, they send another letter, go do site visits, send it to us, we do the same thing, and usually between, that cooperation, you'd be able to eventually get the right person and they would get enrolled. And I think having that continued collaboration makes much more improvement in getting agriculture operators enrolled in BMPs. And I think by updating that coordination agreement, we'll kind of lay out that a little bit better. So thank you. Happy to answer the question.
The question is, if you enroll in the BMPs, you don't have to do water quality monitoring. Do you have any set quality of water standards tied to that BMP, or?
No, if they are implementing and they're enrolled in BMPs and DAX verifies that they're doing it the way that the BMP manual says that they are, then they are under a presumption of compliance with water quality standards. There's no.
But that's just a presumption.
Yeah.
Correct.
This seems to be, I think, if you had to identify what the biggest weakness is in the overall monitoring and enforcement mechanisms that are tied to this, in my opinion. And by the way, thank you very much for coming today. I think this is great. I enjoy having these kind of conversations rather than Zoom and whatnot. So this is great. But I think that at least as I understand it, it seems that the biggest weakness to me is not necessarily the unwillingness of non-point source owners to enroll in the BMP program. I think by and large, most people are either enrolling right out of the box because they don't really want to do the water quality monitoring, or they lost the letter, they didn't get the letter, we reach out, and it sounds like a whole bunch of legwork, to be honest with you. And once you finally get to them, then they go, okay, we'll enroll, and they enroll. But enrollment, to me, is a lot different than actual verification that the BMPs are being implemented. And I think what I do hear you saying is, well, if they don't enroll, everybody's working with each other to try to reach out, verify, get to these people, we get to them, blah, blah, blah. Now, once they enroll, that's out. It's no longer a DEP issue, I don't think. It's now they're enrolled in a program, and that program, by law, I believe, is monitored or enforced. The implementation of those BMPs are enforced by FDAX, not by the DEP, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And in the Senate Bill 712, they kind of added a additional layer saying that you have to go and verify at least every 2 years to make sure. So there is that statutory requirement that
Okay.
DAX do that verification.
Okay, great. Because that to me, it was like, okay, you're enrolled in school, that's great, but like you're not going to any classes. I mean, you still get your diploma. So it just seems a little bit. That to me seemed like the weakest link in the chain is not getting people enrolled, but actually figuring out. And I do understand there's actually 2 layers, in my opinion, to this, and I've heard it. I mean, it's one of those things you just kind of have to trust, I guess. But not just the implementation, but basically what you're saying is somebody, and I don't know if this analysis has been done at any level, but the BMPs were designed and worked on collaboratively, it seemed, with a bunch of people. But I do not know, as I stand here today, and I understand that there's science out there that creates theories, and those theories, they have a hypothesis, and they try to prove whether these BMPs are actually going to lead to reduction in nutrients that are meaningful to get to where we're going to get to. But there is also the component, like, even if you enrolled and it's verified that you're doing them, like, that doesn't mean that we're actually achieving a reduction that's meaningful. I mean, they could be, for all intents and purposes, they could be completely meaningless. And that's not because somebody did them in bad faith. They could have completely designed this thing in total good faith. They had the best scientists. They put the best people on it, and it just didn't do what they suspected it would do. How often, and this may be a question not necessarily for you, but for how often, if at all, are the BMPs readdressed and sort of figured out, like, okay, is these things actually working, and are they moving the needle? Because to be honest, if I were a non-point source person, I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah, Mr. Pettit, I bet you have the answers to some of those questions, so I'll let you
Yeah,
jump in.
I'm happy to talk through it. And I guess what I'll do is give a kind of an overview. You know, that the So we're in the process, and I've spoken in front of you in the past updating the manuals. And one of Adam's great staff from DEP is tied into our manual development. We've got environmental groups represented. We have industry stakeholders. We have researchers. We have specific review teams. In fact, we're putting another together now because we're continuing to roll them out. So we go through the research. We do, research with the academic institutions. The University of Florida does a lot of it for us. 712 additionally had a research plan that needs to be developed that we've already gone out and done a solicitation. We have regular coordination meetings when we develop the legislative budget request for that research, which supports BMP updates. That is something that we work with pursuant to statute, but we've conversed with them previously with DEP, and we've had a couple. They've cycled through a couple, but we've had dedicated DEP agriculture folks that have done a great job working with us. Once we update our practices and the supporting literature, which, just to use the cattle manual, we had over 200 pieces of literature documentation on the scientific and technical side to support that manual. That goes over to DEP to support the practices. By the requirement of the manual, DEP performs the initial verification of the practices. And again, just as a reminder of what the BMPs do, you've got those drops of water going into a bowl that I think we all admit, is already overflowing. We address the drops of water to make sure that those drops, the new stuff, those drops are as small as possible. So we are dealing with efficiency in inputs as it relates to our program. We then implement per 712 and per the manuals. We go out and when we enroll, the producers are responsible for implementing the applicable BMPs in the proper fashion. So 712 inserted the modifier proper to implementation, so proper implementation. In my rules, if there is not proper implementation taking place, we have the ability to, and the manuals drive this, work with producers on nutrient management plans, corrective action, a number of different things that if those are not implemented, we then have the ability, and it's in 5M1.009, to refer folks over to DEP, and that given the update to 712, we are in rulemaking and we've worked with DEP on our language. We've been very responsive to their comments to 5M1, and we've tightened that language down as well. You mentioned the monitoring, and I find this interesting because again I go back to the inputs and the efficiency of inputs. The statute does require and provides DEP with the ability and obligation to do representative site monitoring. And I think that, given the expansion of monitoring that you guys have done and the way that we work, say in St. John's and other areas, that representative site monitoring is where DEP has the ability to look at water quality impacts on a watershed, sub-watershed, wherever, that monitoring basis that lies with DEP and the water management districts. They then look at the representative site issues. We sit there and say, look, we've got everybody doing it. We've got the efficiencies as high as possible in terms of the inputs. We're making sure that we are implementing our compliance program. And, for folks that, we need to talk to and improve, we talk additional practices. We talk corrective action. We talk additional cost share projects. These are things that over the last 2 years we've completely kind of changed, ratcheted down, and updated even our data management systems to be able to better kind of articulate what's going on. And then at that point, the cooperative agency process, and I think the increase in the monitoring is going to lead to greater information through the cooperative agency process over time. We come together and we look at things and we identify, problem areas. We identify really good places to do projects where we may need to look at some additional, cost share money through my program with on-site type of resources, and we're able to do that collaborative evaluation step based on our data about what's going on the parcel and the efficiencies of inputs. DEP's representative site monitoring, any other monitoring that's done by the district, any other information that comes in, that's where this tripartite alliance kind of comes in to be able to, over time, over the course of the 5-year BMAP review, the 20 years, and we even look at it on an annual basis. Again, we update our cost share data and our land use data to DEP every year as part of the STAR report submittals, and we're working on an MOA with DEP to figure out how the information obtained under 712 gets transferred over to them that we've got to collaborate with. It makes a lot of sense to do it as part of that same transfer, so you get that watershed type of an analysis approach. So we've got a really good system. I think that, again, the renegotiation of the cooperative agencies agreement is going to give us some other opportunities to have some conversation. We continue to refine our approach with DEP, and we're doing everything we can. We have identified additional resource issues. I mean, we were in for 10 additional positions. We're trying to make sure that we're in a position to do everything we need to do, go ahead and get the data that we need to better interact with our agency partners. So that's kind of the overarching framework, and then how we're addressing it on the ground.
Thanks very much, Mr. Pettit. That was a good explanation. I appreciate it. Vice Chair Wagner,
yes, sir.
any more questions? No. Great.
I have one other question. My only point here is, as we continue to go forward, and I'll try to be brief, if we do not have reasonable discharge quality of water into state waters, we're going to continue to build these projects when the taxpayer is going to pay for it. We're going to continue and continue. I do like the project that I think we'll be talking about today, where we're talking about you get paid for so much a ton of removal. You actually know what your cost is going into the future, and you only pay based upon the amount of phosphorus that's removed. But I do believe that we've got a long way to go to get our quality of water, and for 9 million people in 16 counties.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Reynolds, you've been standing there for about the last hour. I'm sorry.
I've gotten used to it.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. You always get the fun ones. If you'd like to proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Cheryl Meads, could I ask a question? I'll make it quick.
Sure.
Okay. Rosie, could you put the slide up that you so kindly created for me? And by the way, while we're waiting for the slide, we didn't take a John boat to Taylor Creek. It was Taylor River. When I said that we went from the bay to Taylor Creek, we went from the bay to Taylor River. Okay, so this is FDAC's BMP enforcement statewide 10/1/2020. And I have a lot of questions about this. Today's not the day, I'm sure, but I don't know if we can get answers now. But when I first looked at this, I looked north of the lake and I thought, wow, a whole lot of good things had happened in a year or 2 years. I remember when we had the workshop and FDAC came and we had discussions about who, how it's BMAPs or best management practices are voluntary. It's a voluntary program north of the lake, and how many people were signed up, and there weren't a great number. I know that cow-calf operations are low intensity. There is a disclaimer on this map that says these are estimates, but it looks like all of a sudden everybody has signed up. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what LOPP stands for. I don't see any color code on the legend that would show us places that haven't signed up. I just thought it would be good not today, but I thought it would be great if we can arrange to have somebody from FDEX come to us in person and at some point in time in the near future and do a presentation of, we've talked about over and over and over again that, you know, we can't continue to treat the level of nutrient pollution that we have coming in from north of the lake. We're willing to do our share. I'm glad that people north of the lake, it looks like they've signed up for this program, but could we ask for someone to come in and maybe start with this map and just tell us more give us more details? I would just love to know.
Of course, and Mr. Pettit, I'll put you on the spot, and as we're opening back up, we'd love to have you come back in person and meet with
Would be
us.
thrilled to, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to. It will give me the opportunity to talk about some of the real advances in data management that we've done and what we're working on, and we're very proud of it. In addition, I will say that, you know, much like the STAR report, we have our annual legislative report that will be, you know, into the legislature and available on our website as of July 1st of this year. If you go to our website now, you will find the last 2 or 3 years of reports, so you can see the shift over time. You'll also see the 2020 report. It does split it out by BMAP. If in the data methodology and in this report, you'll also start to see us do that policy analysis of you know, what is considered agriculture for enrollment purposes under the BMAPs that are other uses and some of the dispersed, and there's a couple of projects, and there's some stuff that we continue to work on refining that data with DEP to kind of work on. So you'll see that data get more granular and kind of more advanced as we move along, and would be happy to schedule something, I would say after the July 1st report, and we can talk about what we're seeing, and happy to engage in the conversation, sir.
Thanks very much, Mr. Pettit. I appreciate it.
And that sounds great to me. This is Cheryl Meads one last time. That sounds great to me. If this map is at all accurate, I love to see the improvements that have happened in such a short period of time, and I congratulate you on that. And also, we do test inflows at different locations. So if it's truly working over time, we should see that drop, right, Ms. Reynolds? We should see the levels drop.
If the projects and other activities are effective in removing nutrients, is that the question?
Including best management practices. So, you know, normally with the scientific method, you only change one thing at a time. What it looks like we're going to do here is change 2 things at a time. So we're going to do some things to reduce phosphorus, and also the people have signed up for best management practices, which they have scientific papers that show that will reduce nutrient pollutions in the lake. I don't know a lot, but I understand that we've talked about it. There are a lot of reasons that we have issues. And I understand that the soil is different, and maybe it takes more fertilizer to actually grow crops. That's why cattle ranching is great up there. But time will tell us, correct?
Yes.
Because we do inflow testing, right? So if we do inflow testing, how long should it take us to see a positive improvement? Just make it up. 24 months, 12 months, 18 months?
So you're not going to be satisfied with my answer, but we generally consider time less than 3 years of water quality data to be not necessarily representative or able to show a trend. So we would say 3 years and longer is what we usually use to be able to qualify a trend. But we can certainly look at shorter time periods and then identify and look into the things that we're seeing. And we are starting to do that with the data that we're receiving on the 1 year of water year data that we have from the expanded monitoring.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Pettit, I know you had your hand up. If you have the last word on this, you're more than welcome.
Oh, no, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. That was, I should
Okay.
lower my hand. That was just
That was a legacy
to
hand
chime
up.
in
I got
and address the data management and the implementation verification piece. I just appreciate you guys dealing with me. I'm sorry, Mr. Wagner. I look forward to seeing you in person and, apologize. At least at the moment, I'm still day tripping it. But really look forward to getting down to my old haunts down in Palm Beach County and seeing everybody. So you've got my commitment to come down and have a good solid conversation face to face with you.
Great. We look forward to seeing you. Thanks, sir.
Take care, everybody.
Ms. Reynolds?
Okay, so let me tell you about one of the projects that we have for you to consider today. So normally I bring to you projects that we have put out for bid, and we're looking for the lowest bidder and we're awarding a construction contract. This is not that type of project. This is a little bit more complicated, but I think it's super exciting. But let me tell you about the project location first. So it's really important when we cite water quality projects that we not only take into account how do we have the most amount of runoff to treat the dirtiest water most effectively, but we also want to look at how do we site those projects closest to the receiving water body so that that clean water gets to where we want it to go without getting fouled up in its route there. And so as we look at a way to address the large amount of nutrients going into Lake Okeechobee, we wanted to look at what we already talked about, this basin here, and importantly, this lower Kissimmee Basin that has water going into the Kissimmee River, the C-38 channel, and right into Lake Okeechobee, because this area receives water from this entire watershed. And so a water quality project in this vicinity is going to have an opportunity to really significantly affect and deliver results. And so we worked with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection because we knew that if we wanted to impact that quantity of water and that amount of nutrients, we weren't going to be able to do it within our $5 million dispersed water management pot that we already get for small projects. And so we worked with DEP and said, okay, we're thinking big. We want to do something big, but how do we develop something that is in an area where there's no land available? Like, we don't have a plot of land that big to build a big stormwater treatment area here. So is it possible that a public-private partnership might be interested in doing something with us that would allow us to put a big project in place? So we developed a solicitation that is a design, build, finance style project. So we're looking for a partner from a private landowner and independent companies that would collaborate together to acquire property, design a project, build a project, and then operate a project for a 5-year period, meeting the water quality results that we put in our solicitation. At the end of that time, that facility would be turned over to the district to operate in perpetuity, and we would own the land. So that's what we were looking for in a project in this vicinity. And so that's what this outlines, is the solicitation that talks about those time periods, those objectives, and delivering a minimum long-term annual average of 13 to 15 metric tons a year. We did not identify specific nitrogen reduction, but we were hopeful that the respondents would consider nitrogen and include that in their proposal. And we didn't identify specific water storage targets, but again, any water that's treated and water that's attenuated in the project would be a benefit. And so the way that the solicitation worked is that we had a team evaluate these projects in accordance with our procurement rules and state law. They took a look at the projects, and what they evaluated was the qualifications of the entity, as well as the project concept. And then we rank ordered those respondents, and then that's what we're bringing to you today. So what we received 2 proposals from 2 different companies, EIP and HGS, and we are looking to go into negotiations, which would be the next step of this, negotiations with the first ranked company, which is EIP, in order to come to an agreement to move forward with the project. So let me tell you a little bit about their proposal. EIP, in their proposal, told us that they're the fee title holder of 2 ranches in this vicinity of approximately 3,300 acres. They said that those 2 ranches straddle the L62 canal, which is this canal here, and is immediately adjacent to the Kissimmee River, or the C38 canal here, which flows the water directly into Lake Okeechobee. They have 2 phases of their proposal. This first phase is the preliminary design phase, and the second phase is implementation and operations. The way our negotiations would go is that we would first negotiate for phase 1 and then for phase 2. And this project, in their description, incorporates a stormwater treatment area, as well as a way to attenuate water, so maybe hold water in some deeper cells first, then flow that water through the STAs in order for them to be able to achieve maximum benefits. In their proposal, they also talked about incorporating a innovative medium, so some kind of a technical innovation that would allow them to attain even better water quality results in cooperation with their more traditional stormwater treatment area cells. So the specifics of all of the project, the negotiations, the cost, still is part of the negotiation, and so I don't have those details. What you would be authorizing us to do would be to negotiate those specific details. But, I guess it's in the resolution that you can see in front of you, but it's up to a limit of $300 million. And with DEP, the way that this would be funded is through their water quality funds. And so this is a different pot than how our normal MEP funding is funding our other projects. And so this is an additional source of funding for this project. And so if you have specific questions about the funding, I might defer that to Adam. And if you have specific questions about the procurement rules, Candy is here and can help me with those specific questions. And otherwise, I'll take any questions that you have on this resolution.
Thanks very much. I think what we'll do is go to public comment first and then come back to this. And I'm sure there'll be questions because this is a pretty innovative and very interesting project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Mike Elfenbein, followed by Joe Giglio, and then Gary Ritter.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Elfenbein.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. That was a great presentation, Jennifer. Thank you. You are extremely eloquent and succinct, as always. I listen to all this and I hear all these big numbers being thrown around, millions of dollars, and all I can think is OPM, other people's money. We're talking about a proposal for $300 million. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm all for clean water and removing nutrients and projects at work and water storage north of the lake. But we're talking about $300 million with a return of somewhere between 13 and 15 metric tons of pee coming out of the system, which technically isn't really coming out of the system. It's just being sequestered in the land. But my bigger concern is this. I'm not a governing board member. I'm not a politician. I don't work for any of the agencies. And over the last year, I've worked extremely hard as a private citizen, as an individual, to find solutions for nutrient reduction in Lake Okeechobee. And I brought a project to all of the agencies in the state of Florida, DEP, FDACS, FWC, and even the district, a little less than a year ago, that proposed to take as much as 1 metric ton of phosphorus out of Lake Okeechobee daily, every day, 1 ton. That's 360 tons of phosphorus out of Lake Okeechobee proposed in a year. And the only thing we asked for was $500,000. And it got poo-pooed by the district. In fact, Drew suggested that the district wasn't going to pursue it. And Mr. Steinle, you and I have had a couple discussions about it since then, and I've discussed it on this governing board meeting several times. In fact, I'll remind you all that I've solicited and received, adopted, and executed 16 resolutions across South Florida for municipalities, counties, and cities that reflect the wants of 8.5 million people in support of that project. And yet still the district decided that it wasn't worthy of its time, money, and effort, even though the funding source was coming from another state agency. And all the district had to do was sponsor it and put their name on it. So it's hard to swallow for me, and I'm sure for many other people who hear these numbers pop up, of $300 million to buy land to convert into a stormwater treatment area to maybe get 13 to 15 tons of phosphorus a year out of. And while we're discussing how we're paying for this, and there was mention earlier, I think it was Ron that mentioned it about how we're paying per pound, or maybe it was Mr. Martinez. I think the figures were well below what we're discussing today. So while I support projects that reduce nutrients and store water north of the lake, I question the sincerity of what the district is doing when a $500,000 project that afforded more solutions was poo-pooed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Joe Giglio, you're recognized to speak, followed by Gary Ritter and then Captain Chris Whitman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. I waited for 35 years for this particular South Florida Water Management District Board meeting to discuss this topic. In
Mr. Giglio, can we ask you to speak up, please? We can barely hear you.
Okay, in 1987, at Low-Tech 2, I suggested that the movement of dairy cattle from the shores of Lake Okeechobee was good, but it was ineffective. It would not change the total phosphorus within the water column of Lake Okeechobee. That has proven to be extremely true. These projects that are being considered in the surrounding areas of Lake Okeechobee are also good projects. They will definitely reduce the input into Lake Okeechobee by a certain amount. But let me throw some other numbers to you. Vogel of 2007, University of Florida, found that in the top 4 inches of the muck in Lake Okeechobee, there is 100 million pounds of total phosphorus. Using a different number, that's roughly 50,000 metric tons. For the last 5 decades, the amount of total phosphorus that has entered into Lake Okeechobee, including aerial deposition, is approximately 500 metric tons. If you divide 500 into 50,000, you end up with 100 times more total phosphorus as legacy phosphorus in the sediments in the top 4 inches of sediment. As Mr. Glenn has adequately shown, that lake is constantly stirred up with the mud. And if you stir up the top 4 inches, which is about all it does, you are putting so much phosphorus into the system that you're not going to improve Lake Okeechobee's hazardous algae bloom situation until the legacy phosphorus is addressed properly, which has never been addressed in SERC or anything else. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the new phosphorus versus legacy phosphorus, they interact. One dissolves into the other, one precipitates into the other. It's a chemical equilibrium process. And the last thing to consider with BMAP, et cetera, is to separate what is natural nitrogen and phosphorus runoff from polluted runoff. Both of these are extremely difficult to determine, but they would determine where and who to be responsible for the total phosphorus that's coming down Lake Okeechobee. And Lake Okeechobee is increasing at 2.1 parts per billion per liter per year over the last 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giglio. Gary Ritter, you're next to speak on item 28A, followed by Captain Chris Whitman, and then Paul Gray.
Good afternoon, Chair and Governing Board members. Very surprised to see this project. As someone who's worked on this watershed, primarily the northern watersheds, most of my career, I'm happy to see more of these type of projects coming in to complement one another. I understand some of the logic. I think the proof will bear out in some of the cost benefit analysis on how this will be cost effective and efficient use of taxpayer dollars. I would, there were a lot of moving parts in this discussion this afternoon. It was very robust discussion, and I think it might be one to bring back up at a RAC meeting, since it, it impacts so many of the stakeholders, so many of the communities around the lake, what we're trying to do here, and we're all working together with this. A couple of real quick bullets that I wrote down. I would respectfully disagree on the red herring theory on the watershed legacy P, and I'm confident that the continued study on Buck Island Ranch will help us understand that better. Urban stormwater systems also get a presumption of compliance with water quality. It's a presumption because any type of BMPs are based on field tested science. So, I guess that will all bear itself out as we get more BMPs implemented throughout the entire watershed. As more people move into the area and use and impact the resource as taxpayers, this was another topic that was brought up by the board. I think we all continue to contribute to the stressors. Thus, we want restoration to succeed. So, we all should pay as well as participate. I look at it now as a cost of living in this watershed. The last thing I'd like to bring up is there was some discussion on incentive-based programs, and the Farm Bureau has the County Alliance for Responsible Environmental Stewardship program, and we are revamping that, and perhaps we can all work together on providing an incentive-based program for those that we can quantify improvements in BMPs and provide that to those agricultural operators in terms of a sign in their operation. And with that, I think my time is up, but I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Captain Chris Whitman, you're recognized to speak, followed by Paul Gray and then Drew Martin. Captain Whitman, if you could unmute your mic.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Well, thank you.
Good. Yeah, I would. I hear a lot talk a lot of times about the problems are north of the lake. We need to address north of the lake, and I think this conversation is a good example of that. I would like to thank Mr. Wagner for his questions and comments regarding the BMP program and phosphorus loads. I'm curious, if of all of the interests that are, enrolled in a BMP program, and the fact that there is a presumption of compliance, which is what it kind of sounded like. The way that works to me is if you're enrolled, it's assumed that you are complying. Is that working? Is that actually working? It does not appear to be that is working, because we still have massive phosphorus loads coming into the lake. to me, that could mean two things. Is one, the regulations, the BMP that they are meeting are not adequate, or they're not actually meeting them. I'm curious of all of the agricultural interests, and the reason I ask that is because Ms. Reynolds identified that the primary or most of the load of nutrient source coming in was identified there as agricultural runoff. So of all those interests that are signed up for the BMP program, how many of them have been referred to DEP by FDACS for enforcement for not meeting the compliance, for not meeting those water quality standards? Is this something that the regulation's not adequate, or is it not being enforced? Is it just simply we're assuming you're signed up and then we assume you're doing what you're supposed to do? I kind of look at it in the construction industry. If I'm a general contractor and I get a permit, is it just assumed that I'm meeting all the hurricane standards and building code standards? Or do I need to have the process of the build inspected to make sure that I'm actually meeting the regulations that are required? So thank you for your time. I appreciate all the great work that you all are doing, and hopefully we'll continue down this path and remove the nutrients from our waters and fix the things that are ailing our great state. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Captain Whitman. Paul Gray, you're recognized to speak, followed by Drew Martin, and then Nyla Pipes, followed by Benita Whalen.
Hi, thank you. Am I in?
You're on.
Okay, thank you. This is Paul Gray from Audubon, Florida. With the algae bloom going on, I was very glad to see you guys talking about the watershed protection plan and the various programs. I missed a little bit of that conversation, but when the BMAP was adopted in 2014, the goal of those things is to meet the phosphorus TMDL for Lake Okeechobee in 20 years, which would be the year 2034. And in the 5-year update that happened a year ago, DEP basically said we're not going to be able to meet the TMDL by the year 2034. And I agree with that. I wish I didn't, but it's a really big issue and it's going to take a long time. But what they didn't do was say, but we think we can get halfway there or something similar. And so that's what we're going to try to do. And they didn't lay out a clear roadmap of how they're going to get closer to the TMDL. And instead, the 5-year plan is kind of a business as usual. And if we did everything in it, we wouldn't even come close. And so, how do we beef that up? And then, the Water Management District has their construction programs and water storage programs north of the lake, and there have been various storage numbers. And storage is the first thing in cleaning water. After Irma, we got 1.5 million acre feet of water went in the lake in 1 month, and we can't clean that much water that fast. So we're going to have to catch as much as we can. And a recent storage number has been 900,000 acre feet, equal to about 2 feet of lake depth. But if you look at all the district plans, they're not even very close to that storage goal either. And so in 2004, the district made the Lake Okeechobee Protection Plan, and that was kind of an all-encompassing umbrella plan. And it included the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Project, SERP. It included what now is considered the BMAP. It included construction plans. I mean, it was kind of this overarching plan. And it had strengths and weaknesses, but it kind of put everything together into a vision of if we do all this stuff, we should be able to come close to meeting the TMDL by the deadline. And we don't have that right now. I talked to Dr. Mark Rains, the new chief science officer, and he's going to reconvene the algae task force. And, I think they realize probably more than anybody that the problem in the lake is the result of everything we've done up in the watershed, including drainage and nutrient enrichment, all that. And I hope somehow, as you guys redo your interagency agreement, we can figure out how to try to put all these plans under one tent and get them working together again and have the storage complement the water quality. Because even in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Plan, that shallow reservoir wasn't accompanied by a water cleaning feature. So I hope we can start trying to make a more comprehensive plan and one that is targeted to meeting the TMDL sometime in the near future or far future, however fast we can do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Drew Martin, you're recognized to speak, followed by Nyla Pikes, and then Benita Whalen.
Yes, this is Drew Martin. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Martin.
I want to follow on what Paul Gray was saying. I think Paul's really one of the true experts on Lake Okeechobee, and really appreciate all his work over the years. I think that I remember the governing board having this discussion a year or so before in a workshop, and I appreciate Mr. Wagner's statements today. But this is really an issue, I believe, of enforcement, and that we haven't really enforced these rules. And so we're not really checking to see all that well who's doing what and who the bad actors are. And so people who are doing a good job aren't really getting as much credit, and the people doing a bad job aren't being asked to change. And I think we need to do a lot of experimentation here to see how we can improve the water flowing into the lake, because in order to clean the lake, we have to stop the input of phosphorus and nitrogen that's coming in from north of the lake. Everybody agrees that. The lake itself, when we put the berm around the lake, we made it difficult for the lake to clean itself because we cut off a lot of the wetlands from the lake. And so the lake itself is really a reservoir of bad water right now to a certain extent, and particularly after a storm when all that's stirred up. And I agree, the gentleman who mentioned muck, and removing some of that muck would be beneficial. But we have to enforce the rules of the BMPs. And the fact that we're not meeting those standards, it's fine to spend money to produce STAs. But if we're not going to enforce the BMPs and we're not going to enforce the standards, we're never going to really solve the problem. And if there are certain landowners that are just not meeting those standards and causing a lot of the problem, it seems to me that a lot of the money could be spent on enforcement would be a lot better spent than money just on building STAs. Now, STAs may have habitat advantages for wildlife, so I'm absolutely not against STAs. But I think that we need to go back, and we really need to look at enforcement. And if these BMPs aren't working, as Paul Gray said in his statement, because we're not going to meet the TMDL or the standard itself, then we need to go back and we need to tighten up the rules. Because I agree with Mr. Wagner, it's no use to have this going on if people really aren't doing the work to improve the water quality. And we're never going to solve the problem. We're just going to be back at the same problem year after year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Nyla Pikes, you're recognized to speak, followed by Benita Whalen.
Good afternoon, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. We have long been advocates for northern storage, recognizing how big a problem we have north of the lake and how important it is to have those large-scale regional projects to help us get the nutrients going into the lake under control. That being said, this specific discussion regarding a project that's potentially going to cost us $300 million seems to have been put on a quick timeline, which I have no real problem with. But it seems like we should maybe tap the brakes enough to discuss this a little further with the public. I'd like to echo Gary Ritter's comments that I think this really deserves a discussion all of its own, as opposed to being sort of lost in a larger discussion about the NEP and the BMPs and the interagency agreement, et cetera, simply because of the sheer amount of taxpayer dollars that we are talking about for a large scale project. So one of the things that I have advocated for a very long time, of course, has been dispersed water management. And one of the things that the public always comes to me with is we have a hard time supporting that because we don't see the bang for the buck. They really want that cost benefit analysis, and they deserve it because, it is other people's money. It's taxpayer dollars that we're talking about here. So I would just caution that as we move forward with this particular project, we're going to have to make sure that we dot our I's and cross our T's twice, because we don't want this to fall into a situation where we can't prove out that cost benefit to the public with their taxpayer dollars. Again, thank you very much for looking at projects north of the lake. They're integral. I mean, nothing works without the northern storage pieces of this equation, ASR wells included. But I do think we need to just be really, really conscientious that we're talking about a really large project being put forth in innovative, right? I think that was the word used, in a new innovative way to fund such projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pipe. Benita Whalen, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Benita Whalen, Water and Environmental Manager for Florida Cattlemen's Association. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. I will be touching base on a few different items that were brought up during this this item's presentation and comments. I do want to start with 4061. I really don't want to belabor that process, but we feel like we do need to respond. You know, yes, there was a public process, but we feel like there wasn't a lot of details being proposed during that process. And basically we wanted to get kind of to where we are now with the focus on the existing legislation that says it's a 3-agency approach to getting watershed restoration, and just wanted to make sure that everybody refocused on the agency roles and responsibilities and started those discussions again. The watershed improvements and BMPs have been brought up numerous times. I think we're all aware that basically every watershed and improvements has a treatment train approach. They include BMPs, and they include, based on science, if BMPs need to be improved, and that's a part of the existing process. But it also includes sub-regional, regional projects and technologies that come online over time. So I don't think it does us any good to continue to focus on just saying that BMPs are gonna be the only part to provide the solution. The solicitation of this project was, you know, fairly short, and I know that there are a lot of interested landowners in the watershed that would like to do water projects. It's not possible to have all public facilities, and I know these other projects are probably smaller than the current one being proposed, but if projects are cost effective as far as the cost benefits, and they can be, you know, they can add up to be a larger part of the watershed, and they are cost effective, cost benefits, that, you know, they should be considered and have a process where they can be considered. I also want to say that, you know, the nutrient reductions and water quality improvement, and this is what Paul Gray mentioned, they're masked in the lake. Some of these projects and some of these, the performance of best management practices and other things are being masked by legacy phosphorus, and there's a lot of research and information going in to try to find out more on how to deal with that. And that accumulation of legacy is in the lake. It's also in the soils in the watershed. It's in the canals. It's in this watershed. So in closing, I would just like to say, the Cattlemen's Association wants to really work together in truly open and honest communication and collaboration moving forward. So we look forward to continuing that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whalen. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional raised hands for this item.
Thank you, Rosie, and thank you all for your comments. Is there board discussion on this? Mr. Steinle.
Thanks. You know, when we were going through this, Jennifer, this honestly, this project seemed like a gift. It sort of came out of nowhere with full funding, and the positioning was, you know, seems terrific. In you know, right adjacent to the Kissimmee. You know, so all the right elements, with a surprising, I mean, we keep talking about how, you know, some of these projects that we talk about take 10, 20 years to plan. This came in over the transom with full funding. and I'm not going to complain about it, but I am interested in learning. I'd like a little bit of background on how these things sort of occur. So is it, do the private entity that we're partnering with, it seems to me like they've acquired land previous to this in anticipation of this type of project. Can you give us some background on how, these types of projects occur and sort of the dynamic of who we're working with?
Yeah, let me try to give you a little bit more context, because the staff has actually been working on this for a while.
Okay.
And it started with our request for information last year. So we put out a solicitation, maybe that's the wrong word, we put out a request for information that asked for, it's like a solicitation but doesn't promise that we're going to actually do anything with the information except consider it. And so we asked for people to tell us about projects that they would be interested in partnering with us on. And it was an attempt for us to understand better what types of things are out there that people might be interested in doing, so that we could think through how would we do something like that? How would we do some public-private partnerships? How would we do different innovative technologies? How could we do sort of hybrid stormwater treatment areas that incorporate innovative technologies with more conventional treatment facilities like SPAs, and cast the net out there and get some sense of what's out there. And so after that, we started having discussions with FDACS and with DEP about different ways that we could develop agreements that would be public-private partnership hybrids, that would be pay-for-performance type projects, and that would be using and leveraging different funding sources. And so we started having all these different conversations with the agencies about what's the realm of the possible, what mechanisms do we have to do these things. And so this resulted as one of those. And we have several other things that we're working on as well. And so out of those discussions came both the Innovative Technologies project that Sean Scully will talk to you about in a little while, and this project, which we put out as a solicitation in sort of a acquire, design, construct, finance style project. And so how we developed the solicitation, we took a look at what does it cost for us to build an STA, and what does it cost for us to operate an STA. And so if we were to design and build an STA similar to this on 3,300 acres-ish, it would probably cost us a little under $200 million, maybe 175, 180, something like that. And then we'd have land acquisition costs, and then we would have to operate it in order to make sure that it's delivering the results. So if you then include 5 years of operations, that's some other additional cost. And so in working with DEP, we wanted to have an up to dollar amount that was big enough that we could get a good-sized SPA, which we didn't know how big the proposals would come in. So our number one ranked proposal, I shared with you that they have 3,300 acres. The second ranked proposal is actually much smaller. So we're asking for a negotiated price up to $300 million, but that's not the cost of this project because we haven't negotiated the cost yet. But we have to give you a limit that you would allow us to negotiate a project concept. And so that's what the number was that we put out in the solicitation in order to be able to attract large projects and not limit ourselves to a smaller project. But that doesn't mean that this project would cost that amount. We don't know the cost, the total cost of the project.
It is pay for performance.
correct?
So we haven't negotiated the terms of the
okay,
agreement
so-
yet,
so
so
we
I'm
don't have-
trying to make sure I'm
Yeah.
trying to make sure that I don't get sideways with the procurement process here.
I'm just
But we
wondering
would
about-
negotiate in the district's interest to make sure that along the way, we only paid for the deliverables.
Oh, that's what I mean. So the assumption of risk is transferred, and that's what we're paying for.
That is exactly our intent, yes. So we would have to pay for the design, for example, and pay them some amount for the design and some amount for the construction and some amount for the operations, but we could work to negotiate the terms of those operations.
Can I adjust that too? Because, so, well, let me just kind of set the table a little bit. And I've been doing water quality for, gosh, probably my whole career. But in any situation, whether it's a lake in Georgia or an estuary in North Carolina or a lake in Florida, and you have a societal footprint, and it doesn't matter whether it's a city or agriculture, you cannot achieve those goals for that downstream water body without a combination of source control and regional treatment. You know, if it's a neighborhood, it's fertilizer ordinances that are enforced and everything, and then a regional treatment pond. You know, it's just the nature of the business. And as we were challenging ourselves to do our part in the triangle, it's like, okay, we know we're going to have to deal with regional treatment, and we're going to have to deal with regional treatment ideally on the C-38 canal because it gets so much water there. And so as we were thinking about that and working with DEP, what kind of regional treatment actually works on the C-38 canal, given that it's stormwater pulses on the C-38 canal. So you need something that can capture water, store it, and meter it out. And so that's why we're in an STA type setting in this area. And then you took a look at the cost of it, and if you're over $200 million, and we're talking to DEP and NOAA and the governor, I mean, the governor's office with his appropriations is just such an opportunity for us. And talking with DEP on what they're getting on their water quality funds, and we're competing with Indian River Lagoon, St. Johns River, you know, all kinds of water bodies around the state. We can't come in there and say $200 million, right? Because we would just take everybody's money, probably for 2 years. So we have to figure out a way to take bits and pieces at a time, which is why the model was crafted to depend on those recurring appropriations that the governor's so good at getting us, so we can pay them a certain amount, you know, out over time. And so it's kind of like, that's why it's design, build, finance. We're going to pay them a certain amount over time, but they got to deliver a product at the end that gets 15 metric tons or whatever we negotiate, right? That was in the solicitation, or that's what they proposed, I guess. So something like that. So it's hard to say, you know, we got to figure out the payment scheme. And so it will be pay for performance. There will be an expectation of what they deliver, but it's a payment scheme over the 9-10 year period because of the way we get appropriations.
Thanks.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. That makes sense.
If I could just clarify, so you and I work pretty hard or long on what is the next project, which is much smaller, but to me is now a true pay for performance.
Yep.
We are paying per pound. At the end of the day, we are paying per pound of extraction. So I just wanted so the first one, which I'm just beginning to learn, is we're at the beginning stages. You expect that it will look similar in terms of payment form as the innovative technology.
No, it won't.
No.
So it is. There will be expectations in the contract, right, for them to deliver a product that we specify, but it's based on payments that could be backloaded, right?
It's based on milestones, right? Milestone payments.
There will be milestones. There will be. We're going to have to negotiate all of that.
Yeah. I'm concerned with how we label it because pay for performance is pay for performance and something else is not.
Yeah, this is not a pay for performance.
Okay.
It's more of a design build. So we're paying someone else to build an STA for us that we might not be able to acquire the land to do north of the lake because there's not land available. And so in order to entice a landowner to enter into an agreement with us to build an STA, we asked for a public-private partnership so that somebody else took the risk to figure all that out, do the permitting, find the land, work with the landowner, deliver an STA, and then operate that STA until it works. And if it's working, we'll pay full price for it. If it's not working, we won't pay full price for it, and we'll remediate it until it works because we know how to fix an STA.
But Jennifer, in the interest of full transparency, it seems to me like both, we're talking about investment firms, which is fine, came in and acquired land in anticipation of doing a project. Is that accurate?
I don't know why the investment firm acquired the land. I do know that they responded to our proposal with this project, but I don't know if that was their original intent or not.
Well, and listen, I'm not asking the question because I think there's anything wrong with it. I just want to be transparent. And clearly, if we can use a private company to do something more efficiently, more quickly, less expensively, we should be for that. But I'm just trying to understand the process here.
Thanks for that clarification. I think I mischaracterized it earlier.
I think we just outsource the risk, right? We're outsourcing the risk on this instead of taking it on ourselves to do it and maybe not be successful. They're understanding what that risk is. I guess they're doing it. It's definitely different than Part B. Right. Yeah. I think that's what your point was, right? Is that
That's a true pay-for-play or pay-for-performance.
Yeah, two totally different paradigms.
Great. Is there more board discussion? You don't have to say that.
Well, I think any projects is something that helps us get the quality of water is important. But I do think, and I have to kind of agree with Scott, at some point in time with our sister agency, the Agricultural, that this presumption of compliance is for quality of water is something that I don't know how we'll ever be able to calculate how many of these pretreatment areas we're going to have to build in the future with tax dollars. I guess with our extensive monitoring, we can see if the BMPs are working, what is a reasonable quality of water that's entering state waters. But if we don't really target that, and if it's not reasonable, you can build all the pretreatment areas you want to build. You're just going to keep building them and building them. So I think that's something we have to try to work with our sister agencies to, because there is no real standard of quality of water. There's just a presumption if you do a certain best management practice. And, you know, if you can control a reasonable quality of water coming into state waters, you can always achieve your goal. Otherwise, the taxpayer is paying for all of this cleanup, and it's going to be very difficult to achieve it. So, it's my opinion.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Any further discussion? You can say yes.
I just want to say I'm going to support this because I think we have to work to improve the situation. The situation is dire. The lake is full of algae again, and it's hard for me because I feel like the district does more than its fair share. And I feel like FDACS needs to be more transparent. That's how I feel, and I feel like the Department of Environmental Protection needs to be stricter. And I want nothing more than to fix our waters. And Governor DeSantis put forth, his executive order, and that's what we are to do, and we will do it. But we all really have to think and pray about what's going on now, because it's deadly serious. There was algae out there in the C-51 as I ate my lunch today. Where are we going? What are we doing? Do we want to be just another list on the paper of what we're doing to fix Lake Okeechobee? The triangle has to become a constant meeting place for all of us. So I support this today, and I hope we can do more together.
Thanks. Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thanks. I have a motion on 2021-0523. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, we'll take that vote. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olivich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez? He was going to call in. I don't hear him, so we're going to close that vote, and that passes unanimously. Thanks very much, Jennifer. Appreciate your time and patience.
Mr. Chair, while Sean is coming up,
Yes.
I would like to thank, first of all, thank the governor for allowing us and giving us the chance to be successful as a South Florida Water Management District. But I also want to thank Noah Valenstein and DEP for helping us be successful as well.
As would I.
Our expanded monitoring network would not be there without DEP support. All the projects we're doing as part of our part of the triangle would not be possible without DEP support, because they're giving us the capital to make all this happen. So I just wanted to acknowledge Governor for getting appropriations and Noah Valenstein for supporting us.
Thank you. It was not lost on me that DEP is going to help pay for that one. Mr. Scully?
Good afternoon, governing board members. I'm Sean Scully, the Chief of the Applied Sciences Bureau in the Water Resources Division, and I'm seeking the board's authorization to enter a contract with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder to apply their service to remove total phosphorus from the water column before it enters Lake Okeechobee using an innovative technology. This contract is in accordance with the governor's Executive Order 1912, as well as being congruent with the Blue-Green Algae Task Force recommendations to the state of Florida to invest in a diverse portfolio of technologies to mitigate harmful algal blooms. A little over a year ago, the FDEP issued a $10 million innovative technology grant solicitation. The Water Management District was successful in obtaining $3 million from that grant, and it complemented those funds with $3 million of Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program money. This project was chosen to be located by district staff in the S-191 basin, and as Jennifer accurately described, the S-191 basin is one of the poorest performing basins in the Lake Okeechobee watershed. The 63 metric tons is a factor of the 1.2 pounds of total phosphorus per acre that this basin exports, as well as an average TP concentration of over 640 micrograms per liter. So in accordance with that criteria, this was one of the leading candidates to place this project. In addition, the advantage is the South Florida Water Management District has a canal right-of-way immediately upstream of the S-191 structure on which this facility can be placed. It's immediately upstream of the structure, and its operation will complement and support the operations of other water quality improvement projects in the basin, such as the STAs. The contract specifications, in addition to the technology that will be applied, is also unique. The lowest responsive and responsible bidder was Fair8 Solutions Incorporated, and who submitted a bid of $154 per pound of phosphorus removed. And was inferred earlier, this payment structure is solely based on the TP removal performance. And that is the contractor, although they will have mobilization requirements, they will not be paid until they demonstrate with their water quality monitoring of inflow and outflow TP concentrations from their facility, the $154 per pound of TP removed. So the risk is borne on the contractor rather than on the district. We're seeking for operation, total contract operation of 4 years, which would include mobilization, operation, and demobilization, and for a not to exceed amount of $6 million. A couple of scientific facts about the technology itself. The water will be withdrawn from the C59 canal and treated with a proprietary solution that involves a ferrate, which is an iron compound. The ferrate then will bind with total phosphorus and precipitate out, and then will be removed in that facility by sedimentation. None of the ferrate additive will return into the C59 canal, so there was no evidence of the ferrate additive being present in the outflow. And the incidental benefits of this contract performance will be the nitrogen and suspended solids will also be removed, but the contractor will not be based on that removal of those two parameters. In the life of this operation for $6 million, the contractor is expected to remove almost 40,000 pounds of total phosphorus, or nearly 18 metric tons, in the 4-year term of this contract. Operation is expected to begin within 6 to 9 months of the execution of the contract, and with the most recent enhancement of Lakeside Ranch STA, the operation of this project will in fact be compatible with and not interfere with the operation of that STA. And that's all I have.
Is that 18 metric tons, is that annually or is that over the cost of the project?
Over the cost of the project.
That's over 4 years. Okay. Thanks. We'll go to public comment on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Richard Weisskopf, you're recognized to speak on item 28B.
Yeah, hi. I'm sorry, I had raised my hand on the other one, but I can talk on both of these. Just in general, I think, can you hear me all right, by the way?
I hear you, Mr. Weisskopf.
Okay, that I think it was 2 meetings ago that Mr. Bergeron said something like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I think that's the 1:16 ratio. So if you're going to spend 100 million or 300 million on a cure, if you put that into a prevention, it's $5 billion, the result, if you use the 1:16 ratio. The idea is that well, I don't want to comment on this project because it seems reasonable, much more reasonable than the larger project that was just approved. But it seems to me that the whole avoidance of the seriousness of prevention, which we've spoken to over and over again, has to be really addressed. Also, this, as well as the previous project, suggests that you really do need an economist to look at, across all these projects, what's the dollar value per metric ton that you're extracting, and by which processes, and the likelihood of it working. So that underscores the point that you really need a whole staff of, or a few economists on your staff to help figure that one out. The last thing I wanted to say has to do with some of the data that exists that hasn't been mentioned. USGS had done a study of all farms in the counties that we're talking about. And on those farms, he also asked, this is Richard Muller, he asked how much acreage in different crops are you raising. Now we have, because of the testing, we know on a basin and each flow what the runoffs are. And we also know what's growing or on that land, what kind of livestock it is, what kind of nurseries or what types of crops there are. And the association between the types of agriculture and the runoff downstream, because what we're now doing is saying, you pollute, or that you raise your crops, you run your cities, you run your parks, you open your sewers, you don't fix your septic tanks, and then we will clean it up. So that's the whole attitude, that let the society grow and go, and then we will fix it up. I think that's the wrong attitude to take, and I think that's what we have to bear as we think about these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisskopf. Mike Elfenbein, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Rosie. So I'm trying to figure this out in my head. $6 million for a 4-year project that's going to take 18,000 pounds at $154 a pound for P. That comes to $2.7 million. What happens to the other $3.3 million? And again, I'm going to take it back to what I had proposed to the district less than a year ago, of a project that offered the same payment for services of approximately $150 per pound of P, and offered to take 2,000 pounds a day out of the system. And again, that was determined not to be worthy of following up on by Mr. Bartlett. So I'm trying to understand where the discrepancy is between the payment for pounds of phosphorus that should be about 2.7 on a $6 million project, and how it is that some projects are vetted to go forward with these big dollar values on them, when projects that propose to give better solutions for less money don't become realized by the same agency. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Mr. Chairman, there are no additional hands raised for this item.
Thanks. Are there any more discussion by the board? And could you, Mr. Scully, maybe talk about responsive and responsible responses to this RFP?
Yes, sir. This is will highlight a different procedure by way of the successful bidder being chosen as opposed to item 28A. This is clearly based on our procurement staff review every bid that was submitted and make the determination of whether or not the bid was responsible and responsive. And therefore, unlike the previous contract where you have staff evaluating and making recommendations on which proposal is the better or the best, this was clearly a decision based on the bid amount of dollars per pound of total phosphorus removed, and again, having been demonstrated that they were responsive and responsible.
And for the record, how many responded, do you know?
I believe there were 2. Yes, there were 2.
Thank you. Any further board discussion?
This was
Mr. Simon?
Yeah, sorry. This was an open process. Mr. Elfenbein was free to submit his submission, his proposal as well, correct?
Absolutely. Okay. There was an open bid process.
Did he bid on this?
I don't know the name or the company with which he is associated.
Okay.
It was the way this was set up was that the scientists and the people on the science side were removed from the evaluation process, and we were just
those are straight numbers.
Straight numbers. We were asked to check references, but Great. That whole process we were insulated from that.
Great. And just to clarify, by my numbers, 39,000 times 154 is about 6 million.
That's correct.
So
40 at 150, basically.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, I mean, this is something I think I've heard Charlie say and others say they're excited about. I'm very excited about it. We acknowledge that the numbers are much more modest than typically what we do, but this is something that, it's almost mobile. We can target it at the key spot, and most importantly, from a fiduciary perspective for taxpayer dollars, we are paying for performance. So this is, I mean, I hope to see more of these in bigger size. Clearly, we have to prove the technology. In this case, the company is betting on their own technology. But these are things that I would expect we're going to engage more often in the future. It's $154 per pound versus $200 plus per pound, not doing the same thing as an STA, but similar. So a less expensive form of treatment. And I would imagine, you know, as we collect more data on these types of technologies, this being one, there are plenty of others, that we can use these in combination with projects, you know, whether to provide a bit of relief, you know, at the input stage of STAs, for instance. But I'm really excited about this. I think the number is great to start with, but hoping that we can grow these types of programs in the future.
We've talked about this from the beginning, and I think that this has been an amazing development, and it's obviously the first of hopefully what I think is many. So I commend you for championing and quarterbacking this thing, Jay. You know, I think the first project is an interesting metamorphosis into a public-private partnership that we had not really done in the past. Certainly looks better. And now I think this one, in terms of pay for performance, you know, no removal, no dollars, you know? It's like, you get any better than that. So, you know, you get removed, you get paid. And so you're right, they're betting on their own thing. And I think, you know, if you're going to try to start being more innovative and efficient with tax dollars, this is the way to do it. You know, paying people on a time and material basis with no contingency for success is a good way to get a lot of timesheets, yeah, submitted and payments out the door, but not necessarily get you where you want to get to. So I'm totally in favor of this. Can I make a motion, please? I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second on 2020-10524. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olivich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Charlie, did you join us? Actually, I've got a text from Charlie that says yes. So I don't know if that just violated everything sunshine, but so that vote passes unanimously. Thank you. It's now time for the monthly financial report. Cedar.
Good afternoon. So the monthly financial report in your package is through March 31st. And we collected $20 million between February and March. So, and your ad valorem collections are at 91%. So we are doing very well. Investment earnings, your staff are watching your investment earnings. You know, that's the only area of concern, just because of the market, et cetera. But everything else looks very good.
Is ad valorem ahead or behind or right on schedule?
Ad valorem is slightly behind. It's about a little over 1% behind.
Okay.
But that was a certain county that we reached out to, that they were a little behind on collecting their proceeds. And they said that they would be caught up, by the next statement. So
great.
No concern, no issues.
Thank you.
All right, and you can find this on the district's website under Budget and Finance Reports. We post them there.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Cedar.
you.
Does anyone have any questions, comments? Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Sansay?
Nothing further today. Thank you.
Mr. Bartlett?
Is it green? Okay. All right. First is these plexiglass shields. So we are coming out of the pandemic, and so is the Water Management District when it comes to pandemic operations. The management team is back in the office, and we've designated June 1st as the time for the staff to come back to the office. We are implementing sort of a hybrid that we've seen the benefits of staff being able to work at home some undistracted, depending on the staff and depending on the job, and also in the office. So we are trying out a new hybrid work schedule policy where a supervisor, if they determine that a job is suitable for potentially working at home, they can do that up to 3 days a week. And so we'll keep monitoring that situation. Again, we are focused on outcomes as a water management district, so that's how we'll do that. The building will open up June 1st as well. The next governing board meeting will be open to the public as well. So we are moving to a post-pandemic style of operations. And I am truly enjoying all the face-to-face collaboration I'm having with my management team, having come back to the office early in the beginning of May. So let's talk about what happened in the legislative session. First, let's talk about awesome state appropriations. As you know, Governor DeSantis, he's had this goal since he took office, is to get incredible investment, $2.5 billion over his first 4 years, and we're 3/4 of the way there because he has been successful at that. We did get $329.2 million in SERP and foundation project investment. We got $63.5 million for furthering restoration strategies. We got $76.4 million in Northern Everglades and dispersed water management, and we got $2.35 to help with million to help with land management. So that's a total of state funds coming to the water management district of $471.5 million to further our mission. Unheard of, but very exciting, and we're going to keep getting the stuff done. On similar, talking about a lot of money, this session was very much focused, and the governor showed incredible leadership on statewide flooding and sea level rise resilience in the state. And they passed Senate Bill 1954 that will create a Resilient Florida grant program and a statewide Florida resiliency plan. We are preparing for that and very excited about that. They also appropriated $500 million of federal stimulus funds for investment in local communities for adaptation to sea level rise and resiliency. And of course, with our Chief Resiliency Officer at the helm, we are putting together all kinds of opportunities to take advantage of that because we need to at the South Florida Water Management District. So it was very exciting to see that. They passed Senate Bill 2516, which was the water storage north of the lake, implementing basically the Lake Okeechobee Water Restoration Plan, including aquifer storage and recovery, and added an additional dedicated $50 million per year. That is on the governor's, I don't think it's been submitted to the governor yet, but it's passed the legislature. So that is more dedicated SERP funds on top of what we're already dedicated through Legacy Florida for Northern Everglades for the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan. They also passed House Bill 1177 for Biscayne Bay. That establishes a Biscayne Bay Commission with DEP to serve as the coordinating agency for Biscayne Bay. And I think Biscayne Bay also received $20 million in appropriations for implementing that task force. We will need to choose a member, one of the members from Miami-Dade County, to serve on that Biscayne Bay task force. So let the bidding begin. We'll pick that up maybe.
We can nominate the guy who's not here, but
that's right. We had talked previously about the Big Cypress Basin expansion bill. That was withdrawn. We will be working with Lee County and Bonita Springs to develop a memorandum of agreement between us and those two entities to help plan an infrastructure project that will help Bonita Springs with their flooding issues, which happens repeatedly. So that bill was withdrawn, so we'll have no tweaks to our ad valorem taxes as a result of this session. And I'm happy to report the last thing in legislative session is the confirmation of Mr. Martinez to the governing board. So he survived that gauntlet. And then we also confirmed Mr. Hill, Ms. Rivera, and Mr. Waters to the Big Cypress Basin Board. So all of our confirmations passed through. The last thing is we had our Hurricane Freddie exercise. it was successful in that we identified things that we need to make sure we get right, you know, and that's what Hurricane Freddy exercises are for. We are very good at hurricanes, and it showed in that exercise, but we'll be even better because of the exercise, right? So we're gearing up, and I feel like we're ready. I know our O&M field operations folks have been getting all of our pumps repaired, refurbished, and ready for the hurricane season this summer. So we'll be ready for that. Last thing I want to touch on is the preparation for potential Lake Okeechobee discharges, right? And, you know, depending on how the weather treats us, we may not have them, but we're gearing up, and I've got Lawrence Glenn leading a team with very tight partnership with Rory Feeney to figure out how, if the Corps finds themselves in a situation where they're discharging from the lake and there's algae conditions present, how we can prevent those algae conditions from making their way to the estuaries and then plaguing the estuaries. DEP, I've had good conversation with Noah Valenstein. They're ready. They're poised. They got great appropriations, thanks to Governor DeSantis, on helping us pay for whatever mitigation we might need to do in preparation for those discharges. But our goal here as partner agencies with DEP and Florida Department of Health with respect to notifying the public is to have an attack plan ready, you know, should that occur. And they've been working very hard at that. And as soon as this meeting concludes, I'm going to go up and we're going to talk about it, even some more. So that's what I've got, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. That's it for my executive director's report.
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Mr. Olepich.
Mr. Bartlett, do you mind giving us an update on what happened with the border of the district?
Yeah, so that was the bill, the Big Cypress Basin bill that got withdrawn. So it was making its way through the House and the Senate to change that border. I went up there and met with the representative and the senator and said, look, it's not like we don't care about the flooding issues in Bonita Springs, but we can't really change our budget like that because of the demands for Everglades restoration. And so they agreed to withdraw those bills. So there's no change in border for the Big Cypress Basin as a result of session. But we will be working with Bonita Springs to help them plan infrastructure improvements for their system.
Well, good. I hope we can help them a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Rosie, public comment.
I have one, do have some hands raised now. Drew Martin, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Yes, can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Martin.
Yes, this is Drew Martin, calling a member of the Sierra Club, and I want to thank everyone for letting us participate remotely, and look forward to next month's meeting. I wasn't sure from what Drew Bartlett said, if we're going to still be able to call in remote or we'll be required to be there in person, but I'm sure that you'll be sending out notification on that. I just want to talk a little bit about wetlands protection and the importance of protecting wetlands as far as storing water and also protecting runoff, the environment from runoff. And because the district is taking, I don't know if the district is, but DEP is taking over the 404 permitting, it would be really interesting to have a workshop on how that's going to fit in with the district's work on permitting. I also want to thank you for your work on Biscayne Bay, and I hope we can continue to improve the water quality down there and not suffer the same damage that we had last year. The Sierra Club opposes the ASR storage recovery wells. We don't think it's a good investment, and we also just don't think it really works. It's a high energy use. The water will, you can't pump enough water during the wet season to really relieve the high water issues, and you can't really pump enough water out during the dry season to protect and add enough water to the system to make a difference. So we just think it's a bad investment, and it's unfortunate that the legislature is pushing that. We think that you need to look at recovering some of the sheet flow that was originally part of the Everglades agricultural area, and possibly increasing the amount of use of that area as a floodplain, which it was historically. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Now, Pipes, you're recognized to speak, followed by Richard Weiskopf.
Good evening, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I just want to say thank you very much for all the work through the pandemic to make things so accessible for people. I know that it was a huge learning curve for everyone. And on that note, I would like to encourage you to keep the option for people to make public comment via Zoom. I'm not sure, how you could integrate that into your meeting, but I do think that our world is moving that direction. So while I look forward to seeing you all in person, and I think that that's very valuable, I do think that it's also really important that we utilize the technology that we've gotten quite good at and find a way to include that in future meetings. Thank you so much, and we will see you next month.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Richard Weiskopf, you're recognized to speak.
Okay, hi. I have three quick things to say. First, my question is, what is a professor doing here listening to all this for the whole day? And why am I so attracted to it, if not glued to it? So I have three answers. First, the notion of prevention being more important than the cure. And that's an important principle, I think, that you're working towards. The second is that you need economists. And so as an outsider from all of this stuff looking in, it's very interesting, especially from your need for economic analysis, even though that's what you come to at the end from a number of talks. And the third is something else. In the late 90s, I had to calculate the costs and the impacts of all the projects of what's now known as the Yellow Book, right? The Yellow Book. And that was my job because it was ordained that they needed an economic impact study of the projects, and it had to be done quickly, and it had to be turned in and then became part of the Yellow Book. So now what I hear is that those projects 30 years later are what you guys are doing. And that's part of the attraction, to see that was once a vision of what had to be done from the north to the south and the east and the west, is now these are the hundreds of projects that you've been discussing, and that some are already working, and some were created new, and some have been old, and some have been dropped, and what the expenses are, I don't know. But anyway, I just found those papers, and maybe at my next meeting, I'll be able to report on what those contrasts are from the original to 30 years later. Thank you. I'll see you next month.
Thank you, Mr. Weiskopf. Mr. Chairman, that concludes general public comment.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you all for your comments. And before we go into board comment, I want to remind everyone that immediately following this meeting, we'll hold the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Corp annual meeting. And now we will go to board comment. Mr. Bergeron.
I'll be brief. Thank the board. It's an honor to sit with y'all, and thank our staff, the best in the world, especially you, Drew. No, seriously, we're very blessed to have such a great staff and thank all the stakeholders. It's been a great meeting, and I look forward to our next meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle?
Ron, you're already losing buttons off your purple jacket. So
All right, give it back.
that was my only comment.
That never happens on animal stuff.
Really done?
Mr. Olipich? Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
First of all, I just want to say that I am opposed to discharges to the St. Lucie River, Indian River Lagoon. Always, but especially when the lake could be 30 to 50 to 90% full of cyanobacteria, algae blooms. And I'll leave it at that. I mean, I'm opposed to it. I think it's a health hazard, and I think I said this years ago at a meeting, before I was on the board, when the Army Corps came, I said, I think it's immoral. I think it's immoral to put that kind of toxic mess onto people by the government. Number two, I want to thank the Army Corps of Engineers, and I want to thank Lieutenant Colonel Polk, who's been sitting here in the meeting the whole time. And I want to thank Colonel Kelly, because they have worked hard to do a good job, always. And we are all living with the sins of the fathers and mothers in everything, in our social aspects of our world, in our environmental aspects of our world. And I think what we're realizing, all of us, is like, we have to change. You know, it might be the Central and South Florida plan, and it might be like, you know, in Congress since 1845 or whatever it is, but it ain't working anymore. So, and that makes people uncomfortable, but there are a lot of things in society that just don't work anymore. And so I want to thank the Army Corps for trying to adapt, and I want you to know how much I appreciate you. And the last thing is, I just want to say that the EAA reservoir event with Governor DeSantis and with my hero, Joe Negron, was the most wonderful, wonderful day of my life. I told my husband that it was only second to my wedding day. And it was, I mean, I'm serious. We all worked so hard on that, and it was such a bouncing ball, and the hope and what Joe gave to get that through. And in the end, we have to thank the Army Corps for signing the document. Thank you, Army Corps of Engineers. I look forward to working with you for a better world for our children and our children's children and our wildlife. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Elovich. Vice Chair Wagner?
Show you how it's done. I have no further comment.
I want to thank you for this jacket too, Scott. I forgot.
It looks great.
You took your time. Ms. Meads?
I have no comment. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Martinez, if you're on? I'll assume you're not. I don't have much to say. I thought the conversation we just had on NEEP was really good, and it does show sort of what Professor Weisskopf was talking about, and the whole prevention aspect. And you know, I agree with them. It would be really nice if we didn't have to take this stuff out. But you know, I think that the patient's, you know, patient's bleeding, and the legislature said you've got to deal with the bleeding patient. So we're spending a lot of money dealing with the bleeding patient, and we need to get that triangle so that we can get the prevention side working, because it rubs me a little the wrong way that we're writing some huge checks that we probably wouldn't have to write if we had gotten this right. And I'm not going to throw my parents under the bus the way you did, Jackie, but not the total sins of our mothers and fathers. But
Well, you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, but I really want to say thanks very much to Deputy Secretary Blaylock for making the trip down, and Lieutenant Colonel Polk, thank you for sitting back there the whole meeting and staying awake. God bless you. And if there's nothing else, we'll adjourn. And I'm going to immediately reconvene this one, unless I think everybody. So I will now call to order the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Corporation. Ms. Meads, you still on the line?
Yes, sir, Chairman.
Thanks. Mr. Martinez, I'm going to assume you might be on the line, but you're not in a position where you can talk. Rosie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman.
I need a motion and a second to approve the May 14th, 2020, last year meeting minutes.
So moved.
Thank you. Second. Is there any discussion? Having a motion and a second with no further discussion, I'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle? Yes. Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes, and that passes unanimously. Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon. As part of the annual meeting of the South Florida Water Management District Leasing Corp., 2 items must be considered: the ratification of officers and the annual budget report. The ratification of officers have the same officers as were considered and ratified last year, as related to the positions that they hold both on the governing board and as senior staff at the Water Management District. So for your consideration, we have Mr. Goss as president, Mr. Wagner as vice president, Mr. Bartlett as secretary, and Mr. Mitnick as treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Do we have any hands raised for public comment on this?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any board discussion? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
I
I'll
have a
second.
motion. Thanks. I have a motion in 2 seconds. Any further questions? Discussion? Call that question. Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mr. Steinle.
Yes.
Mr. Olovich.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes.
Ms. Mead.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes, and that passes unanimously.
Yes, sir. Second item is the annual budget report as presented on the screen, and it shows the source of the funds for the annual debt service payment in the amount of $30,348,000.
Thank you, Rosie. Any hands on this one?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Is there any board discussion on this? Is there a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there a further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mr. Steinle.
Yes.
Mr. Olovich.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes.
Ms. Mead.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes, and that passes unanimously. We'll go to public comment now. Is there any hands raised for public comment?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll adjourn the meeting.
Well done.
Yeah. Wow.